Chapter 595, Anko's Annoyance. Chapter 601 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For the next week, almost all ninjas in Konoha were discussing the guidance hall. Several Itaran ninjas who were enthusiastic to teach the younger generation signed up. At the same time, nearly every young ninja from the civilian background expressed interest in getting their guidance. It wasn't just Konoha ninjas who were trying to get into the guidance hall. Spies placed by the other villages wanted to know everything about the guidance hall as well. One of those spies had successfully managed to secure guidance under a Junin. Even though nothing could be seen on his face, Kabuto was extremely serious internally. He wondered, Konoha made such a huge move just before Orochimaru-sama would make his move. It's almost like they are preparing for a war. Could it be that our plans have been leaked? But how? Kabuto analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, if they knew about our plans, then they wouldn't have made such a show and would have instead prepared in the dark. There was no reason to make the youngsters pay to get guidance. Instead, they should have just guided talented ninjas secretly, and we wouldn't have known. Still, this is a very good method. Now, several hundred ninjas will master 1 or 2 additional jutsus by the time our invasion starts. Their strength will be slightly higher than what we calculated initially. This makes matters more complicated considering how outnumbered we will be. Sigh. All will depend on whether Orochimaru-sama is able to kill the third Hokage quickly enough. Once the high-level battle is won, the numerical disadvantage will be meaningless. He adjusted his spectacles while looking around and thinking, Suzuki Fujin. There is very little information available about him. Even though everyone in the village is discussing him, the normal ninjas don't know anything about him. Everything about him is just a rumor. Even I thought that it was just Konoha's tactic of raising his reputation. To think that he is someone who killed Juzo and escaped from Kasame. If Orochimaru-sama hadn't informed me, I'd have been completely oblivious to his real strength as well. We will have to treat him as someone at the same level as Hatake Kakashi and Might Guy. Considering that he specializes in eliminating weaker ninjas at a rapid speed, he can't be left unchecked during the war. Under normal circumstances, it'd have been best if we eliminated him before the war began. However, Kabuto gulped his saliva as sweat rolled down from his forehead. Seeing his expression, the Junin asked, Kid, are you understanding? If you have any doubts, ask me. Kabuto immediately asked a random doubt related to the jutsu the Junin was teaching them. The Junin didn't find anything odd and cleared his doubt. As for the reason for Kabuto's reaction, it was rather simple. After understanding Fujin's threat, Kabuto immediately gathered all information related to Fujin. He was already aware that Fujin lived on the outskirts of the village. It created some ideas in his mind, making him wonder whether he or Orochimaru could sneak attack Fujin in his house and eliminate him before Hiruzen could react. As a result, he went to check Fujin's house and casually passed by his compound, pretending that he was going somewhere. What he witnessed made him decide on the spot to never go anywhere close to Fujin's house. It still gave him the creeps whenever he recalled that sight. As the Junin went back to explaining, Kabuto thought, which lunatic inscribed tens of thousands of seals on that little compound? I initially thought that it was a trap. However, no one is blind enough to walk into that trap. Whoever inscribed those seals is definitely a lunatic. Even if I and Orochimaru attacked his house, he'll easily be able to stall us until the reinforcements arrive. As for the one whom Kabuto was cursing, he was currently in Hiruzen's office along with 3 other ninjas. Hiruzen looked at Fujin, Ibiki, Anko, and Hayate and said, The next Chunin exams will start soon. Ibiki, you'll be the proctor of the first round. Fujin, you'll be the proctor of the second round. Anko will assist you. Hayate, you'll be the proctor of the last round. Any questions? All the ninjas shook their heads. Hiruzen had already informed Anko about his decision to make Fujin the proctor for this particular exam. On hearing his reasoning, she didn't have any complaints. She was also interested in seeing the one who everyone was talking about lately. Hiruzen said, Good. You can discuss among yourselves how to conduct the exams. If you want to make any changes to the schedule, let me know within the next 3 days. Everyone nodded and left. As they exited Hiruzen's office, Ibiki looked at Fujin meaningfully and said, "I didn't expect that you'd be assigned as a proctor, Fujin. Is your training completed?" Fujin chuckled and said, "It's good to see you again as well, Ibiki. I guess a little vacation won't hurt. Right, Anko?" A tick mark appeared on her forehead as Fujin's remark implied that he didn't intend to do much work and would treat the 5 days as a vacation. She muttered, "For someone who recently made such a huge change, I expected you to come up with something innovative for the Chunin exams as well." Fujin waved his hand dismissively and said, "That's too much work for too little returns. You can't compare it with the guidance hall. Besides, if I made any changes, I doubt anyone would reach the 3rd round. Poor Hayate might lose his job." Hayate coughed as he looked at Fujin and thought, "So he was Yugao's Anbu captain. She still speaks very highly of him." He replied, "It's fine. I'll settle for a sword fight with you, if that happens." Fujin looked at Hayate with a deadpan expression and replied, "I was kidding. Do you think Lord Hokage would allow no one to qualify for the last round?" "The last round is pretty much why the Chunin exams are conducted." Hayate coughed awkwardly and replied, "I was kidding as well." Fujin replied with a teasing tone, "Sure, didn't sound like it. Anyway, are you planning any radical changes to your round, Ibiki?" Ibiki replied, "Nothing that'll affect the schedule. You can plan accordingly." Fujin said, "All right, I'll see you later then." Fujin looked at Anko and said with a chuckle, "I'll be in your care then, Anko." More tick marks appeared on Anko's forehead as she said, "Follow me. I'll show you everything about the 2nd round." The two of them flickered towards the Forest of Death. En route, Anko asked, "Are you really not planning to make any changes?" Fujin replied, "Yup, if you want to make any, feel free to do so. The exam will be just like how it was conducted the previous year. The only difference will be that I'll be addressing the Genins." Anko muttered, "What a bummer. I was hoping to see something interesting." Fujin replied with a deadpan expression, "Don't get your hopes up high for no reason. Besides, how much fun can you even have from the Genins? Send a couple of your snakes and enjoy their reactions to pass the time." Anko immediately replied, "I did that last time. It became boring after a few hours." Fujin chuckled and replied, "I should have guessed." They reached the central tower in the Forest of Death. Anko said, "As you know, this will be our base for the exam. I'll first introduce you to all the instructors here and show you all the arrangements." Fujin nodded and followed. Anko first called everyone in the tower together and introduced them to Fujin. Fujin already knew most of them as it hadn't been too long since he took the exam. There were only a few new faces. Of course, even if he remembered their faces, he didn't remember any of their names nor knew their abilities. After meeting everyone, Anko brought Fujin to the monitoring room. There were several displays in that room. Anko said, "There are several security cameras placed in the forest. We can use them to monitor the situation. Of course, this is still very limited. The beasts in the forest regularly break them, and any ninja can easily avoid or destroy them without arousing any suspicions. The only cameras you can count on are the ones in the building." Fujin replied, I didn't expect that there would be cameras in the forest. But yeah, even Genins would avoid them. It is sort of pointless. Only someone who is very cocky will arouse suspicion." Anko chuckled and said, "You don't know how many ninjas become cocky." Fujin shrugged and replied, "It's hard to say when they die too soon." Fujin's reply immediately made Anko recall the rumors about Fujin. She turned around and looked at him, only to find Fujin staring at her. Seeing where his gaze was, a tick mark appeared on her forehead once again. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Servish 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Adiljan, Draken, Leonardo, Godly Shade, and Zylnair for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 5 and 96, Anbu Captain. Chapter 602 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Seeing Fujin's gaze, Anko became annoyed once again. She snorted and said, "First, you refused to make any innovative changes to the Chunin exams. And now you are acting like a pervert." Aren't you too young for this? After hearing all the rumors about Fujin, Anko was very curious about him. She had asked several people in her friend circle about him as his name kept coming up in conversations. However, no one knew much about him. Only Ibiki seemed to know a few things, but he didn't say much. Unfortunately, she had only been disappointed due to her sky-high expectations. Fujin raised his right eyebrow and turned his gaze towards Anko's eyes while saying, "Pervert? I'm not the one wearing a metal mesh and showing off. Besides, I was looking at the back of your neck. Or more specifically, that little tattoo." Anko was annoyed by his first sentence, but was soon surprised. She wondered, he is looking at my curse seal? But why? Wait, didn't the rumors also say that he is a grandmaster? Fujin rested his right elbow on his left palm and massaged his chin with his right hand, making him appear to be in deep thought. His gaze returned to her neck as he continued, "I initially thought it was just some sort of tattoo. However, on looking closely, it looks like an incredibly high-level seal, and from the dark aura it gives, it definitely doesn't look like something that is beneficial for you. I wonder what it is." His gaze turned back to her eyes as he said, "As for your last question, I'm 16, not 6. Grow up." Had it been his first life, Fujin would have definitely mentioned that her age was 50% higher than his, implying that she was too old. Thankfully, the experience of 2 lifetimes had made him smart enough to not make meaningless statements like that and needlessly invoke a lady's wrath. Unlike Fujin, Anko's emotions were a mess. Even after a few seconds, she couldn't make up her mind as to what to think. She cursed. This brat! Why is he so difficult to talk to? First, he implies that I'm a pervert. Then he expresses concern about the curse seal. And finally, he says that he is 16 and not 6, implying that he is of the age to do something like that. Seriously, what the hell is up with this kid? The normally outspoken and brash Anko was lost for words. Fortunately for her, there wasn't anyone else in the room apart from Fujin to witness her in that state. Meanwhile, Fujin wondered, why does it look like she is going to experience a seizure? I asked her a rather simple question. Fujin asked again, "Well, what is that seal? Can I take a look at it?" Fujin's question snapped Anko out of her complex thoughts. She shook her head and covered the seal while saying, "No, it is a memory of the past. Lord Hokage and Jiraiya-sama have sealed the seal, so it isn't a worry." To her surprise, Fujin looked to be in deep thought once again. After a few seconds, he muttered, "A seal that even Grandpa and the Toad Sage couldn't remove and had to resort to sealing. Now I'm even more curious about its origin." He looked back at Anko and said, "I have been studying quite a few weird seals lately. If you want to remove the seal, perhaps I can have a look at it. Who knows if you might get lucky." Despite Fujin's kind offer, Anko shook her head and answered, "Sorry, some other time." Fujin sighed and replied, "Well, your choice. Let me know if you change your mind sometime in the future. Anyway, what else is left to learn about the second round?" He thought, looks like she is uncomfortable talking about the curse seal. Understandable. Still, it's a shame that I can't study Orochimaru's curse seal. Oh well, there will be more opportunities in the future, even if she doesn't agree. Anko was thankful that Fujin changed the subject. She quickly began informing him about the usual protocols. After explaining everything, she added, "Even though the Forest of Death can cause some deaths, we have to ensure that the deaths aren't too high. If too many die, then other villages will refuse to send their talented genins to chunin exams. In addition, they might target our genins when they visit their villages for chunin exams. While we don't need to do anything initially, if too many die, then we will need to act in the dark to prevent more deaths." Fujin was surprised and muttered, That's surprising. But on second thought, it makes sense. Even more so this year when there are so many children of the clan leaders." Anko smirked and said, "Yes, they'll all be in your care, Proctor." Fujin just sighed like Hiruzen and said, "I guess so. I'll be counting on you to ensure that everything is fine. I'll see you later, Anko." Fujin turned around and disappeared from the tower, leaving a shocked Anko. She muttered in disbelief, "Did he push that work onto me as well?" Fortunately or unfortunately, there was no one to listen to her. Unlike his fake sigh, Fujin wasn't worried. After all, he knew the future. As he flickered towards his house, he thought, if I want to, I can just sit back and enjoy the show. Orochimaru won't attack the tower, and no one of importance will die. That said, that would be a waste of a good opportunity, and opportunities like these are hard to come by. Fujin landed in front of his house. To his surprise, he saw two ninjas who wore Anbu masks sitting in front of his door. Both immediately looked towards Fujin. Fujin chuckled and said, "Well, now that's a pleasant surprise. Were you finally promoted?" The two immediately got up and removed their masks. With a smile on his face, the first guy nodded and said, "Yup, though I guess I need to be thankful to you for pulling the strings from behind." Fujin replied, "I wouldn't have pulled the strings if you weren't ready. So congrats. You should be proud of becoming an Anbu captain at just 16. Not many have achieved that, and almost all who did became elite Junins later." The second guy also smiled and said, "It's good to see you again after a long time, Fujin." Fujin nodded and said, "Nice to see you after as well, Tatsuya. Come on in. It's been a while since either of you visited." The two nodded and entered. Both were rather old acquaintances of Fujin. The one who became an Anbu captain was Honda Bunjiro, an orphan whom Fujin had guided when he was still in the academy and later joined Fujin's Anbu squad. The other person was Uzuki Tatsuya, someone who grew up in the same orphanage as Fujin. He had joined the Anbu as well, though he was still some distance away from becoming an Anbu captain. Fujin had been very impressed with Bunjiro's talent and work ethic. He was surprised to see him enter the Anbu just 2 years after he graduated, and now he managed to become an Anbu captain in less than 3 years after becoming an Anbu. Even though Fujin had interfered and asked Eagle to give Bunjiro the promotion mission earlier than he would have normally, Bunjiro's progress was still very fast. After all, the fact that Bunjiro had completed the promotion mission successfully proved his ability. As they sat on the sofa, Bunjiro said, "I might have become an Anbu captain, but I still can't compare with you, Captain. You became a council member and are now taking care of so many orphans. If we had an environment like this growing up, we would have aced the academy." Tatsuya chuckled and asked, "Are you forgetting that we still aced the graduation exams? Otherwise, we wouldn't have been assigned to sensei." Bunjiro replied, "Ah, I almost forgot, but you know what I mean. You have seen how good these kids are. As expected of you, Captain." Tatsuya nodded. The orphans in Fujin's compound were abnormally good. Fujin just looked at them and wondered how Danzo would react if he learned that all the credit for his hard work of finding talented children, making them orphans, kidnapping them, and training to build strong basics was being given to me. Though Fujin didn't think Danzo would show much of a reaction, he could imagine how offended Danzo would be internally. He replied, "I didn't do much. The kids are just too talented. Anyway, I'm sure you two are curious why I asked you two to come here after Bunjiro gets promoted, right?" The two immediately nodded. Fujin hadn't given them any explanation so far. They just followed his instructions as they owed and respected him a lot. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jai, Brent, Mitchell, Ludwig, Hans, Limonde, and Crepusculum for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 597, Playing Hot Potato. Chapter 603 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin said, "Well, I have a request for you two. It's a rather simple one, but at the same time, it could be huge depending on how you see it." Tatsuya and Bunjiro were intrigued. They listened carefully to his words. A few months ago, when Fujin realized that he would have to increase his prestige in Konoha to avoid any political troubles if something happened to Hiruzen, Fujin had 2 options. The one he chose to act on was the proposal of the Guidance Hall. It had been as successful as Fujin had hoped. The other option Fujin had was to create a faction equivalent to the clans in Konoha. Hiruzen had already laid a foundation for Fujin by giving him talented orphans who were trained by the root and were being trained to join the Anbu. However, Fujin lacked the mid- and high-level combat that the clans had. Most major clans had around a dozen junins, a few dozen chunins, over 100 genins, and 1 to 3 elite junins. Fujin could match the highest level of combat, but he had no one at junin level. The Kiri orphans could all be considered as genins thanks to the training by Root and Anbu. Only a handful, like some of Fujin's students, could barely be considered as chunins. However, they had 0 battle experience. When Fujin had thought about recruiting high-level ninjas, the first name that came to his mind wasn't Renjiro or Hoka, 2 elite Junin-level ninjas whom Fujin was very close to. Instead, it was Bunjiro. The reason for this was rather simple. Both Renjiro and Hoka had their respective clans. They couldn't look after the orphans in Fujin's compounds. Hoka deciding to remove the seal had given Fujin an opportunity to recruit him. But that was a recent development, and there was still some time for that to happen. Even others whom Fujin could ask for a favor, like Teru, Hana, Kan, Tsuyoshi, and Fumito, were all from the clans. The only one who wasn't was Yugao. However, she wasn't someone whom he could call either for this purpose. As a result, Bunjiro and, by extension, Tatsuya were his only options. Though both were quite good for their age and did well beyond what Fujin imagined they would achieve when he had helped them on a whim, it was not enough to create anything comparable to a clan's high-level force. That was why Fujin focused more on the guidance hall, while silently making arrangements with the Anbu commander to ensure that Bunjiro wouldn't have to wait for several years before being allowed to take the promotion mission. Fujin continued, "I have been looking to have someone help me with the orphans. It was why I pushed Eagle to allow you to take the promotion mission and made him station you here." Bunjiro became confused. He asked, "What do you mean? Won't we help you here from now onwards as we will be stationed here?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "That's not the same. Even though Lord Okage has arranged for several Anbu squads to stay here, they aren't orphans and have their own families. So, they don't understand it exactly. What I want from you two is to move into the compounds permanently. Or, well, at least until you two decide to start your respective families. This way, I won't have to be worried about something happening here when I'm out of the village." Bunjiro and Tatsuya's eyes widened. They realized that Fujin wanted them to move from the rooms they were assigned by the academy to the rooms in his compound. That was different as compared to the other Anbu who stayed there temporarily and worked in shifts. Even so, both nodded immediately with a smile and excitement on their faces. Bunjiro said, "I'll be honored to stay here." Tatsuya added, "Same here. It'll be rather fun to guide the young ones here." Fujin smiled as well and said, "Good, there are several living quarters in the compounds. Feel free to choose the ones you like the most." Both nodded. They talked for some time to catch up on recent events in their lives before leaving to choose the rooms to move into. While Fujin was recruiting the first official ninjas to his compounds, a couple of ninjas were busy in a training ground. A young blonde ninja weaved hand signs and grabbed a couple of shurikens while shouting, "Wind release, Gale Palm Jutsu." He threw the shurikens on the target in front of him. Wind appeared behind the shurikens, making them fly towards the target at several times their speed. However, he still muttered, "Man, that's still not as fast as Kakashi-sensei. It looks like it may take a while." Naruto stopped practicing and began running towards Kakashi, who was observing his training from some distance away. As he ran, he shouted, "Kakashi-sensei, I have mastered the Gale Palm Jutsu. Please teach me another one." Kakashi's right eye twitched as he sighed and wondered in sadness, "Why did I agree to teach him and spend all my time with him? I haven't been able to read my favorite Icha Icha Paradise as much as I want for the last week." That day, when Fujin threw Naruto at Kakashi, Naruto bothered Kakashi endlessly until Kakashi relented and agreed. He decided to teach Naruto the Gale Palm Jutsu as it went well with Naruto's current skill set. Unfortunately for him, Naruto, whose nature had subtly changed due to Fujin's influence, had become persistent in asking Kakashi's guidance. "Kakashi-sensei? Which jutsu should I learn next?" Naruto asked again as he reached Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and said, "Naruto, you still haven't mastered the Gale Palm Jutsu. Your mastery is nowhere near my level. It is more important for you to master the jutsus you know than to know more jutsus." Naruto looked at Kakashi suspiciously and argued, But sensei, you know 1,000 jutsus. Knowing that Naruto would continue bothering him, Kakashi explained, I know 1,000 jutsus because I could copy them with my Sharingan. If you try to copy me and learn too many jutsus, then you'll never become a strong ninja, and you'll never be able to become the Hokage. For now, you have learnt enough jutsus. Focus on improving your body flicker, great breakthrough, and gale palm jutsus. Only after you completely master these jutsus should you start learning new jutsus. Naruto was still suspicious, but he didn't have any good points to argue against Kakashi's logic. He said in a dejected tone, All right, sensei, I will work on these jutsus. What Kakashi didn't say and only thought was, even though he doesn't have a Sharingan, he has a ridiculous amount of chakra. If I tell him the shadow clone trick, he'll be able to master the jutsus very quickly. Unfortunately, Naruto has no self-control. If I tell him about it, he'll use it until he develops some mental issues. There is also the threat of 9 tails sealed within him. Not to mention, if I tell him that trick, he'll bother me relentlessly for years until I teach him 1,000 jutsus. Kakashi didn't dare to tell Naruto about that trick. The current Naruto wasn't mature enough to use it responsibly. However, there was one thing that he planned on telling Naruto. He continued, also. As Kakashi spoke, he recalled the events of the day when Naruto came flying at him. After an endless pestering, Kakashi began teaching him. While Naruto was practicing, Kakashi asked curiously, By the way, how did you come flying here, Naruto? Naruto became embarrassed and flustered on hearing that question. He answered, while looking away, Fujin threw me. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and asked, Threw you? Why? Naruto replied with even more embarrassment, I was planning to visit the guidance hall, and told him. He scolded me for thinking about that, when I have a sensei who knows 1,000 jutsus much better than anyone teaching there, and threw me over here. Since Fujin hadn't asked Naruto to keep it a secret this time, he didn't. A deadpan expression appeared on Kashi's face as he thought, I knew it! That bastard hates to see me be happy. Back to the present, Kakashi continued. Also, wind release isn't my expertise. Even though I can use those jutsus, I am not very good at them. That's why I said that you should be able to perform them at least as well as I can. Naruto was surprised. He asked in a stunned expression, You call that being not very good? He thought, That's unbelievable. Kakashi-sensei's wind jutsus are several times stronger than mine. Kakashi nodded and said, You are still new at learning them. In a year or two, you'll realize it, so I can't guide you much. A smile appeared on Kakashi's face as he quickly added, Fortunately, our village has someone who is probably the best at wind release in the world. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Piddlesarvish8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Urgil, 666835, Mooj, Timothy, and Ruben for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 598, The Best Wind Ninja. Chapter 604 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fortunately, our village has someone who is probably the best at wind release in the world. Naruto immediately became excited and exclaimed, Really? Who is it? Kakashi continued smiling and said, It's none other than Fujin. What? Big Brother Fujin is the best at wind release in the entire world. To say Naruto was shocked was an understatement. Until a few months ago, he didn't even know that Fujin had a cool nickname. And now suddenly, Kakashi dropped this bomb. Kakashi just nodded and coolly said, Yes, he is. At the same time, Kakashi thought, Though that is more due to the fact that there are no strong wind users in the world, as Sunagakure themselves are heavily lacking in this aspect. If Fujin is ignored, then the next best ones will be Elder Danzo and Lord Hokage. By comparison, the Raikage specializes in lightning release and is very strong. For earth release, it is difficult for anyone to compete with the Tsuchikage. For fire release, Lord Hokage could probably set fire to the entire Land of Fire, while the Land of Water has several formidable ninjas who specialize in water release. Of course, there is no reason to tell Naruto this. Naruto thought, I didn't know Big Brother Fujin was so good. No wonder he decided to teach me wind jutsus. Now that I think about it, he can do some crazy things with wind. I still remember how he could restrain me with just a snap of his fingers. Seeing Naruto in thought, Kakashi coaxed, "For now, focus on mastering those 3 jutsus. Once you master them, you can ask Fujin to teach you more wind jutsus." Wait. Kakashi pretended to be in deep thought. Naruto paid attention carefully. Suddenly, Kakashi said, "Now that I have thought about it more, I think it'll be better for you to go to him as soon as you can and ask for his guidance. He might know some jutsus that are more suitable for you. It'll save some time." Excitement appeared in Naruto's eyes. He immediately said, "All right, I'll go ask him. Believe it." Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, Naruto began running. Kakashi looked at his back and muttered, "Now that's more like it. I should have done this on the very first day. It would be fun to see Fujin's reaction when Naruto approaches him. Unfortunately, his house gives me creeps. I won't be able to spy in secret." With Naruto gone, Kakashi opened his book and walked away while reading it. A few minutes later, Kakashi had become quite engrossed in that book when he suddenly felt something. He looked behind him. His right eye widened as he saw Naruto flying towards him once again while shouting, "Kakashi-sensei! Wait!" Seconds later, Naruto crashed in front of Kakashi. He quickly got up as Kakashi asked, "Why are you back? Didn't I tell you to ask for his guidance?" With a grin on his face, Naruto answered, "I did. He praised me, saying that I'm learning the right jutsus, and added that I'm on the right track. He told me to master those 3 jutsus as well, and told me to use Gale Palm Jutsu and Projectile Control Jutsu together, so that others won't be able to dodge my weapons easily." Kakashi nodded and said, "That makes sense. Still, why are you here?" Naruto's grin disappeared, and he looked to be in a bit of panic. He hurriedly said, "Big Brother Fujin pointed out a fatal flaw. He said that even though I'm on the right track with Winjutsu, a ninja shouldn't focus entirely on one element. He said that Winjutsus are weak against fire jutsus, so Sasuke will always defeat me as he knows fire jutsus. To counter fire jutsus, Fujin said that I should learn a water or earth jutsu. Fujin said that you are much better at earth and water release than him, and that you are one of the best in the world. However, Fujin said that I can only learn one more jutsu at the same time. So, please teach me one defensive water or earth jutsu, sensei. I will learn it and beat Sasuke." Kakashi looked at Naruto with a dumbfounded expression. He cursed, "That shameless brat. This is the worst excuse I have ever heard. Couldn't he teach Naruto Earth Wall? How do I send him away now? Also, how does he know about my location? The last time was understandable, as I felt a chakra field scanning me, and I hadn't masked my chakra. But this time, I hid my chakra signature. So how did he know? Did he plant a seal on me? Or did Lord Hokage lend him that crystal?" Even though Kakashi's plan was good, what he didn't know was that Fujin had already anticipated this move when he decided to manipulate Naruto into pestering Kakashi. If anything, he was surprised that Kakashi took so long. As a result, Fujin had already prepared a long list of reasons to send Naruto back to Kakashi. He had just used the first one. While someone like Kakashi could argue against Fujin's reasons, Naruto couldn't. On the contrary, Fujin knew exactly what to say to convince Naruto. Of course, Fujin didn't intend to completely abandon Naruto. He planned to teach him a very overpowered trick that would be very suitable for him. However, it wasn't the right time yet. "Sensei?" Naruto's call snapped Kakashi out of his thoughts. Kakashi immediately replied, "Naruto, learning 4 jutsus at the same time at your age isn't good. Naruto cut him off and argued, "But Fujin said that it'll be fine." Kakashi showed a serious expression and said, "Even though I sent you to take his guidance, don't forget that I'm your sensei. Even mastering 3 jutsus at a time isn't a very good idea, let alone 4. Focus on mastering those 3 jutsus. If you pester me again, we will stop ninjutsu training and go back to physical training." Naruto immediately shivered on recalling Kakashi's deadly training regime. He didn't want to go through it again. He quickly said, "All right, sensei. I'll master them in no time, believe it." He quickly ran away. Kakashi let out a tired sigh and muttered to himself, "Suzuki Fujin, I underestimated him. Anyway, it looks like my decision to send these 3 to the Chunin exams is correct. If they pass and become Chunins, they won't be my responsibility officially. Though if they don't..." Kakashi had a terrible headache. He quickly began making plans to send Naruto back to Fujin somehow. Back in Fujin's compound, his 5 students were standing on a balcony while looking towards the sky. Hikari muttered, "Will Naruto be all right?" Sensei sent him flying for the 2nd time. This time, the 5 of them weren't next to Naruto when Fujin sent him flying. Instead, they were just doing their own things when they heard his scream and looked at the skies. Yuji giggled and said, "He should be fine. He said earlier that the fall didn't hurt him due to the winds. However, his scream was hilarious. I want to hear 'not again' once more." Heh. Sayaka placed her hand on Yuji's shoulder and said with a smirk, "If you continue being mischievous, Sensei might throw you next." Immediately, Yuji became nervous and said, "Hey, I don't create any trouble like Naruto. I'm smart enough to know that I shouldn't annoy Sensei. Besides, what's up with Sensei's wind release? It is so different from any other ninja's wind release." Taikshi nodded and said, "Yes, it almost feels like a Kekkei Genkai. However, Sensei said that he doesn't have any Kekkei Genkai. No one else says that Sensei has a Kekkei Genkai either." Sayaka added, "I was intrigued as well. That's why I did some digging." Her words immediately gained the attention of the remaining kids. As the eldest and the one who led their small squad, her words held slightly more weight than others. Hikari quickly asked, "What did you find?" Sayaka said, "It's difficult to find anything concrete. Instead, I looked at other top-tier ninjas. I discovered that nearly all top-level ninjas can use nature manipulation in a way that almost makes it seem like a Kekkei Genkai. For instance, the 3rd Tsuchikage can fly using Earth Release. He can also make other objects heavier and lighter with Earth Release. The 4th Raikage can create an armor of lightning with Lightning Release. Apparently, no attack can pierce through that armor and he can move at the speed of lightning. So, Sensei's wind release may have reached a similar level. That is why it is so different as compared to our and our Anbu instructor's wind release." Yuji exclaimed in surprise. "You mean that our sensei is at the same level as the Raikage and Tsuchikage?" Sayaka answered, "I can't say for sure. The only thing I can say is that Sensei's wind release is likely at that level. In a way, it is actually cooler than Kekkei Genkai as it is far more versatile and rare. As for whether he can fight against them, it's hard to say, for someone like me." Sayaka's explanation made sense. The 4 kids nodded. Even though they weren't sure, their respect for Fujin increased by a few levels. "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Then Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Jay, Luchi, Mr. Falcon, and Panayotis for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 599, How Long Will You Keep Playing? Chapter 605 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Thanks to Kakashi's warning, Naruto no longer bothered him and focused on mastering the 3 jutsus. Of course, that didn't mean that Kakashi was completely free. He still had to lead Team 7 on their missions. With Naruto and Sasuke becoming increasingly competitive, his days weren't peaceful by any means. It was quite a contrast from Fujin, who had relieved himself from nearly every duty and focused on his training. Even in his absence, his students focused on mastering their jutsus earnestly. In one of the many training grounds in Konoha, loud sounds were constantly being heard. Even the ground shook frequently, as if an earthquake had hit the training ground. If someone passed by, they would think that some sort of calamity was happening. If they were to check, they'd be shocked to see that all the sounds and shaking were happening due to clashes of fists and legs. Standing some distance away, Tenten sighed and said, "Every time I see them fighting, I find it hard to believe that ninjas can fight in this manner. If it was me, my hands and legs would long be injured." Lee nodded and said, "They are even more fierce today, as expected of Gai-sensei and Fujin-san." Neji added, "It looks like they aren't holding back this time." Unlike a year ago, Gai's students could now follow Fujin's and Gai's movements. In the training ground, Fujin's and Gai's fists clashed once again before they retreated. Both their breathing was heavy. Guy said, "Not bad. You are very enthusiastic today, Fujin. Your stamina with the strong fist style is several times higher than when you first used it, as expected as someone so youthful." Fujin thought, "Yeah, but looks like forcing him to open the gates with just my taijutsu is still impossible. Oh well, that's not a surprise." Fujin chuckled and said, "I haven't been in a good fight for some time. Guy, how many gates can you open without putting much of a strain on your body?" Guy was surprised by Fujin's question. It was the first time Fujin had asked something like that. It also was the first time when Fujin had pushed him this much, despite them having sparred so many times. He wondered, "Is he preparing for something?" Guy answered, "5. If I open the 6th, I'll need to rest for some time." Fujin replied, "That's impressive. Lord Hokage recently gave me a task, and I don't want to be caught lacking. Are you fine with taking a spar a notch higher?" Guy grinned and said, "Of course, let your youth explode." Fujin grinned as well and said, "I won't be holding back." At the very next moment, a huge blast of wind was launched behind Fujin. Neji, Lee, and Tenten, who were standing some distance behind Fujin, were caught off guard and hit by the high-speed winds. All were launched behind for a few meters but managed to land on their feet. Lee cursed. What the hell was that? Needless to say, the most surprised one was Guy. Even before the winds hit his students, Fujin's fist was right in front of his face. He barely managed to block the punch with his arms, but was sent flying due to Fujin's momentum. Guy quickly flipped in the air and landed on a tree before jumping back on the ground. As for the tree, it broke into two due to his force. Despite being hit, Guy had a grin on his face as he thought, "So this is Fujin's real speed? As expected of someone who specializes in wind release. It's the same speed as mine when I open the Gate of Life. How exciting. I can't lag behind. Gate of Opening, open." Fujin looked at Guy opening 3 gates in a row and thought with a grin on his face, "Now, this should be a good warm-up for Orochimaru." Grinning, the two raised the intensity of their spar several-fold. Guy's students, whose confidence had grown by leaps and bounds as they were able to see Fujin and Guy's fight clearly, were left dumbfounded as they could no longer follow them. Lee observed carefully and realized, even with the Gate of Life, Guy-sensei is faster and stronger than I am when I open my Gate of Limit. Also, how is Fujin-san so fast despite not opening any gates? What is that strange wind that he keeps blasting? Unless I open my inner gates, I won't be able to see their movements. With the winds Fujin was randomly blasting, the trio decided to create a larger distance and moved away. 15 minutes later, Fujin and Guy finally stopped. Both their breathing was heavy and both had several minor injuries on their body. Guy said, "That's very impressive, Fujin. As expected of you." Fujin replied, "You are the one to talk. I don't think there was anyone in the history of this world who could sustain 8 inner gates for so long. I run out of gas in a few minutes." Guy grinned without replying and closed his inner gates. He was about to say when he heard a bird's sound and looked above. He said, "Looks like it's time. I'll catch up with you later, Fujin." Fujin took a deep breath and said, "It's fine." With a smile on his face, he added, "Good luck to your students in the Chunin exams." Guy was surprised that Fujin knew about it. He wondered, is the task he spoke about related to the exam? He nodded and left after addressing his students quickly. Fujin disappeared from the training ground as well while thinking, the exams will begin in a week from now. I need to be in my best shape. I haven't had a good fight since I fought Reiga. That said, at my level, getting a good fight is a very rare event. I doubt Orochimaru fought with anyone after his little clash with Itachi either. Oh well, this spar with Guy should be enough warm-up. I'll train for another week until the exam begins. As Fujin returned home, another interesting event occurred in Konoha. Naruto and Sakura, who had just returned from their mission, met with Konohamaru's gang. As in the original story, Sakura beat both of them up when Konohamaru asked whether she was Naruto's girlfriend, and Naruto agreed. Holding the bump on his head, Konohamaru said, "I don't even think she's human. Did you see how wide her forehead is?" Unfortunately for him, he hadn't bothered lowering his voice. Sakura, who was walking away, froze. She mechanically turned around with an expression that terrified the 4 of them. All 4 began running away as she chased after them. The chase didn't last for long as Konohamaru ran into Kankuro, While Hiruzen held a meeting with the senseis, Kankuro held up Konohamaru. To rescue him, Naruto moved forward, but Kankuro used a chakra thread to make Naruto slip. As he fell, Naruto thought, "What the hell? My foot froze. That's similar to Big Brother Fujin's wind release." Despite the chakra thread, Naruto managed to control himself and didn't entirely fall. He quickly regained his balance and shouted, "Hey, you in the black pig suit. Release him now, and I'll go easy on you." Unfortunately, that earned him a scolding from Sakura. While she held him, Kankuro threatened to kill Konohamaru and went for a punch. Realizing that it wouldn't be good, Naruto weaved hand seals while cursing, "Bastard!" Temari recognized the hand seals and thought, "Not good." She quickly grabbed her fan. Not wanting to accidentally injure Konohamaru, Naruto didn't throw any weapon and instead just sent a small blast of wind towards Kankuro with Gale Palm Jutsu. However, Temari opened her fan and used it to cover Kankuro, blocking Naruto's attack. The wind blast caused Temari to move behind slightly and made her, Kankuro, and Konohamaru feel a breeze. At the same time, a stone hit Kankuro's wrist, stopping his punch and forcing him to let Konohamaru go. Like in the original story, Kankuro tried to fight with Sasuke until Gaara appeared and threatened him. The only difference was that Konohamaru wasn't that disappointed in Naruto, and others didn't look down on Naruto. Especially Temari, who was surprised to see a wind jutsu being used. At the same time, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma gave their approval for their genins to take part in the Chunin exams. Iruka opposed it but was shut down ruthlessly by Kakashi. A week later, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke met outside the academy, ready to participate in the Chunin exams. Meanwhile, two individuals were playing a game of shogi in a tower that was at the center of a deadly forest. One of them was young, the other was middle-aged with a few scars on his face showing his experience. A lady, with dango sticks in her hand, scolded in annoyance, "How long will you keep playing? The genins should be gathering right now." And you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 600, Cold Winds. Chapter 606 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "How long are you going to keep playing?" Anko asked in annoyance. She had been pestering Fujin to accompany her to the academy since the morning. However, Fujin had shown no signs of getting up. Instead, he just made a move. Renjiro made his move as well and asked with a chuckle, "What's the rush, Anko-chan? There's still a couple of hours before the first round will be done." Sitting next to him, Hoka added, "Yeah. Calm down, Anko. You have been restless since the morning." Since Fujin had nothing to do, he had asked Renjiro and Hoka to accompany him to the tower in the Forest of Death. He just mentioned Hiruzen's worries, and since neither of them had anything to do, they agreed. As a result, Anko was outnumbered 3-1, making her feel frustrated. She said with a flustered expression, "You. All right, keep playing. Humph." She began walking away when Fujin chuckled and said, "Don't worry, Anko. I have already made the arrangements." Anko was surprised. She wondered, he has been sitting here for the last few hours. What arrangements did he make? Unable to figure it out, she asked, "What arrangements?" Fujin smirked and said, "Pretty cool ones." The other three in the room stared at him with a deadpan expression. However, Fujin showed no intention of explaining anything. Finally, Anko's shoulders drooped as she slumped into a chair and exclaimed tiredly, "I give up." Fujin chuckled once again and continued focusing on the game while chatting with Renjiro and Hoka. Over at the academy, things changed slightly due to Fujin's influence. Luckily, they weren't too drastic. The largest change he had caused was undoubtedly to Team 7. Naruto was considerably stronger by this time than in the original story. He knew several wind jutsus and had better control over his chakra. His confidence was higher as well. In addition, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were all considerably stronger physically, as Kakashi had made their training significantly more difficult. Due to his increased confidence, Naruto didn't challenge Lee when Lee challenged Sasuke. Sasuke fared better in his fight, but still got defeated humiliatingly, and would have been thrashed if Guy's summon didn't stop the fight. The trio met Might Guy for the first time as well, and were shocked due to his eyebrows and speed. Their interactions after entering the exam hall were more or less the same. They caught up with their old classmates before meeting Kabuto, who gave them some information about the Chunin exams. He also gave them details on a few strong participants, like Rock Lee and Gaara. Eventually, he was attacked by the squad from Hidden Sound before Ibiki appeared in the room and began the exam. Ibiki's exam was the same. The first part required the participants to copy smartly. Even though Naruto had become slightly more intelligent, he still couldn't figure out the meaning behind the test and refused to copy Hinata's answers due to fear of being caught and eliminated from the exam. While the exam was underway, Fujin looked towards the clock and muttered, "It's almost time." Anko's ears perked up hearing his words. She got up and asked, "Finally! If we leave now, we might still be able to make it to the academy in time." Fujin nodded and said, Why don't you move ahead, Anko? I'll meet you outside the Forest of Death." Fujin's words confused her. Having interacted with Fujin for the past few days, Anko had realized that Fujin was quite eccentric. She suspiciously asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin chuckled and replied, "Just what I said. Why are you hesitating?" She continued looking at Fujin suspiciously, but he didn't give her any hints. She began walking while cursing under her breath. "If you don't come soon, I swear that I'll make Hokage-sama change the proctor in the middle of the exam." Her words were just loud enough so that the three of them could hear. She left quickly. Renjiro and Hoka looked at Fujin, who nonchalantly continued playing the game. Neither understood what he was up to, and Fujin didn't bother explaining. Finally, Hoka couldn't take it and asked, "What game are you playing?" Fujin looked at him curiously, pointed towards the board and answered, "Shogi, is there an issue with your eyes?" Hoka snorted in annoyance and asked, "Do you want to annoy everyone?" "You know what I mean. Why aren't you following her?" Renjiro added, "I know it is only a temporary appointment, but you shouldn't take it so lightly. The old man must have a reason to make you the proctor. It wouldn't be good if something happens and you aren't present." Fujin looked at Hoka and replied, "I don't know. It's kind of fun to annoy others, haha." He turned his gaze towards Renjiro and said, "Don't worry. I have truly made the arrangements. If anyone intends to create trouble, then he or she will be very sorry. Unless it is a rank S ninja, of course." Seeing Fujin's confidence, Renjiro said, "It's fine as long as you have the confidence." The two of them continued playing. Meanwhile, Hoka wondered, what arrangements did he make? He activated his Byakugan, but couldn't find anything in the tower or the forest. Anko traveled through the Forest of Death while still cursing Fujin. She muttered, "This brat. Why do I feel that he still hasn't left the tower? Why did Lord Hokage appoint such a brat as the proctor? Did he even pass the guidance hall proposal, or did he just get the credit? I can't make any sense of his actions." She exited the Forest of Death and landed in the area where they would later distribute the scrolls to the participants. Not even a second had passed when she heard, "You should train more seriously, Anko. I have been waiting here for you forever." Anko was surprised. She turned around and saw Fujin sitting in a chair with a book in his hands as if he were on vacation. She exclaimed in surprise, "How did you get here before me? I didn't sense anyone passing by me." Fujin raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "That's all the more reason for you to train more seriously." Anko was dumbfounded by his response. Seconds later, she became irritated and cursed internally. "What the fuck? I can swear that no one passed by me. I don't care what reputation he has as the spectral swordsman, no one can sneak past me so easily. Also, if he ran past me, why doesn't he look tired? There isn't even a drop of sweat on his body." The more she thought, the more irritated she became. Knowing she'd be teased by Fujin if she asked about it, she changed the subject and said, "Whatever, let's go to the academy." Fujin raised his eyebrow again and asked, "Why?" Growing increasingly irritated, Anko asked aggressively, "What do you mean why? Who'll inform them to come here?" Fujin waved his hand dismissively and replied, I'm not running to them. It's more fun to see them come running here." Fujin suddenly disappeared from the chair and appeared very close to Anko, who was growing increasingly annoyed. Anko was surprised as she noticed Fujin observing her very carefully. She asked, "What?" Before she could complete her question, Fujin asked with worry on his face, "Are you fine, Anko?" "I didn't notice it earlier. but you have been looking flustered and agitated all day. Even your cheeks are slightly red. Should I examine you? I'm a trainee medical ninja." Fujin's fake worry once again annoyed Anko. She cursed. "This fucking brat! I want to beat him up so damn much!" She snorted and turned around, moving away from Fujin, who just chuckled in response and went back to his chair. Back in the academy, Ibiki put forth the rules of the last question. Hearing that they would never be allowed to take the Chunin exam if they failed to get the answer right, many quit. Only 78 genins were left when Naruto had his little outburst, which raised the confidence of the remaining participants. Ibiki looked at the remaining participants and announced, "Good call. So everyone who is still here, you've just passed the first exam." Ibiki's announcement shocked every participant still in the room. They quickly asked their queries as Ibiki patiently explained the reasoning behind the test and gave them valuable lessons. With a smile on his face, Ibiki ended by saying, "Part 1 of the Chunin selection exam is now concluded. I'll pray you fight the good fight." Needless to say, everyone was pleased to hear Ibiki's explanation, none more so than Naruto. A smile was present on the faces of all 78 participants when they suddenly felt a chill. Even the examiners keeping an eye on the genins felt a chill. Except for Ibiki, who guessed accurately, every one of them became alert. Naruto muttered, "How did it get so cold all of a sudden, and what's this wind?" Next to him, Hinata shivered slightly due to the cold. Sasuke had a frown on his face as he wondered, "What is this chakra I am feeling?" Even Gaara was surprised as he wondered, "What is this chakra? Why am I getting such a dangerous feeling from it?" Temari, Kankuro, Lee, and others in the room wondered the same thing and prepared themselves. No one in the room had ever experienced such a chakra. Even the Chunin examiners got up. "Byakugan!" Neji activated his Byakugan and was immediately shocked. He wondered, "What the hell? This chakra has invaded the entire room." A ninja wearing the hidden grass headband became amused and looked at the front of the room as he thought, "Such a high-quality yin and wind chakra. Interesting." At the place where he was looking, the winds began flowing and taking a form. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBA, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Duskmar, Rained Guy, Tyron, Daniel, Rahul, Blanket, Carl, Moratz, Keytrodic, Nerudorden, John, Kenneth Des, and Adrian for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Abhinav for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 601, a mini-test. Chapter 607 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the exam hall, everyone's attention was attracted by what was happening in front of Ibiki. Sakura asked in fear, "What is that? How can winds move like that?" She wondered if it was a genjutsu and tried disrupting her chakra. However, the scene in front of her didn't change. The other genins as well as the chunins in the room had the same question. None of them had seen winds doing anything close to what they were witnessing. They tried disrupting their chakra as well to ensure that they weren't in a genjutsu. There were only 4 people in the room who had different thoughts. Ibiki looked at the winds in front of him and thought, "That's quite a show he has planned. Did Anko put him up to this? Still, isn't his control over the wind a bit too ridiculous? I don't think anyone in the Land of Wind can do something like this." Gaara carefully observed the winds and noticed, "The winds are moving just like my sand." Orochimaru looked at the winds and analyzed. "Marvelous. I have never seen such a high degree of control over the wind. In addition, a high amount of yin chakra is mixed in the winds, making everyone feel a chill and making it seem like the room temperature has dropped. Interesting. To think that you'd put him as the proctor of the next round, Sensei. Do you already know about my plans? No matter. This boy was causing me headaches. This is a good opportunity to eliminate him before the war begins." And the last person who had some clue about what was happening had a peculiar expression on his face. Naruto looked at the winds and muttered softly, "Don't tell me it is Big Brother Fujin." He wondered whether he should call Fujin out. However, he shivered and thought, "Let it be. I don't want to be thrown into the sky again." Naruto chose to keep his mouth shut. In front of the room, the winds took the form of a human-shaped figure wearing a large cloak who was floating in the air. The only human-like features that could be seen were two glowing eyes. Those glowing eyes scanned the room for a few moments before everyone in the room heard a whisper. 26 squads. The second part of the Chunin exams begins now. The squads who have passed the first round go to Training Ground 44. If anyone doesn't make it there in 15 minutes, then your entire squad will be disqualified. You are allowed to ask for anyone's help, but if anyone fights or causes any destruction or chaos in the village, then your entire squad will be disqualified and handed to Ibiki. Your time starts now. The human-like figure dispersed into winds after passing the message. Within a few seconds, the breeze inside the room and the chill everyone was feeling disappeared. The entire room was stunned. No one expected an order to be given in such a manner. The impact it had was far greater than Ibiki's entrance. Suddenly, everyone came to their senses and the genins quickly began reacting. Kiba exclaimed, "Shit, what was that?" Since when could wind speak? Many others had the same reply. Shino appeared next to him and replied, "It's probably the proctor of our second exam. Anyway, we don't have time to waste. Let's get together with Hinata and move." Someone from the Hidden Rain complained, "This is so unfair. The Hidden Leaf ninjas get an unfair advantage. They know where the training grounds are in their village." However, standing next to him, his teammate said, "Why bother crying? Can't we just follow them to the training ground?" The ninja who complained immediately felt stupid. The ones who had taken the exam earlier knew about the location of the training ground. They immediately began moving. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke gathered together. Naruto immediately asked, "Do either of you know where the training ground 44 is?" Both shook their heads. Naruto panicked and asked, "What do we do now? Should we follow them as well?" Both Sakura and Sasuke looked at him like he was an idiot. He immediately became flustered and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Sakura answered, "Didn't you hear that figure? We can ask for help. Let's just ask Kakashi-sensei. We won't need to worry about anyone leading us astray." Naruto exclaimed in surprise, "That's right! Let's find Kakashi-sensei quickly." They quickly rushed outside along with a few other genin squads and found Kakashi along with other senseis. The genins quickly approached their senseis and asked them about the location of the training ground 44. The senseis were surprised to hear about the mini-test. Kakashi wondered, who is the proctor for the second exam? For such a change to be made. Kakashi quickly informed his students about the location. Sakura asked, "Sensei, do you know about anyone who can become wind?" Kakashi was surprised by her question. He asked, "What do you mean?" Sakura informed him about what happened in the exam hall after Ibiki's test was over. Kakashi was surprised again and analyzed, "That sounds like a wind clone, but a wind clone looks like the user. Also, it can't reduce temperature. Who could do something like that?" Fujin's face appeared in Kakashi's head as he recalled the scene of Naruto flying towards him. However, he wasn't sure. Seeing Kakashi in thought, Sasuke said, "We don't have time right now, Sakura. We will leave now, sensei." Kakashi nodded as the genins left. He sent a shadow clone behind them to ensure that they went in the right direction. As the genins left, the senseis were left alone once again. Asuma asked, "Who could control winds to such a degree?" Kurenai shook her head and answered, "I don't think it was winds. It sounded more like a genjutsu." "I guess it might be someone from the Kurama clan. What do you think, Kakashi?" Kakashi replied, "It's difficult to say. I sent a shadow clone behind them, so we will know soon." Asuma and Kurenai nodded. The 78 genins continued rushing through Konoha until they reached the outskirts. Anko was in the mini-camp when she noticed some people moving towards them in a rush. Fujin had his space-time sensing technique active the entire time, so he knew all about their movements. Anko moved front and realized, the genins are rushing here? She looked towards Fujin and thought, so he wasn't lying. However, what arrangements did he make? Did he ask Ibiki to send them here? But that would be so boring. Also, why are they rushing here with such speed? Anko became curious about what Fujin had done. Unfortunately, he didn't even pay any attention towards the genins who were rushing here, and instead kept reading the book he was holding. She looked away in annoyance and muttered, Continue acting mysterious. The genins who had taken the exam previously were the first ones to reach the Forest of Death. Behind them were the genins who followed them. The last ones were the new Jinins who asked for their senseis for information. As Fujin expected, everyone made it comfortably within the time limit. Gaara, Kankuro, and Tamari were surprised to see Fujin. They recalled his appearance and information told to them in their father's office. Lee, whose squad reached the Forest of Death at the 11th minute, noticed Fujin and said, "Look, Fujin is there." Neji and Tenten noticed him as well. Tenten wondered, "Is he one of the examiners?" Neji replied, "Could be. Or perhaps he could be the proctor." Even though they had seen Fujin fight with Guy, they had only seen Fujin using taijutsu. The last spar was the first time when they saw Fujin use wind release, and even then, Fujin mostly used winds to enhance his own speed and used non-lethal attacks like infinite breakthrough jutsu. He didn't use his wind domain, Akyum jutsus, or even attacks like blades of wind jutsu since they would have forced Guy to open more inner gates. Hence, they couldn't connect the winds to Fujin like Naruto could. Soon after them, Naruto's squad reached close to the Forest of Death. As they were running, Naruto saw Fujin immediately and said, "Crap, it is Big Brother Fujin." Sakura and Sasuke immediately heard him. Sakura asked, "The one you always keep talking about? Where is he?" Naruto pointed towards Fujin and said, "Him, the one reading a book. He should be the proctor of our next round." Sasuke looked at Fujin and thought, "So, he is the one who taught Naruto wind jutsus and how to climb a tree. Still, how could he control winds like that? From Kakashi's expression, I don't think even he could do anything like that. First Might Guy and now him. How many strong ninjas are there?" Having seen Guy's speed and Fujin's application of wind, Sasuke felt a lot more pressure. Naruto warned nervously, "Don't annoy him. He can throw you across the village with a flick of his wrists. He can be very scary." Sakura looked at Naruto and thought with surprise, "So there is someone who even Naruto is scared of. But what does he mean by that? No one can throw someone across the village, right?" Around a minute after Naruto's squad reached, Karen's squad from Kusagakure reached the Forest of Death. They were the last ones to arrive. Fujin closed his book and got up. His movements were immediately noticed by the genins as they had seen other examiners frequently looking at Fujin earlier. Fujin walked in front of the genins and said with a sly smile on his face, "I am Suzuki Fujin, the proctor of the second round of the Chunin selection exam. The arena for this round will be the Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSBly. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Mohammed, AR3S Rodrigo, Marcio, Water is Old, Yuyo, Randall, Yekawat, Simply F, Carl, Random123, Sebastian, Todd, Astaroth, Edward, Marcus, Aaron, Alvin, Javier, and Kai for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 602. Missed Opportunity. Chapter 608 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wow, we were ranked 4th in Power Stones in the last week. Excellent job, guys. Keep it up. Hearing the name Forest of Death, every genin turned their attention to the forest behind Fujin. Many gulped nervously, noticing the humongous trees and the darkness was within. On the other hand, there were a few maniacal laughs. Sakura looked at it and said nervously, "It looks like a creepy place." She looked at Fujin and thought, "It's a good thing that Naruto is close with the proctor, though I'm not sure whether he'll help us during the exam." Tamari was looking at Fujin as well, but her mind wasn't on the Forest of Death. Instead, she thought, the ninja who controlled the winds in the exam hall should be him. They were right. His mastery over wind release is better than anyone from Tsunagakure. Even Father and Baki-sensei's wind release isn't as good as his. Still, how did he do that? And why were the winds so cold? As someone who focused on wind release, Tamari became very interested in Fujin's control over the wind. Unfortunately, she wasn't in a position to ask him. Fujin continued, "The second round will be a survival test. It means that you can die in this round. Similarly, you can kill others if you wish to. If any of you aren't willing to risk your life, you can turn around and leave." Fujin looked around. Needless to say, no one did so. Fujin nodded and said, "Good. Hand them the papers." A couple of examiners came forward, each holding a set of papers. They began distributing the papers. Fujin said, "You'll receive 2 sets of papers. The first one is a consent form. All of you have to sign it so that we won't be liable for any injuries you might suffer or your deaths. The second is the topography of the training ground. As you can see, the training ground is circular with a radius of 10 kilometers, a river flowing through it, and a tower at the center. Remember it properly, as you will be disqualified if you step out of this training ground for any reason during this round." The Jinins listened carefully and properly observed the map. Standing next to Fujin, Anko had a frown on her face. She looked at the Jinins in confusion. Why is everyone so obedient and looking at him with such respect? Having proctored the exam a couple of times, Anko knew how arrogant the Jinins were. It was why she resorted to taking actions that created an impact on them to keep them in line. However, Fujin had been chilling in his chair and then chatted casually with everyone. Yet, no one dared to pass any odd comment. Anko looked at him and wondered, is this also a part of one of his arrangements? Or did Ibiki put the Janins in line? She couldn't be sure. Fujin completed explaining the training grounds and answered a few queries before saying, "Now, about what the exam will be." Fujin took out 2 scrolls and explained, "This is a scroll of heaven, and this one is a scroll of earth. 13 teams will be given a scroll of heaven, while the remaining will be given a scroll of earth. In order to pass this round, your squad needs to collect both scrolls and bring them to the tower at the center. However, if any of your teammates die during this round, then your entire squad will be disqualified. In addition, if anyone opens either of the scrolls during the exam, your squad will be disqualified no matter to which squad that scroll was initially assigned." Hearing Fujin's words, Sakura said, "In other words, at least half of us, the 13 teams whose scrolls have been stolen," Fujin replied. "More or less, though that is an unrealistic situation as well. Anyway, the time limit is 5 days. If you still want to participate, hand in your consent forms and collect a scroll. Each team will enter the training ground from a different entry point, which will be assigned while you collect the scrolls." 5 days? What are we supposed to eat for food? Choji exclaimed in surprise. Fujin turned around and replied with a chuckle. "Your choice. If you have food with you, you can eat that. Else you can eat the plants, insects, and animals in the forest, though look out for the poisonous ones. If you somehow run out of those, then you can even eat each other. Whatever suits your taste. Anyway, try to stay alive. It'll be troublesome if too many of you die." The nonchalant manner in which Fujin spoke those words gave most of the Genins a creep. Naruto muttered to himself, "I knew Fujin was scary, but I didn't know he was this scary." Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto, wondering whether he was the same Fujin that Naruto always spoke so highly about. Fujin returned to his chair and looked at the participants once again. More specifically, his eyes landed on Gaara and Orochimaru's disguise. He thought, if it wasn't such an important event and the participants weren't so high profile, I could have had so much fun. Instead of letting them go through different gates, I could have just thrown everyone randomly inside the forest. Wouldn't that be a sight to see? I could have even thrown the teammates far from each other, making the Chunin exams completely chaotic. With everyone knowing the transformation jutsu, it would have been a Herculean task just to find the right teammates. The only drawback would be that such an exam would have been extremely difficult. I doubt whether anyone could pass. Fujin chuckled at the thought before concluding his thoughts. Oh well, it's probably for the best. If I showed off that skill too much, these bastards might give me that task during the 4th Great Ninja War. Even though it is fun, I don't want it to be a job. With the rules explained, Fujin took a back seat. Anko handled the remaining work. Within a few minutes, everyone handed in their scrolls and were handed the scrolls secretly. With all formalities done, Fujin lazily said without getting up from his chair, "Follow your examiners to your respective gates. When the signal sounds in half an hour, the exam will begin." With those words, everyone dispersed. Half an hour later, the signal sounded, and the Genins rushed in. Anko approached Fujin and said, "You know, you could at least pretend to be interested." Fujin chuckled and replied, "I'm plenty interested, Anko. I was just looking for the suspicious fellows. A couple of them really stand out. It looks like this round will be very interesting." Anko was surprised. She asked, "You notice suspicious Genins?" "Who?" Fujin replied, "The bloodthirsty squad from Kusa and the squad from Suna. That kid carrying the gourd is especially dangerous. Don't engage him in a battle. Anyway, it's just a suspicion. Let me see if they'll actually dare to make a move." Anko recalled the faces Fujin mentioned. Knowing the reason why Hiruzen had appointed Fujin as the proctor, she had carefully observed the Genins as well. Before she could say anything, Fujin spoke again. "I'll leave the formalities here to you. Meet me in the tower once everything is taken care of." Immediately, Fujin dispersed in a cloud of smoke. Anko's eyes twitched as she realized he was a shadow clone. No wonder there wasn't a drop of sweat or a speck of dust on him. That brat fooled me. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized, wait, don't tell me he sent a clone to the academy as well. No wonder those brats were so alert against him. I need to ask Ibiki what he did. Anko snapped out of her thoughts as she heard a loud scream. She looked towards the forest and said with a smirk, "Well, that was fast." As in the original story, Kurenai's squad eliminated a squad very early, and Naruto had an urge to urinate, so he went away from the squad after getting punched by Sakura. He was peacefully doing his business when suddenly Sasuke appeared behind him. Naruto was surprised. He looked at him and asked, "Why did you come here? Do you want to take a leak as we—" "What the hell, Sasuke?" The poor guy hadn't even completed his business when he suddenly had to duck down to avoid a blow, nearly planting his face in his own urine. Not wanting to give up such a good opening, Sasuke threw several kunai at Naruto, who had jumped away and was busy closing his pants. Naruto barely managed to avoid them, but his eyes widened as he saw that one of the kunai, which landed right in front of him, had a paper bomb, which was burning. He exclaimed, "Well, fuck me," while hurriedly moving backwards and weaving hand seals. The paper bomb exploded, but before the impact could reach Naruto, he used the great breakthrough jutsu to blow everything away. He sighed in relief and muttered, "Barely safe. Now, which bastard was pretending to be Sasuke? I'll beat him." Naruto's words were stuck in his throat as he heard a voice behind him. "One false move and I'll kill you. Now, hand over the scroll." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvish8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lucas, Alexander, Nathan, JCZP, Nabigen, Hunter2112, Hunter, Gerald, Sketchy, Eden, Chuebu, Nico, Seabot, West Wind, Eternal Happiness, Kev, Lancer, Everett, Juan, James, Ihu, and Nitsu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 603, Orochimaru's Suicide. Chapter 609 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Naruto glanced behind him and wondered, who is this joker? Naruto saw a genin wearing a rebreather and a yellow jumpsuit. Since his disguise hadn't been as effective as he had envisioned, Oboro had dropped his transformation jutsu. In addition, since Naruto performed much better than he speculated, he thought that Naruto might have the scroll. However, before Oboro could do anything, he jumped behind as several shurikens attacked him. Hearing the sound of an explosion, and due to the winds generated by Naruto's jutsu, Sasuke and Sakura were alerted. They didn't waste any time and quickly came to reinforce Naruto. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura, Oboro analyzed, that blonde kid is tougher than he looks. Others might be stronger as well. I should have come here with my teammates instead of trying to conceal my presence. Not wanting to take any undue risks, he escaped. Sasuke appeared beside Naruto and asked, "What the hell happened here, Naruto?" Naruto immediately replied, "He disguised as you and tried to sneak attack me when I was taking a leak. I'm gonna beat that joker if I see him again. Believe it." Sasuke immediately thought, "Terrible! We will need to ensure that something like this doesn't happen again, or we could all end up dead." While Sasuke was thinking of countermeasures, Sakura got angry and smacked Naruto on the head once again while shouting, "Close your pants properly, Naruto." Naruto immediately did so while complaining, "Hey, don't blame me. That bastard didn't even let me take a leak in peace." Sasuke ignored their antics and said, "Remember this. If we get separated again, we can't trust each other blindly. Otherwise, it can get much worse than they just did." Sakura asked, "But what can we do?" Sasuke said, "The safest thing for us to have is a secret password. That way we'll know. No matter who they look like or how they sound, if one of us gets that wrong, they're an enemy." Naruto and Sakura nodded. Sasuke continued, "Listen very carefully. I'll say it only once. It's a poem called Ninki." Sasuke recited a long and complicated poem. Sakura memorized it right away. However, Naruto couldn't do so. He asked in a deadpan tone, "And you expect me to remember that? How?" Naruto tried changing the password to something easier but wasn't paid any attention to by either of his teammates. Sasuke grabbed the scroll and said, "I'll keep the scroll with me." A second later, the three Genins were hit by a powerful wind current. Naruto cursed in surprise. "What the hell?" Sasuke exclaimed, "A new enemy. Stay on guard." Even though the three Genins raised their guard, they weren't able to take the attack head-on and were blown away. After the attack passed, Sasuke took cover under the vegetation in the area and stayed hidden until he saw Sakura. Sakura was about to approach him when he stopped her and asked for the password. She nodded and recited the Ninki accurately. Sasuke replied, "Good." Are you guys all right?" Naruto appeared as well. He was walking towards them when Sasuke said, "Not so fast, Naruto, the password?" "Right, Ninki." Naruto maintained his goofy grin and recited, "We thrive in the chaos of the enemy tide. Quiet shinobi don't need dens to hide. Our only concern is to watch and wait until the enemy lowers the gate." Sasuke smirked on hearing that, while Sakura sighed in relief. However, to the surprise of both Sakura and Naruto, Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto. The attack was so sudden that Naruto barely managed to dodge the kunai and fell over as he did so. Sakura quickly asked, "What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto got the password right." Sasuke didn't reply and just stared at Naruto. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke was released around Naruto, attracting Sakura's attention. They heard a mature voice, "Well done." The smoke cleared and a tall ninja wearing a large hat and Kusagakure headband appeared in front of them. He asked, "What gave me away?" Sasuke replied, "I knew you were underground, eavesdropping on everything we said. That's why I chose this kind of password." He smirked and added, "The real Naruto would never manage to memorize it." "Gotcha, imposter!" The Kusa-genin replied, "I see. This is going to be more fun than I thought." Some distance away, Naruto was lying upside down. The winds had specifically targeted him, sending him quite a distance away from his teammates. He cursed. First that fake Sasuke, and now this wind jutsu. He began getting up while wondering, where did Sakura and that bonehead Sasuke go? His eyes suddenly widened as a large shadow was cast on him. He exclaimed, "It's huge!" A gigantic snake, several times the largest snake Naruto had ever seen, appeared in front of him. The snake dived underground and tried sneaking behind him while trying to wrap him with its tail. Due to his surprise, Naruto was slightly slow to react. However, he quickly realized and made a hand seal thinking, "Shit! It's trying to eat me." Body flicker jutsu. Just before the snake could coil around him, Naruto disappeared. He appeared on top of the tree and muttered while making new hand seals. "What's up with this forest?" Fujin didn't warn us about something like this. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 7 shadow clones appeared next to Naruto. The snake noticed it and quickly stretched its body upwards, aiming to swallow Naruto and his clones. Unfortunately for it, Naruto and his clones just threw kunai with paper bombs attached inside its wide mouth and dispersed. Seconds later, Naruto exploded all the bombs, blowing the snake into smithereens and bathing nearby trees in its blood. While he did so, his teammates began fighting a Kusa-genin, who was in fact a fearsome rank S ninja in disguise. Unfortunately, they had no idea. Even if they did, there wasn't much they could do about it. Just like in the original story, Orochimaru used a genjutsu mixed with his bloodlust to frighten and paralyze Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke stabbed his own thigh and used the pain to break out of it before escaping. He hid along with Sakura before being sneak-attacked by a gigantic snake as well. Even though he killed it, Orochimaru appeared from within the snake, spooking him and Sakura. Orochimaru immediately went on the attack, but was stopped by the shurikens Naruto threw, who reached their position. Some distance away from the four of them, a figure could be seen standing with his back resting against a tree. None of them knew that he was aware of their battle. He sighed and thought, "Tsk, that disrespectful snake. He is making a mess even though I'm the one in charge of the exam. Oh well, since he's planning to weaken himself even further, why should I bother stopping him? Plant a dozen more curse seals. I'll see what countermeasures you have prepared for me after you divide your soul even more." Even though Fujin considered Orochimaru a formidable ninja and someone extremely difficult to kill, he didn't actually view Orochimaru as a threat. In the original story, after being weakened by Hiruzen's last strike, his prowess weakened a lot, and he was later killed by Sasuke. So Fujin didn't bother putting a stop to his plans. Even though he could prevent Orochimaru from putting the curse seal on Sasuke right then, it wouldn't mean much in the long term, as Orochimaru could just do so later. If anything, interfering right then could create changes that Fujin wouldn't like to see. For instance, Sasuke would spend most of his time with Kakashi after the second round was over. If Orochimaru decided to act at that time, there was a chance that Kakashi might die prematurely, something Fujin would loathe to see due to the ripple effect it would have on the future. Even if Kakashi somehow managed to hold off Orochimaru while protecting Sasuke, Orochimaru had the option of applying his seal to some other Uchiha kid. And it wasn't feasible to expect another Uchiha to kill Orochimaru, as Sasuke did. In that case, Orochimaru would survive with a Uchiha body with unknown strength and ridiculous goals. He could affect major events in the future. Fujin didn't want to calculate all that. The only thing he saw was that it wasn't beneficial to him in any way. If he interfered, then he would only bring Orochimaru more benefits. In fact, from Fujin's perspective, interfering now was equivalent to stopping Orochimaru from committing suicide. For those reasons, he didn't bother helping Kakashi's students. Fujin looked in the direction of the battle and thought, even though I don't want to interfere, I need to ensure that Naruto and Sakura stay alive. He might not do anything to Naruto due to his status, but Sakura is just an ordinary genin right now. However, she'll be quite significant in the future, be it her prowess or the emotional impact her death might have on Naruto. Anyway, the good thing is that Orochimaru wants to see Sasuke fight in higher rounds. Not to mention, she won't bother him much. So he shouldn't kill her. Otherwise, saving her from such a distance will be rather difficult even with my Flying Thunder God Jutsu. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhasnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Galaxy Past, MSSC, Tanav, Stephen, Robert, Jared, Mohammed, Peplum, Warawat, Dark, Ben, Fighting Shadows, Dave, Cosmic, Ari, Mike, Jay, Jiragonic, and Gabriel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 604, Terrified Sakura. Chapter 610 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. 1, 2, 3, all of them are as dead as stone Buddhas. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Outside the Forest of Death, a squad of Konoha ninjas found 3 dead bodies. Kotetsu, who was inspecting their bodies, scratched the back of his head and sighed. What bad news? We have just started the exam and have already faced a problem. He instructed, report this to Council Member Fujin or Lady Anko, who are conducting the second exam. The 2 ninjas immediately disappeared. Nothing goes better with dango rice dumplings than oshiruko bean soup. As soon as I'm done with my lunch, I'll get to the tower and see what he is up to. Anko was eating peacefully when one of the ninjas reached and shouted, Terrible news, Lady Anko. He informed Anko about the dead bodies and led her to them. As soon as she arrived, her eyes widened and fear was visible on her face. Kotetsu said, Judging from their belongings and papers, they are all shinobi from Kusagakure and were registered to take part in the Chunin exams. And as you can see, their facial features are completely gone. Their faces are as smooth as though they have been melted away. With horror on her face, Anko analyzed, There is no doubt about it. It's his technique. But why would he meddle in this? "Show me the photos from the dead shinobi's ID," Anko ordered. They quickly handed her the IDs. She looked at the pictures and thought, "So, this is the face he stole. Incredible. How did Fujin know that something was off about it? However, he'll be in great danger if Orochimaru attacks the tower." Anko shouted, "This is awful. You three, report what's happened to Lord Hokage. Ask him to deploy additional Anbu squads to the forest. If possible, ask him to come as well, but ask him to be careful of any traps. I'm going after the imposters." Anko hurriedly left towards the Forest of Death. The three ninjas didn't waste time either and rushed towards the Hokage building. Back in the forest, the fight between the Genins and Orochimaru wasn't much different. Even though the Genins were stronger than their canon counterparts, it didn't have any impact against Orochimaru. The only effect it had was that Orochimaru was more impressed with Sasuke. Realizing that they couldn't win, Sasuke tried giving up the scroll in order to avoid the fight, but Naruto didn't allow that to happen and got angry at Sasuke instead. His rage allowed some of Ninetales' chakra to leak, impressing Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru still caught him and used the 5-element seal to cut off his access to Ninetales' chakra. Following Naruto's defeat, Sasuke put up a valiant effort and managed to burn Orochimaru's mask, but ultimately didn't do any real damage to him. Watching from a long distance away, Fujin shook his head and muttered to himself, "Well, that's a shame. I expected Sakura to join the fight as well, instead of just cheering Sasuke due to Kakashi's training. I guess only Tsunade can make her useful." Fujin squinted his eyes and decided, "Anyway, it's time. Hiruzen will eat my head if I don't do anything and let him run amok." Orochimaru was done chatting with Sasuke. He extended his neck and bit his neck, planting the curse seal on Sasuke. Due to his genjutsu, neither Sasuke nor Sakura could move. "I look forward to seeing you again, Sasuke, in the coup." Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes widened as he sensed danger. He quickly moved his elongated neck like a snake to avoid the incoming attack. To Sasuke and Sakura's surprise, half a dozen cuts opened up on Orochimaru's neck and began spilling blood like a fountain. However, he had avoided critical hits and wasn't beheaded. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru quickly retracted his neck and looked to his left. Fujin's figure became visible. He looked at Orochimaru while thinking, "Though I decided against killing you due to the difficulty involved, it's hard to resist if you provide me with such a nice opening. I wonder if his skin shedding would still work after being beheaded." Still, the sneak attack failed. I might have had better success if I used a stronger jutsu, but he would have sensed the chakra fluctuations much earlier, and the result would still have been the same. The only way I could have slashed his neck for sure would have been by using the Flying Thunder God jutsu. However, using it when I'm not guaranteed to kill him will be a massive waste. Since Orochimaru had applied his seal on Sasuke, Fujin no longer had any worries about impacting the future negatively, as now Orochimaru was sure to die at Sasuke's hands and not interfere with other major events. As a result, he made his move. There were two, or rather 3 main reasons for this. The first one was that the opportunities to fight a rank S ninja were just too rare. Fujin didn't want to miss out on fighting against someone like Orochimaru. The second reason was the fact that Fujin had already planted tens of thousands of Flying Thunder God marks in the Forest of Death. As a result, he wasn't worried about dying. In the worst case, he could escape easily. In addition, he could also use them to kill him if the opportunity presented itself. The third and the most important reason was Orochimaru himself. In Fujin's eyes, Orochimaru was a walking treasure chest. Even though killing Orochimaru would have a massive impact on the future and could change it in ways that Fujin couldn't predict, Fujin felt that the gains would be worth the loss if he could read Orochimaru's memories and get access to his knowledge. In fact, if killing him wasn't so damn difficult, Fujin would have gone all out to ensure that he died in these vast forests irrespective of the cost. Unfortunately, Fujin knew that killing Orochimaru was nigh impossible, so he didn't want to expose skills like Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Suddenly, Sasuke collapsed to his knees as he couldn't endure the pain. Sakura hadn't seen Fujin yet and shouted at Orochimaru, "What did you do to Sasuke?" Orochimaru nonchalantly answered without even looking at her, "Just a little something to remember me by." He smirked and said, I didn't expect to be hunted by the legendary spectral swordsman here." "The legendary spectral swordsman?" Orochimaru's words surprised Sakura. She looked where he was looking and saw Fujin standing there. Seeing the proctor, she immediately became relieved and was about to call him out when Sasuke suddenly began screaming due to the unbearable pain he was under and squeezed her hands too tightly. She said worriedly, "Hang on, Sasuke!" and shouted, "Proctor, he put a strange mark on Sasuke's neck." Unfortunately for her, Fujin didn't pay any attention to her and instead said, "You crashed into my exam and are still surprised? Sigh, I'd be impressed if I didn't just find out that one of the legendary Sanins was bullying Genin kids. Is this how much you have fallen, Orochimaru?" Sakura wondered. First, the legendary spectral swordsman, and now legendary Sanins? What's up with all these cool names? Orochimaru chuckled in surprise and asked, "I didn't expect you to be much of a talker. Do you want to appeal to my conscience?" Fujin didn't bother answering that and instead looked at Sakura and asked, "Girl, are you injured as well?" Sakura immediately answered, "No, but Sasuke is in pain. And he knocked out Naruto as we." Before she could complete her sentence, Fujin disappeared from her sight before suddenly appearing next to her. To her surprise, he was carrying Naruto and dropped him next to her and the wailing Sasuke. Orochimaru looked at his speed and analyzed. Not bad. His speed is spectacular for his age. I can see why Juzo fell and how he could escape from Kisame. Without looking at her, Fujin said, "The battle that'll take place here will be too destructive for you to witness. Hold both of them very tightly. Their lives are in your hands." Sakura was confused but followed his instructions properly, hearing the seriousness in his voice. Sasuke was still in pain while Naruto was still unconscious. She held both of them tightly when she heard, "Good." To her surprise, Fujin picked her up by the back of her neck. A strange wind surrounded her and her teammates. She shouted in shock as Fujin sent them flying backwards parallel to the ground with a flick of his wrists. However, even before the shock had passed, her eyes grew wide as she sensed two terrifying chakras. To her horror, the entire area where they were initially at was blown up by horrifying winds. The massive trees were uprooted and cut. Moments later, the entire thing was set ablaze. Terrified, she thought, what the hell was that? Even Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza's chakras weren't this horrible. And what was that terrifying wind and fire? Could ninjutsu be that strong? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Marcus, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 605, A Kind Donation. Chapter 611 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sakura was horrified by what she was seeing and feeling. Even though she had witnessed Kakashi and Zabuza's battle, they had primarily relied on water jutsus and had used the stronger jutsus much later in the battle. However, Fujin and Orochimaru had started with deadly supercharged attacks. Despite being far away, she could still feel the heat of the flames and was afraid that she, Sasuke, and Naruto would be cut up just like the massive trees. Luckily, she was soon sent flying long enough that she couldn't see anything. However, the terror in her mind would take a long time to reduce. She crashed nearly a couple of kilometers away from where Fujin and Orochimaru had entered into a fight. Due to the winds, none of the three were harmed. In addition, Fujin had thrown them in a spot where there weren't any other squads nearby, while still keeping them close to Shikamaru's and Neji's squads, allowing them an opportunity to rest and ensuring that those two squads would be able to reinforce them later on so that the events wouldn't be too different from the original story. Needless to say, he would send a shadow clone later to ensure that none of them died due to his interference. As soon as she landed, Sakura thought, Naruto wasn't kidding. He can really throw someone very far enough. If he had thrown me towards the sky instead of parallel to the ground, we might have reached the academy. Still, what is this jutsu? I couldn't resist those strange winds at all. However, those strange winds kept us safe as well, and prevented any injury to us when we landed. How can such a magical jutsu exist? I don't think even Kakashi-sensei knows anything like this. Sakura's surprise wasn't unfounded. The jutsu used concepts of wind domain and assassin's rush jutsu. Since Fujin was the creator of the wind domain, no one else could use this method yet. Suddenly, Sasuke groaned due to the pain. Sakura snapped out of her thoughts hearing Sasuke's groan. Due to the pain from the curse seal, he passed out. A determined expression appeared on Sakura's face as she decided to protect her teammates by herself. She muttered, "It's all up to me now. This time I'll protect them and keep them safe." In the tower, Renjiro was still playing shogi with Fujin while Hoka was watching their game. Suddenly, the three of them sensed something and looked outside the window. Each of them got up and walked onto the balcony. They saw a large amount of smoke rising from the forest a few kilometers away. What horrible chakra! I am not even a sensor, and I can still feel the clash of the jutsus all the way over here. Hoka took a deep breath and exclaimed. He activated his Byakugan, but the fight was happening too far for him to see anything other than the smoke and the fire. Renjiro frowned and said, "This feeling, it almost feels like Orochimaru." Renjiro had worked with Orochimaru and even served under his command during the previous wars, so he was quick to connect it to him. However, his expression became grim as he knew just how terrible Orochimaru was. He was someone Renjiro never wanted to fight. He gazed at Fujin and said, "You have gotten quite strong. I didn't even sense that I had been playing with a shadow clone all this time. Was your main body patrolling the forests all along?" Fujin's clone replied, "Yes. These dense forests are a good place to set up traps and an ambush without alerting anyone. I wanted to ensure that there were none set up earlier. Anyway, now's not the time to be impressed." Hokage's intuition was accurate, but who would have thought that such a horrible ninja would interfere? Renjiro nodded and said, "It's a good thing that he appointed you as the proctor and that you called us here. Otherwise, too many would have died before any reinforcements came. With the three of us, we might be able to hold him back." "Captain, intense chakras have been detected towards the southwest. A massive fire has broken out. We suspect that ninjas other than the Jinins have entered the training ground and have entered into a conflict." Since he had felt something was off, Hiruzen had deployed a few Anbu squads in the Forest of Death. The squad deployed in the tower was led by none other than one of Fujin's former subordinates, Yamanaka Fumito. He quickly informed Fujin when he sensed something off. Fujin's clone nodded and instructed, "I can see that. Don't worry, one of them is my main body." Fumito was surprised. He exclaimed, "So you already have it under control? That's good." To his surprise, Fujin's clone shook his head and said, "Nothing is good right now. Avoid that area and rush to the Hokage building. Ask Lord Hokage to make his way to this training ground immediately." Fumito was surprised by Fujin's instruction. He didn't expect that Fujin would get the Hokage involved. To his shock, Fujin continued, "Tell him that Orochimaru, one of the three Sanins, has interfered in the exam and attacked some Jinins." Behind his mask, terror appeared on Fumito's face. Unlike Naruto's generation, he clearly knew how strong Orochimaru was. He muttered, "Why is Orochimaru here? Why are you still here? Leave immediately," Fujin's clone said, sensing that he hadn't moved. Fumito didn't tarry any longer and disappeared. Fujin's clone continued, "It seems like he was after Kakashi's squad for some reason. Anyway, you two don't need to get involved for the time being. I can handle Orochimaru." "Nonsense. That's one of the legendary Sanins, and undoubtedly the most dangerous one. I won't even be able to escape against him. Don't underestimate him." Renjiro immediately scolded Fujin. However, Fujin's clone just shook his head and said, "We still don't know what his goal is, nor do we know whether he has any help. In case he plans to attack this tower, I'll need you two to help as I can't fight much. As for underestimating him, don't worry. I'll never do that. That said, he won't be able to defeat my main body easily. Even if he does, I can escape easily. So, I'm not in any danger." Renjiro and Hoka were surprised by his confidence. Both immediately recalled how good Fujin was at escaping, and their worries eased slightly. On the other side of the Forest of Death, Anko had just entered to find Orochimaru when she suddenly felt the clash of two strong jutsus and noticed the smoke. She immediately jumped to the top of a tree. Her eyes widened as she observed, That's definitely Orochimaru's chakra. However, who is forcing him to go to this extent? Immediately, a face appeared in her mind. She immediately rushed towards the location while thinking, I hope that brat isn't fighting him. Orochimaru is in a whole different league. It'll be a shame if he were to die here. At the very moment that Fujin sent Sakura flying, Fujin attacked Orochimaru with a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Orochimaru responded by using a supercharged flame dragon bullet jutsu to take advantage of the winds. However, his flames were blown back by the supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu. Of course, that wasn't enough to harm him. In fact, Orochimaru wasn't even surprised and had expected as much. The attack was just to test Fujin's ability. His laughter could be heard. Ha ha! Not bad at all. No wonder Juzo died at your hands. As he laughed, he pulled out the sword of Kusanagi from his mouth and swung it to his left. It clashed with Fujin's sword. Wind chakra flowed through both blades. Fujin realized, what a good sword. Even though my chakra is sharper, his blade is much better than mine. I wonder if he'd make a kind donation like his former Akatsuki partner. Unfortunately, Orochimaru didn't seem as kind-hearted as Sasori. That said, Fujin had just met him, so he couldn't be entirely sure. Who could say if Orochimaru would have a change of heart later and give Fujin the greatest gift in this world, greater than even what Hiruzen did for him? If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link w.patreon.com/devilhexbase. Alternatively, you can support me on Google Pay, Pepetal Sarvsh 8 OKSBA, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Austin, Nicolo, Gaming, Alex Matthew, Born AAA, Quinton, Lucas, Bishal, Raven, Jacob, Siraj, ITGT12, Dursbith, Dark Drillar, Bernardo, Ethan, Yanis, and GRP666 for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Sanchit and Tushar, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 606. How did Fujin defeat Jiraiya? Chapter 612 of Naruto. The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's and Orochimaru's swords clashed hundreds of times within the blink of an eye. Neither of them could get an advantage over the other, and the two rank S ninjas pulled back. Fujin said, that isn't common knowledge, which means that you should be an Akatsuki as well. Sigh. I didn't expect that of the legendary Sanins had fallen to the level of becoming a mercenary. What a shame! Did they order you like an underling to come here and attack Genins as well? Pity could be seen on Fujin's face as he spoke. However, Orochimaru completely ignored Fujin's taunt. He thought, from the information Akatsuki collected, he prefers to fight in complete silence without engaging in any talks, killing his enemies ruthlessly. However, when he meets someone who he can't defeat easily, he talks with the sole purpose of angering his opponent, hoping that they give him an opening. Orochimaru had talked with Kasame to ask for information about Fujin, where he learnt that Fujin had taunted them to create a small opening, which he managed to exploit successfully. As a result, he wasn't bothered by his words. Besides, it wasn't like Fujin was the only one who could play that game. Orochimaru replied almost immediately after Fujin taunted him, you shouldn't be overconfident just because you killed Juzo. This world is vast, with too many hidden experts. If you act arrogantly, it's just a matter of time before you die. Fujin chuckled and teased. Oh, and I suppose you consider yourself a hidden expert as well? Haha, let me guess, you are following one such hidden expert now? Ignoring his taunts again, Orochimaru laughed as well and said, don't worry, I'm just advising you so that you won't be this reckless in your next life. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands Jutsu. Orochimaru flung his left arm towards Fujin. Instantly, 8 snakes appeared and moved towards Fujin at an incredible speed. They almost reached him when Fujin just casually swung his sword. Sharp winds flew and dismembered every single snake. However, Orochimaru used that time to launch a stronger jutsu. 10,000 Snake Wave Jutsu. He opened his mouth and countless snakes crawled out of Orochimaru's mouth, forming a wave. Fujin looked indifferently at the incoming snake wave and muttered disdainfully while building up his chakra. A hidden expert? What's so special about being a Sannin? I defeated that pervert not too long ago. Acume Serial Waves. A vacuum core with 144 vacuum cores formed in Fujin's mouth as he shot out the jutsu. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he was startled for the first time. He immediately flickered away. The thousands of snakes he had summoned were all blown back and cut into several pieces. Not a single one survived. However, that wasn't what startled Orochimaru. He thought, he defeated Jiraiya? Impossible. Even though he fools around, he shouldn't have fallen so far that this brat can defeat him. Orochimaru quickly dodged again as a few Acum bullets passed through where he was standing at while thinking, did he really defeat Jiraiya, or did he just say it to disturb me? That said, his mastery over the wind is very good. Even Danzo's wind Acum technique isn't this good. I'll need to disrupt him. Orochimaru used Hidden Shadow Snake Hand Jutsu once again to attack Fujin, who changed his strategy and flickered a few times to reduce the distance between them. Wind chakra flowed along his sword as he swung it at Orochimaru from a dozen meters away. Once again, Orochimaru flickered away as a wind slash accompanied by sharp winds was launched from Fujin's blade. Several more trees were cut down, but Orochimaru wasn't hurt. Fujin gave chase, but he sensed Orochimaru building up a massive amount of chakra. Water release, exploding water shockwave jutsu. While dodging Fujin's attacks, Orochimaru spat out a large amount of water. The water formed large waves and came crashing down towards Fujin, who retreated while building up his chakra as well, and using the infinite breakthrough jutsu to stop the water's momentum. However, Fujin was puzzled. He wondered, what is this bastard up to? Why is he running away, and why did he use a water jutsu against me? From the way he is fighting, he should already have a lot of information about me. So, he should know that this technique is useless against me. If anything, it'll weaken his fire jutsus later on. Did he do it just to create some distance? Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened, and he flickered away. Even though his attack had stopped the water and sent most of it backwards, some amount of water still flowed towards him. He had ignored it as it wasn't harmful to him in any way. However, several thousand needles formed in water and were launched at Fujin. Orochimaru had attacked Fujin by using the water release. The 1,000 stinging needles of death jutsu by using the water of his previous jutsu to attack Fujin. Fujin flickered a few times to avoid the attacks while flowing wind chakra into his sword once again and swinging it to block the last incoming rain of needles. However, he suddenly turned around as he sensed that Orochimaru had flickered behind him. A grin could be seen on Orochimaru's face as he built a massive amount of chakra up once again. He shouted, "Let me see you survive this attack." Fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame Jutsu. Orochimaru converted a massive amount of chakra into fire and exhaled it at Fujin. A sea of flames rushed towards Fujin. However, instead of fear, confusion could be seen on Fujin's face. After all, Fujin had blown back a strong fire jutsu not too long ago. Even though wind was weak against fire, that logic no longer held true against a ninja of Fujin's caliber. Someone at Orochimaru's level should know that clearly, especially after Fujin had already demonstrated it. So, it didn't make sense for Orochimaru to try and exploit this non-existent weakness. Fujin built up his chakra again while wondering, what is he up to? Does he plan to use the flames as a cover to sneak attack me? But he should know that won't work either. I can't make sense of his strategy. Before the fire jutsu could reach him, he launched a supercharged infinite breakthrough jutsu at the incoming flames to blow away the flames once again. The sharp and strong winds that Fujin exhaled clashed with the sea of flames. Orochimaru exhaled. Both of them were continuously exhaling their jutsus, powering them up continuously. Fujin expected that his winds would blow away the flames once again. However, his eyes widened as the flames overpowered the winds and rushed into it instead of dispersing. To make matters worse, the winds strengthened the flames, nearly doubling the power of Orochimaru's jutsu. As he sensed the flames more clearly, Fujin's eyes widened even more as he realized the reason why his jutsu was being overpowered. He immediately flickered away while cursing, "Shit! This isn't a simple fire jutsu. That bastard has mixed a huge amount of yang chakra into it. This attack is actually closer to a Kekkei Genkai than a normal fire jutsu. No wonder it overpowered my jutsu so easily." Fujin landed on a branch as he looked at the flames that had spread for hundreds of meters. starting a massive forest fire. However, his eyes widened in shock once again. As soon as he stepped on the branch, Orochimaru appeared from within the branch and extended his neck towards Fujin at a rapid speed. Fujin instinctively swung his sword behind him, but Orochimaru hit his wrist, forcing Fujin to lose his grip and losing his sword. In the blink of an eye, Orochimaru coiled around Fujin without giving him any time to react. Fujin immediately used Iron Skin Jutsu to protect himself while analyzing how exactly he fell into a trap. Orochimaru tried biting Fujin's neck to place a curse seal on him as well, but was stopped due to the Iron Skin Jutsu. Orochimaru's teeth failed to break his skin as Fujin had used even more chakra to protect his neck. Fujin's eyes widened as he finally realized the reason behind those weird moves Orochimaru made. He muttered, "Incredible. So this was the ambush you prepared for me?" Fear and shock could be seen on Fujin's face and heard in his voice as he turned his head to see Orochimaru's face. An evil grin could be seen on Orochimaru's face as he coiled tighter around Fujin to break his jutsu. He said this was a child's play. How did you defeat Jiraiya if you couldn't handle such a simple tactic? With fear in his voice, Fujin replied, "It was simple. I lied." Orochimaru, who was looking forward to playing with Fujin before finally killing him, was startled. He never expected such an answer. He suddenly felt something amiss. At the next moment, boom! Before Orochimaru could figure out what was wrong, Fujin exploded. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Extra Small, Soy Sauce Crusader, Kyler, Thrower, Jared, Nicolo, Alexandru, and Argiraspide for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Sanjeev for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 607, The Sword of Kusanagi. Chapter 613 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Boom! A massive explosion took place inside the Forest of Death. The sound of the explosion was so loud that it was heard nearly throughout the training ground. Several genins looked towards it and wondered what was happening. The most shocked one was none other than Sakura, who had been laying traps. She looked in the direction of the sound and wondered, "What is happening over there?" Anko, who was rushing towards that spot, suddenly stopped. She looked towards that place and thought, "Shit! I hope I'm not too late." In the tower, Hoka asked with surprise in his voice, "What a powerful explosion! What is happening over there, Fujin?" Both Renjiro and Hoka glanced at Fujin with worry in their eyes. To their surprise, they saw that his lips had formed a small smile. Fujin's clone said softly, "I just baited Orochimaru. That was an explosion with 20% of my chakra. Hehe, it seems like I might be able to kill him even before Hokage arrives." Renjiro immediately warned, "Don't get too overconfident. Even if you manage to land a critical hit, Orochimaru is very good at healing himself." Fujin's clone nodded and replied, "I know. Don't worry, my main focus will be my safety. We are anyway on home ground. It's Orochimaru who is restrained by time." Some distance away from where the explosion took place, a figure could be seen standing on a branch while resting against a wide trunk. It was the same figure who had been keeping an eye on Orochimaru's fight against Kakashi's students. Fujin hadn't moved from that spot and had instead sent a clone to do the entire battle. As he received the memories of his clone, a smile appeared on his face. He immediately flickered towards the location of the explosion while thinking, not a bad ambush, as expected as someone of Orochimaru's caliber. When he discovered that his snake jutsus wouldn't stand a chance against my wind jutsus, he changed his tactics very quickly. The massive water jutsu was to increase my confidence against him, while the needle attack was to raise my guard. He used the distraction caused by the thousands of water needles to create a clone, who followed it up with a fire and yang combination jutsu that overwhelmed my wind jutsu, making me feel like I was not his match and forcing me to retreat and reevaluate the fight. As I retreated, he controlled the flames to make me retreat in the direction where his main body was hiding to ambush me. However, there was one point he overlooked. Even though his plan was very good and he hid his chakra very well, He couldn't hide from my space-time sensing technique. On understanding his plan, my clone went to the exact spot where he was hiding, giving Orochimaru an opening that he couldn't resist. The smoke and debris slowly cleared from where Fujin's clone had exploded. Fujin had initially put a third of his chakra into that clone to ensure that Orochimaru wouldn't suspect that he was a clone. The battle until that point had used up 40% of the clone's chakra. What remained was around 20% of Fujin's max chakra. Hence, the explosion was truly intense. The tree that they were standing on was obliterated. Several nearby trees were destroyed as well. As for the one who was coiling around Fujin's clone, Orochimaru was in terrible shape. His body was lying on the ground. All the flesh on his neck, face, and front part of his body was burnt away by the explosion. Most of his internal organs were wrecked as well. The fact that he hadn't been blown into smithereens showed how resilient Orochimaru's body was as compared to a normal ninja. Suddenly, his mouth moved. A pair of arms appeared from his mouth and opened his mouth wide enough for a person to climb out. Needless to say, the one who used this disgusting ninjutsu was none other than Orochimaru. As he was coming out of his previous body, Orochimaru thought, "I was fooled." He probably anticipated an ambush and switched with a shadow clone while he was escaping from the flames. Despite that, when I ambushed him, he acted like it was his real body and showed a scared expression to fool me. Even then, I should have detected him preparing the shadow clone explosion jutsu. It's not a jutsu that can be performed while completely hiding the chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru's expression became complicated as he continued analyzing. The reason why I didn't detect it was his words. He lied that he defeated Jiraiya. That answer caught me off guard. Combined with his previous actions and my confidence, I was distracted just enough to not catch on to the changes in his chakra immediately. What a devious brat! Despite being on guard against such a tactic, Orochimaru had still fallen prey to it. For someone as experienced as Orochimaru, it was humiliating. As he climbed out of the body, all his injuries had disappeared and even his clothes were repaired. Yet, his expression was ugly. Despite using such a technique, Orochimaru was still breathing roughly. Due to the massive damage that he had taken, the amount of chakra he needed to use this technique was much higher than normal. Even though Fujin had lost a third of his chakra due to his clone, Orochimaru had lost more. Even so, Orochimaru didn't have any opportunity to rest. As soon as he appeared, the sword of Kusanagi once again appeared in his hand. He swung the blade towards his right while saying, "You shouldn't get so cocky, boy." To his right, Fujin had already appeared and was swinging his own sword. His eyes widened as he noticed Orochimaru's sword. Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi extended and became wider. However, what shocked Fujin was that there were 3 types of chakra flowing through the blade. Orochimaru was flowing fire, wind, and yang chakra through the sword of Kusanagi. All 3 mixed with each other flawlessly, shocking Fujin. As he swung his own sword at the sword of Kusanagi, Fujin thought, he can use 3 types of chakra simultaneously and can merge them as well? The feeling I'm getting from this chakra is more intense than Takeshi's Scorch Release. Is it Orochimaru's skill, or does that sword assist in doing something like that? Regardless, it's a pity. Orochimaru, who was quite angry and intended to go all out, was surprised when he looked into Fujin's eyes. He never expected to see pity in Fujin's eyes. Due to being fooled once, he immediately got on guard while thinking, what devious shit is he planning this time? Fujin and Orochimaru's swords clashed. From their previous clashes, Orochimaru expected to overwhelm Fujin this time and take the initiative. However, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Impossible." A cracking sound was heard. To Orochimaru's shock, a crack appeared in the sword of Kusanagi. It soon spread throughout the blade. At the same time, Fujin was surprised as well because a small crack appeared in his blade as well. He thought, I didn't expect I'd damage my sword as well, as expected of the sword of Kusanagi. Despite the damage to his sword, Fujin wasn't heartbroken and continued pushing it. As Fujin's sword pushed through the sword of Kusanagi crumbled into pieces. As it fell to the ground, it transformed into a white snake and tried moving towards Orochimaru. Unfortunately, it was already cut into several pieces, and it was only its head that was moving. In a fraction of a second, it stopped moving. The sword of Kusanagi, one of Orochimaru's prized possessions, was destroyed in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru was stunned beyond belief. He immediately looked at Fujin's sword carefully and realized a Akyum blade. He applied the wind Akyum technique to his sword. Orochimaru was shocked to see it. Even though his sword was better and the chakra flowing through it much stronger than the chakra flowing through Fujin's sword, in the end, what mattered was the sharpness of their respective blades. In that aspect, Fujin was much superior. Even though Orochimaru had extended the sword of Kusanagi earlier, he hadn't extended it too much, as Orochimaru knew that Fujin would dodge it easily. As a result, Orochimaru was within the reach of Fujin's sword. He quickly retreated while raising his left arm to use Hidden Shadow Snake Hands jutsu. Several snakes appeared from his arm and moved towards Fujin, who was very close to him. However, on the very next second, Fujin's sword cut through Orochimaru's arm, slicing it at the elbow. At the same time, Fujin sneakily pointed all the fingers on his left hand at Orochimaru. Akyum cores began forming at the tip of his fingers. Orochimaru, who was retreating, immediately noticed it. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too little. Wind Release. Akyum Infinite Gatling Jutsu. Dozens of Akyum bullets were launched from the tip of his fingers at Orochimaru. Due to the short distance between them, Orochimaru couldn't dodge them all. Several of the Akyum bullets pierced through Orochimaru's body as he coughed blood and crashed to the ground, a title The Fall of Kusanagi. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddlesarvish8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Lancer, Bonobo, Joseph, Darkslayer, Dre, Jewel, Kevin, JTSSE, JSKDK, and GRP666 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 608, A Double Bluff. Chapter 614 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Orochimaru fell to the ground and looked very vulnerable. It seemed like it would take just a push to kill him for good. Even so, Fujin didn't jump ahead to attack him impatiently. Instead, he looked at Orochimaru with disdain and cursed. This snake! Does he think he can fool anyone after recovering completely from that explosion? None of the bullets even hit his heart or brain. Even Kakuzu put up a better act. Not wanting to fall prey to his schemes, Fujin created a shadow clone. Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Fire Release, Searing Migraine Jutsu. Fujin knew that even though he was great at close combat, someone like Orochimaru had too many hidden cards, so he used the combination attack to test what he was planning. He was initially thinking about using the Akyum Serial Waves Jutsu, but he knew that Orochimaru would dodge it with ease. Having already lost a third of his chakra, Fujin wanted to preserve his chakra in case Orochimaru pulled out a surprise like the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Orochimaru, who was looking very feeble, looked at the incoming sea of firestorm and thought, as expected, he didn't take the bait. I can finally reset the momentum. I got sucked into his pace due to his stunt, and it would be disadvantageous if he continued controlling the flow of the battle. Still, to think that I'd lose my sword of Kusanagi here of all places. I underestimated this kid. He is much stronger than the likes of Kabuto and Kakashi. Orochimaru had expected that Fujin wouldn't attack, and hence managed to double bluff Fujin. He rubbed his right arm on his injuries, staining it with blood, and slammed it into the ground. Summoning Jutsu! A massive snake appeared and surrounded him. The combination jutsu hit the snake. Massive cuts and intense burns appeared on its body, causing it to hiss in pain. However, it resisted Fujin's combination attack with relative ease. Under the cover of his massive summon, Orochimaru began shedding his skin once again to heal himself. Fujin sensed it and went on the attack once again. The massive snake noticed Fujin and dived down towards Fujin. Akyum cores formed along the sharp edge of Fujin's sword once again as he slashed his sword multiple times towards the snake and Orochimaru, who was hiding behind it. Even though the snake Orochimaru summoned wasn't Manda, its size meant that a simple wind jutsu couldn't kill it. Even though there were several cuts and burns on its body, they were far from being able to cause it any permanent harm. Unfortunately for the snake, it couldn't imagine how sharp Fujin's Acume's slashes would be. As it saw the incoming slashes, it suddenly felt an intense danger. However, it was too late by then. It couldn't avoid the Acume slashes that pierced into its massive body and cut straight through it. Due to the size of the snake, Renjiro and Hoka could see it from the tower. Even Anko, Sakura, and a few Anbu saw it. To their shock, they first saw a massive firestorm engulfing it. And seconds later, they saw that ginormous snake being sliced into pieces. Hoka wondered aloud, "What the hell is happening there?" Renjiro replied, "That's Orochimaru's summon. I didn't think it'd be possible to cut it up." He glanced at Fujin's clone as he said it, but Fujin's clone didn't reply. Anko, who had just reached close to the location, was shocked as well. Just like Hoka, she muttered, "What the hell? Who cut up that giant snake?" She took another step forward, but suddenly stopped as she felt a chakra. Wind suddenly began flowing strangely around her, making her alert. She looked carefully as the winds took the form of a human-shaped figure. To her surprise, Fujin's face appeared on that figure. Fujin's wind clone looked at Anko and said, "Don't interfere in the battle ahead. You aren't a match for him." A tick mark appeared on Anko's forehead as she argued, "That's Orochi fucking Maru. Don't overestimate yourself, brat. I know a jutsu that I can use to eliminate him." Fujin knew what jutsu she meant, and the fact that it wouldn't make any difference against Orochimaru. Fujin's clone strictly said, "That wasn't a request, Anko. Don't forget that I'm the one in charge of this round of the exam. Stay here and ensure that no one interferes in this battle. That's an order. If you want to help me, send a messenger to Lord Hokage and ask him to come here immediately. Until he arrives and takes charge, no one is allowed to interfere in the battle." With Fujin's strict tone, Anko calmed down. Even though she wanted to take revenge against her former teacher, she knew that she shouldn't violate the chain of command. The fact that Fujin had sliced up the massive snake moments ago also played a role in it. Fujin's clone was about to disperse when she said, "I have already done so, but I'm worried that it might be a trap to kill Lord Hokage." Fujin's clone replied as he dispersed into the wind, "It isn't, but ask him to bring along a few Anbu squads just in case." Seeing Fujin disappear, Anko thought, "It looks like his reputation isn't just a rumor." To find Orochimaru so quickly and to be able to fight him for so long, he is the real deal. I now understand why Lord Hokage put him in charge. Similar thoughts ran through the minds of the Anbu and Chunin examiners who saw the massive snake being sliced up. Anko created a shadow clone to pass Fujin's message to other examiners and send them to Hiruzen's office. While her clone left, she stayed there in case Fujin requested her help. Even though Fujin butchered Orochimaru's summon, Orochimaru wasn't bothered about its loss. He had already healed himself with his jutsu and easily dodged the Acume slash heading towards him. By now, Fujin had realized that Orochimaru had double bluffed him to buy some time. Hence, Fujin decided to go on the offense once again. He was about to flicker when he suddenly sensed a chakra trying to invade his chakra network. At the very next moment, Fujin disrupted his chakra, stopping Orochimaru's attempt at genjutsu. Fujin didn't even need a second to stop Orochimaru's genjutsu. However, that time was enough for Orochimaru to take the initiative. Fujin saw two shadow clones of Orochimaru slithering towards him at high speeds. In addition, he could sense his main body retreating for some distance. Orochimaru noticed that Fujin had snapped out of the genjutsu almost instantly and thought, since he was so good at ninjutsu, I expected his genjutsu to be weak. However, it looks like he has no trouble resisting genjutsu. It'll be difficult to put him under a genjutsu without a Sharingan. Fujin swung his blade at the incoming shadow clones, launching another Acume slash. However, both dodged the attack easily. One of Orochimaru's clones exhaled a large amount of poison, and another used the Great Breakthrough Jutsu to spread that poison. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, even though I have learnt a lot about poisons in the last couple of months, I should be nowhere near his level in this aspect. I shouldn't let this poison float around. It'll be harder to detect it later, and I'll be in trouble if he is able to use it later on. Wind chakra flowed through Fujin's sword once again as Fujin swung it. Once again, Orochimaru's clones became alert and prepared to dodge the incoming attack. However, Fujin's sword didn't unleash the Akyum slash. Instead, a wind stream was created along the arc of Fujin's blade. The wind stream nullified the winds created by Orochimaru's clone, while trapping the poison gas released by the other clone inside the winds and diverting it towards the sky. Two shadow clones suddenly appeared next to Fujin. One of Fujin's clones took control of the wind stream and ensured that all the poisons flew into the sky. While he did so, Fujin ignored Orochimaru's clones and went after his main body. Orochimaru's clones immediately gave chase, but were stopped by Fujin's other clone, who stepped in their way. Orochimaru's clones became serious as they noticed an extremely unstable wind orb in the clone's hand. One of Orochimaru's clones asked with interest, "What's this jutsu? It almost looks like the fourth Rasengan, but doesn't have the same amount of chakra or stability as it is made with the Wind Akyum technique." To his surprise, Fujin's clone entertained him and said with a smile on his face, "This one is my own creation. Please critique it." He threw the wind orb towards Orochimaru's clones. Both the clones immediately got out of the way as they expected it to explode and be as fast as Fujin's other jutsus. To their surprise, the jutsu was extremely slow. Even a genin wouldn't have any issue dodging it. The same clone asked in a puzzled tone, "Is this another one of your time-wasting tactics?" Just as he finished asking his question, the wind orb exploded. 81 Akyum blades were launched randomly in every direction. Due to their proximity, Orochimaru's clones couldn't dodge in time and were dispelled. Fujin's clones were expecting the attack and dodged the waves. Even then, one clone dispelled himself while the other dispelled himself after ensuring that the poison wouldn't be an issue. Some distance away, Fujin and Orochimaru's main bodies were once again facing each other. A sly smile could be seen on Orochimaru's face as he said, not bad at all." AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you G21, Death Note, Kevin Nazar, JH Metrics, John, High Socks, Jacob, Mark, Nicolo, Muhammad, and Mail for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Akshay for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 609, Orochimaru the Genius. Chapter 615 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A sly smile could be seen on Orochimaru's face as he said, not bad at all. You have surprised me, Fujin. I didn't expect you to be so good." Fujin smirked and teasingly asked, "Is that so? Can I also be considered a hidden expert then? Maybe you should stop slaving yourself in that mercenary organization and follow me. I'll have a chat with Gramps and ask him to cut you some slack for betraying the village. I might also give you one of my old swords since I broke yours." Having fallen for Fujin's words once, Orochimaru completely ignored any words that came out of Fujin's mouth. Besides, even though Fujin destroyed Orochimaru's best sword, Orochimaru still had plenty of good swords. At the very least, he had more than a dozen swords better than the one Fujin was using. Not to mention, Fujin was still using his cracked sword instead of switching it with a better one. Orochimaru chuckled and said, "You are an interesting fellow. I'll admit, at least in terms of Winjutsu, you are far better than any ninja I have seen. However, even though specializing in a single aspect can make you stronger quickly, it also leaves a big flaw." Without any hand seals, Orochimaru slammed his hands on the ground as he loudly added, "No matter how lethal and sharp your Winjutsus are, there are several ways to neutralize them." As soon as Orochimaru's hands landed on the ground for a couple of 100 meters around him became very soft. Fujin obviously wouldn't wait for Orochimaru to be done with his setup. Akyum cores appeared along the edge of his blade as he swung it again towards Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru retreated backwards. However, he didn't retreat in a simple manner. A mud dragon formed on each and every spot where Orochimaru stepped on while retreating. Fujin's Akyum slash cut through the mud dragons with relative ease initially, but as it absorbed more mud, the Akyum cores became unstable, and the jutsu lost its form and fizzled out. Fujin's eyes widened temporarily. The surprise soon disappeared as a smile appeared on his face. He muttered softly, "Well, look at that. It seems like it was possible to use Earth Release in such a manner." Back when Fujin had just started to learn Earth Jutsus, he used to depend on the rank E Rock Shield Jutsu to defend himself. Back then, he had pondered whether he could create rock shields by stamping on the ground, instead of slamming his hands on the ground. He felt that it would have been way more efficient, and he could create more defenses while on the move. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't figure out how to do it. He had asked for Renjiro's help, but Renjiro couldn't do it either, and asked Fujin to not waste his time on such things. Later, when Fujin learnt stronger jutsus, he stopped thinking about it and moved on. However, Orochimaru displayed a level far beyond what Fujin had envisioned. He wasn't creating simple rock shields, and was instead creating mud dragons with every step. After the Akyum Slash dispersed, the remaining mud dragons rushed towards Fujin from different directions and at different speeds, so that they wouldn't fall prey to the same Akyum Slash. Understanding their attack pattern, Fujin raised 2 fingers of his left hand. Akyum blade cores formed on top of his fingers. When the mud dragons reached close to him, Fujin launched Akyum blades at the incoming mud dragons. One Akyum blade hit a mud dragon, destroying it. With one attack, Fujin had destroyed the dozens of mud dragons Orochimaru had created. However, he knew that it wasn't the end. If anything, Orochimaru's attack had just begun. At the very next moment, Fujin felt the soil under him moving. He quickly flickered backwards. At the very next second, hundreds of spikes formed where he was standing previously, and were launched into the air. Fujin's new spot also came under threat, forcing him to dodge a few more times. Just like earlier, Orochimaru's attacks were to direct Fujin to a spot where he could attack more easily without allowing Fujin to counterattack. When the barrage of mud spikes finally ended, Fujin saw Orochimaru just a couple of meters away from him. Before he could go on the offense, Orochimaru had already attacked Fujin with the Water Dragon Jutsu. In response, Fujin covered his left hand with wind chakra and waved it in front of him. A strong wind current appeared in front of him, blocking and dispelling the water dragon. At the same time, he began creating the Akyum Cluster Bullets core inside his mouth, while Akyum Slash cores appeared on the edge of his sword. However, before he could attack, he immediately stepped to his left. A strong jet of water broke through the wind current he had created earlier. Fujin's eyes widened as he observed, "This almost feels like Tobirama's water release. However, it is probably lacking in power and speed compared to Tobirama." He kept moving as more jets of water were launched at him from a close range. After dodging twice more, Fujin shot the Akyum Cluster Bullet Jutsu at the incoming water jet. As soon as he shot it out, the Akyum cores inside it separated, forming their own Akyum bullets. One of them hit the water jet and pierced through it, nearly reaching Orochimaru before the water filled inside the vacuum core and nullified its threat. Of course, the water jet did nothing against the remaining Akyum bullets. A dozen of them pierced through Orochimaru's body. In addition, due to the sharp winds flowing between each Akyum bullet, Orochimaru was directly cut into pieces. However, there was no joy on Fujin's face. He had already sensed Orochimaru switching with a water clone after he blocked the Water Dragon Jutsu. Fujin swung his sword in the direction of Orochimaru's real body. Unfortunately, the mud dragons rose into the path of the Akyum Slash once again, filling up the Akyum cores long before the attack could reach Orochimaru. A frown appeared on Fujin's face as he realized, "Fighting him here is very restricting. Even though he can't harm me, I'm not able to do anything either as my Akyum Jutsus are getting nullified due to the high amount of mud and water. My simple wind Jutsus won't work much either. He can easily block them with mud and water. I'll need to create a distraction in order to actually land an attack. If I can't, I'll have to either retreat or use that technique." While Fujin's mind was rapidly forming a new plan, Orochimaru bit his thumb and slammed his hand on the ground. Fujin sensed 8 new chakras. Needless to say, all of them were large snakes. However, unlike normal summons, all of them were directly summoned underground. They moved towards Fujin through the mud grounds Orochimaru had created. Fujin noticed their movements and wondered, "That's strange. He should know that his summons are easy pickings for me, Does he plan to use them as a sacrifice to bait me into making a mistake? Or does he think that they can stay safe just because they are underground? Even though the snakes moved towards Fujin, each one of them stayed at least a couple of dozen meters under the surface. Not one of them got above that level. Fujin pointed his index finger towards one of the snakes. A vacuum core with several vacuum cores inside it formed on the tip of his finger. Fujin fired the vacuum cluster bullet at one of the snakes while thinking, well, whatever your plan is, it doesn't matter. My vacuum jutsus can kill people hiding even a couple of 100 meters underground. Despite seeing Fujin's attack, a sly grin appeared on Orochimaru's face. As Fujin's attack drilled through the mud, the snakes underground felt the vibrations and moved at a rapid speed. Fujin's attack drilled through their previous location without hurting any snake at all. Fujin was beyond shocked. He could accept someone like Orochimaru dodging his attacks with ease, but he couldn't believe that those large snakes could dodge his vacuum jutsus. Seeing his expression, Orochimaru laughed and said, "Those are my special hunting pets. Even though your vacuum jutsus can pierce into the ground, they are well trained to dodge any attack drilling towards them. You can fire at them all day, but you won't achieve anything. Hehe, you're in my hunting ground now. The only way out of here is straight to hell. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Bjorn, Mark, Painman, Jalet, My House, Benjamin, Wolf Hunter, Machimus, CABILNE, JH Metrics, Pietro, Com, A Random Fan, Alex, Nixon, Omar, Earth General, Novel Reader, Kalanji, and IAP for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio, so subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 610, The Technique I'll Be Known For. Chapter 616 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fable. Hey, you're in my hunting ground now. The only way out of here is straight to hell. Fujin's expression didn't change. He hadn't expected snakes to have trained in this manner. However, on thinking for a bit, he felt that it made sense. After all, a snake's ability to feel the vibrations in the ground was known to be remarkable even in his previous world. Fujin thought, this truly is a terrible situation to be in. This environment is terrible for my wind jutsus. Unless I use my wind domain, there isn't anything I can do to counter him. Of course, that is unless I use my lightning jutsus. If I do so, I can change this battle in an instant and kill those snakes with ease. I might even be able to catch Orochimaru off guard. Unfortunately, I don't think I'd even be able to kill this body of his, even if I managed to catch him by surprise, let alone the parts of his soul sealed in the numerous curse seals. So, there is no gain in exposing my lightning jutsus. Sigh. At the same time, Orochimaru was thinking, even though those snakes can dodge everything, his vacuum jutsus are very lethal and unique. If he can launch the jutsu that destroyed my clones at high speed, he might be able to kill them. Not to mention, it's hard to say which other vacuum jutsus he knows. However, after my words, he will be less likely to try killing them. Even though those snakes won't be able to harm him, they'll apply a lot of pressure as he'll need to keep an eye on them as well. With so much pressure, it's only a matter of time before he makes a mistake. As he was thinking, Orochimaru was radiating a massive amount of bloodlust. He didn't bother hiding how much he wanted to kill Fujin. He didn't want to see such a strong threat during the war. Without displaying any emotions on his face, Fujin replied, I have to admit, your reputation is well deserved. I didn't think I'd be pushed so far. However, heh. Fujin began laughing as he continued. Don't forget where you stand. By now, your sensei would have already heard about your presence and should be rushing here. If you don't manage to kill me within a few minutes, it'll be your head that'll be rolling. Ha ha! Orochimaru maintained his grin and said while building up his chakra once again, Don't worry, I'll kill you long before sensei reaches here. As soon as he stopped talking, Orochimaru spat out a large amount of water towards Fujin. However, this water wasn't normal water. Fujin could sense that there was a massive amount of yin chakra mixed in that water. Fujin looked at the incoming attack while thinking, Sigh, that's what I get for reminding him to escape before Hiruzen arrives. After all, I won't be able to read his memories and get everything he has collected and researched if Hiruzen kills him here. Fujin slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release. Earth wall jutsu. 3 layers of massive earth walls appeared in front of Fujin. Due to the environment Orochimaru created, the size and strength of the earth walls were much greater than normal. Immediately after, Fujin weaved a few hand seals and slammed his right hand on the ground. Earth release, swamp of the underworld jutsu. The ground, which had earlier been converted into mud by Orochimaru, now transformed into a swamp. Orochimaru's special snakes were all caught in the swamp as well. However, none of the snakes panicked as the swamp could neither harm them nor restrict their mobility. Orochimaru's water jutsu was stopped by the earth walls, and the swamp absorbed a great amount of that water as well. Orochimaru was surprised. He thought, I knew he could use the earth wall jutsu, but when did he learn Swamp of the Underworld? Also, how is this going to help him in this situation? Does he want to reduce the density of the ground to attack them underground? But that won't work. Even though Akatsuki had managed to gather a lot of Fujin's information from Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo, they couldn't know that Hiruzen had personally guided Fujin and taught him fire and earth jutsus. Even though they weren't at the level of his wind release, Fujin could still use those elements effectively in battle. With 2 moves, Fujin had stopped Orochimaru's attack and created a setup to butcher the 8 snakes lurking under his feet. With the conditions set, wind chakra began flowing through Fujin's sword once again. However, it didn't sharpen its edge this time. Instead, a mini hurricane appeared around his sword. And, on the outer part of this hurricane, Acuum blades were revolving at a very high speed. Orochimaru watched carefully while thinking, another application of the wind Acuum technique. How many techniques has he developed? To Orochimaru's surprise, Fujin stabbed his sword into the swamp. The snakes, who were hiding underground patiently, suddenly felt a lot of vibrations and danger. They immediately retreated. Unfortunately, before they could get away, the hurricane spread through the entire swamp and engulfed the snakes. The high-speed winds created several deep cuts on their bodies but were unable to kill them. However, the Acuum blades that would appear occasionally could cut through their huge bodies with extreme ease. In just a couple of seconds, the swamp under Fujin's feet was filled with the blood of the snakes. Slowly, their bodies would float to the top of the swamp. However, Fujin didn't have the luxury of waiting till then, as Orochimaru made his next move exactly when he was trying to kill the snakes. Even though Orochimaru was surprised by the tactic Fujin used, he wasn't fazed by the death of his pets. He thought, impressive. However, my summons have already accomplished their task. Suddenly, 8 mud clones of Orochimaru appeared very close to Fujin, surrounding him on all sides. Appearing in Orochimaru's snake form, all 8 of them slithered towards him at a high speed. Fujin was surprised as he hadn't detected any movements. He quickly analyzed, did he create those mud clones so close to me? How? I thought that the snakes would play a crucial role, but it looks like he just wanted them to distract me for a few seconds. Half of Orochimaru's mud clones shot air bullets at Fujin. 2 began creating spikes under his feet. The last 2 threw multiple shurikens with explosive tags attached to them and used shuriken shadow clone jutsu to increase their number to hundreds. The attack happened too quickly. Fujin was still using the sword hurricane jutsu when Orochimaru's mud clones appeared. He had to terminate the jutsu and pull out his swords. By then, the air bullets had already reached him. Fujin showed excellent dexterity and dodged all the air bullets. Unfortunately, a few air bullets hit his sword, a couple of them hitting right where it was cracked. With a loud cracking sound, Fujin's sword snapped into 2. It was one of the 2 swords that Fujin had asked Hiruzen as a reward for ranking first in the academy. Though it took nearly 2 years for him to actually get the swords, it had stayed with him since then. Even though it was nowhere near the level of the Sword of Kusanagi or the 7 Swords of the Mist, it was no less infamous as it was one of the twin swords with which Fujin had gained his nickname, the Spectral Swordsman. Almost every ninja outside Konoha was aware of how it looked. Despite losing a sword that had been with him for years, Fujin had no time to take a second look at it. The reason for it was that the attacks by Orochimaru's clones had cut off all escape routes. The only way Fujin could dodge every attack and leave unharmed was by escaping with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. And the speed of the attacks meant that Fujin had almost no time to put up a defense. Fujin looked at the incoming attacks with a cold look and muttered to himself, "I guess it's time to make this technique public. From today onwards, this will be the technique I'll be known for." While he was thinking, Fujin released a massive amount of chakra from his body. Orochimaru, who was looking for a way to enter the battle with his main body, was surprised by the sudden change and wondered, what is he up to this time? As soon as the chakra exited his body, it transformed into winds. The sudden winds knocked all the shurikens off course and hit the explosive tags, making them explode prematurely. They also stopped any force from the explosions from reaching Fujin. The winds also penetrated into the ground, dismantling every mud spike created by Orochimaru's mud clones. The air bullets dissipated as well, and mixed with the winds. All this took place within a second of Fujin releasing his chakra into the air. In the next second, sharp wind blades appeared out of thin air around Orochimaru's mud clones and chopped them up. All of Orochimaru's clones were dispelled. The brand new technique piqued Orochimaru's interest. He wondered, what technique is this? How can he control winds in such an elegant and fearsome manner? In the next few seconds, the winds took the shape of a domain, covering everything within a 50-meter radius. As for Orochimaru's main body, he immediately retreated a safe distance after seeing what happened to his clones. He observed Fujin's technique carefully before laughing. Not bad. Not bad at all. However, with so much wind, aren't you afraid of getting burnt? Just like Fujin, Orochimaru built up a massive amount of his chakra. He poured nearly 5% of his chakra to supercharge his jutsu. Against the dome of wind protecting Fujin, Orochimaru exhaled his majestic destroyer flame jutsu. Just like earlier, it had a massive amount of yang chakra along with fire chakra. The flames entered into Fujin's wind domain and were further strengthened by the winds. In the blink of an eye, the entire wind domain was lit on fire. Standing in the center, all Fujin could see were flames. Even though Orochimaru couldn't see Fujin's face, he could imagine the shock on Fujin's face. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Calbeer, Call of Duty Mobile, Zeo Primo, Ilhaz, OO, Jan, Pascal, Connor, Shoku, Jay Correa, Samuel, Marcio, Lucian, Shay, Jose, and Mark for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 611, A Shocking Development. Chapter 617 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Majestic Destroyer Flame. Orochimaru was initially caught off guard by Fujin's wind domain. He had never seen a technique like that one. However, when he sensed Fujin's wind domain, he realized that it was made purely of wind chakra. Hence, he attacked with a massive supercharged fire jutsu, and even strengthened it with yang chakra to prevent Fujin from blowing the flames away before they reached the domain. As Orochimaru had expected, from the moment his fire jutsu touched Fujin's wind domain, it expanded at an extreme speed, filling up the entire domain in less than a second. In the Forest of Death, a fire dome with a radius of 50 meters appeared in the blink of an eye. Anko, who was the closest to Fujin and Orochimaru's battlefield, looked at it with shock and thought, "What the hell is that? And who used that jutsu?" Immediately after, a bitter smile appeared on her face as she realized, he was right. I wouldn't stand a chance against something like this. Even after all this time, I'm still not capable enough to take my revenge. In the tower, Hoka and Renjiro were looking at the fire dome with a worried expression. They weren't sure if it was Fujin's jutsu or if it was something Orochimaru used. They glanced at Fujin's clone, but his face didn't display any emotions. Around 1.5 kilometers away from the fire dome, 3 genins were standing on a branch and looking towards the fire dome. Lee asked, "Neji, can you see what is happening there?" Neji's squad was initially farther from the battlefield. However, after realizing that a massive battle was taking place, they moved closer to investigate what was happening. Their current spot barely allowed Neiji's Byakugan to see the fight. As Lee and Tenten looked at Neji, they were surprised to see his dumbfounded expression. Tenten asked, "Neji?" Neji snapped out of his thoughts and said with slight fear in his voice, "It's incredible. I didn't know that jutsus like these existed. Both of them are too strong." Unlike his canon self, Neji had seen Guy sparring with Fujin regularly and understood that there was a vast difference between him and them. However, the glimpses that he caught in this battle were a real eye-opener. Despite being called as one of the most talented Hyuga, Neji understood that he wouldn't last even a second in such a fight. Lee asked, "Who is fighting?" Neji answered, "One of them is Fujin. His opponent is the one who used snake summons. From his abilities and appearance, I'm afraid that Fujin is fighting Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sanins." Lee asked in surprise. "What? It's Fujin?" As expected of someone who spars regularly with Guy-sensei. Neji shook his head and said, "His spars with Guy-sensei were a joke compared to the abilities he is displaying. Fujin is far stronger than I imagined. However, he is in trouble right now. His opponent is too strong. Being trapped in such a devastating flame, I'm not sure whether he can survive." Around 3 kilometers from the fire dome, another squad was sneakily looking at the fire dome. Ino asked, "What do you think that is, Shikamaru?" "The heat is so intense that I can feel it all the way here." Shikamaru replied, "First that massive snake, and now this dome. The ones who are fighting definitely aren't genins. We should stay away from them." Ino and Choji nodded. Several kilometers away, Kurenai's squad was also looking at the fire dome. Akamaru whimpered in fear once again while Shino looked at his bugs and said, "My bugs are afraid to go near those flames. That battle is very dangerous. It might be more dangerous than the Suna squad." Kiba nodded and said, "Yes, even Akamaru feels so. Man, I wonder what is happening there. Did someone hijack our Chunin exams?" Some distance away from them, Rasa's children were standing on top of trees and looking in the direction of the fire dome as well. Understanding the intensity of the battle, Gaara became excited. He wanted to move there, but both Tamari and Kankuro noticed his change. Kankuro immediately said, "Gaara, control yourself. We already have our scrolls and don't need to go there." Tamari immediately added, "That's right, Gaara. Don't forget our father's words." Hearing his siblings, Gaara calmed down slightly. Tamari looked at the fire dome again and said in a very soft voice, "Besides, seeing the massive snake that was summoned earlier, there is no doubt that one of the ninjas fighting is Orochimaru. Seeing that massive wind jutsu earlier, his opponent should be Suzuki Fujin. Orochimaru might be trying to eliminate him before." Her voice was so soft that only her brothers could hear it. Both understood what she was implying. As for the genin who was the closest to the fire dome, Sakura looked outside her hiding spot with fear. She muttered, "What is happening there? How can ninjas fight like this? Wake up soon, Sasuke, Naruto." Every genin squad that was still alive looked towards the fire dome and had similar reactions. None of them imagined that such a high-level battle would happen during their Chunin exams. The only exception was Kabuto, who thought, as expected, Orochimaru-sama wants to eliminate Fujin here. That said, considering that he has survived for so many minutes, Fujin is likely far stronger than I speculated. Eh? What is that? It had only been a few seconds since they saw the fire dome when a change took place that shocked everyone who was looking at it. Neji exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! How can something so powerful be created so quickly?" However, the one who had the most intense reaction wasn't Neji. Instead, it was Tamari who couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "That's impossible! How can that appear here?" Kankuro had a grim expression, as well as he looked with fear in his eyes. A few seconds ago, Fujin was standing at the center of the wind domain, seeing flames spreading throughout it. However, unlike what Orochimaru imagined, there was no fear or panic on his face. Instead, he looked offended as he thought, "I admit that I couldn't find a way to deal with Kasame and Nagato's ability to absorb chakra, but do you really think I would use this technique without having dealt with such an obvious weakness?" Under Fujin's control, the winds began flowing in a particular manner within his wind domain. Outside the wind domain, Orochimaru frowned as he saw the winds gathering most of the flames within it, and containing the fire within a certain path inside the domain. He muttered, As expected, he wouldn't leave such an obvious flaw. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he observed, "That's..." Soon, a grin appeared on his face as he realized, "I see, he utilized my jutsu in such a manner. Hehe." Rasa would explode in rage if he saw this. As the winds took control of the flames within the wind domain, they took the form of a dragon. A dragon made of wind, fire, and yang chakra. The three elements mixed together extremely well and formed something that hadn't been seen in the ninja world for over a decade. Even Renjiro, Hoka, Anko, and the Anbu observing the fight were shocked as the fire dome disappeared and a massive scorched dragon appeared in the skies. Even though Fujin still hadn't managed to fuse fire and wind chakra accurately within his chakra network, he was very close. He could easily replicate the effects by merging the two elements outside his body. Normally, that wouldn't be very powerful, and a lot of chakra would be wasted. However, this particular scorched dragon was made of 5% of Orochimaru's chakra, along with a considerable amount of Fujin's chakra. As a result, its scale was massive. Fujin looked straight at Orochimaru, who stopped being playful and raised his guard to the limit. It didn't take a genius to know what Fujin's next move would be. He controlled the entire Scorched Dragon and launched it at Orochimaru without holding anything back. Water release, exploding water shockwave jutsu. The size of the dragon meant that there was no way to completely avoid the attack. Orochimaru needed to defend. He used another 5% of his chakra to supercharge the water jutsu and strengthen it with yin chakra to restrain his yang chakra. The Scorched Dragon slammed into the massive waves. A large amount of water turned into steam as the Scorched Dragon drilled right through it. Its power weakened, but not by much. Orochimaru bit his thumbs and slammed both his hands into the ground. Summoning jutsu, triple Rashomon. 3 massive gates appeared in front of Orochimaru. The Scorched Dragon crashed into the first gate, and its head exploded. The explosion destroyed the first gate, nearly destroyed the second gate, and caused some damage to the last gate. However, the gates stopped the explosion from reaching Orochimaru, and he just felt the heat waves. Of course, that wasn't the end of it. After all, the Scorched Dragon's body was huge and was over 100 meters long. Its remaining parts split into 2 and moved around the gates. Orochimaru cursed, "Damn! I shouldn't have put so much chakra into the majestic destroyer flame." He immediately flickered away. Orochimaru had already anticipated that he wouldn't be able to block the Scorched Dragon head-on. He just wanted to reduce its power so that he wouldn't take too much damage from it. Even though the Scorched Dragon had evaporated a lot of the water from his previous jutsu, most of the water was still remaining and had spread evenly in every direction. Orochimaru immediately took cover behind it as the remaining Scorched Dragon exploded, releasing intense heat waves in every direction. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Samuel, Mugen Stan, Joseph, Tyler, Hector, Matthias, Topnotch, Snow, Mohammed, Devilham, Makluf, Zavid, Borgino, Alder, Tomas, Less Than Av Player, for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Kabir for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 612, Leaving a Scar. Chapter 6 and 18 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. As the remaining Scorched Dragon exploded, an intense heat wave spread in every direction. Orochimaru quickly put up a couple of additional defenses, but the heat still pierced through all his defenses and hit him. His entire body felt the scorching heat. Several burns appeared on him, but the injuries weren't serious enough to affect his strength. The heat also moved towards the wind domain, but Fujin moved the winds to avoid getting hit. The trees nearby weren't as lucky. The scorching heat caused every tree in a 500-meter radius to light up. Several trees beyond it were also affected. The ninjas who were within 3 kilometers of the explosion also felt the heat wave. Thankfully, it was no longer dangerous. Had it been as intense as what Orochimaru had to endure, the future would have completely changed, and Fujin would have attracted a lot of trouble. Regardless, the heat made everyone realize just how crazy the battle was. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief as he thought, what a ridiculous technique. He immediately stopped thinking about the Scorched Dragon, turned to his left, and prepared himself for a battle. Without giving Orochimaru any time to rest, Fujin pushed on the offense. Despite being over 150 meters away from Orochimaru, Fujin reached him in the blink of an eye, thanks to the Assassin's Rush Jutsu. Orochimaru relaxed on seeing that Fujin wasn't holding a sword and thought, strange, why did he leave the domain he had created? I thought he'd hide inside it until Hiruzen came. Also, doesn't he have any other sword? Fujin's strange action made Orochimaru raise his guard even more. However, he didn't have any time to think about it deeply or use a jutsu. To Orochimaru's surprise, Fujin didn't use any jutsu and attacked him with a simple punch. Orochimaru easily blocked it and attacked back while thinking, does he want to compete against me in taijutsu to take advantage of the burns on my body? To Orochimaru's surprise, the speed of Fujin's arms and legs was boosted by small blasts of winds that Fujin was creating. It was an advanced application of the Assassin's Rush Jutsu. His speed caught Orochimaru by surprise, as Fujin diverted Orochimaru's attacks successfully and pulled his right fist back. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he finally understood what Fujin was planning. He immediately flickered backwards, but winds blasted behind Fujin at the same moment. Assisted by wind blasts, Fujin's speed was faster than Orochimaru's flickering speed. A chakra-concentrated punch, whose speed had been increased several times by wind blasting behind Fujin's elbow, landed on Orochimaru's chest. Like a broken kite, Orochimaru flew for a couple of 100 meters, crashing through several large trees before his speed reduced just to not break through the trees. His body was stuck halfway into a large tree which was already burning due to the heat wave, making it seem like he was being cremated. His chest was a mess as his ribcage had been pulverized. His internal organs were severely damaged as well. However, that wasn't what worried Orochimaru. What worried him was the fact that he sensed Fujin right above the tree he was stuck in and preparing a wind jutsu. He quickly freed his arms from the tree and made a hand seal. Wind Release, Acum Serial Waves Jutsu. Fujin used his wide-range Acum Jutsu in order to ensure that Orochimaru wouldn't be able to dodge it. The jutsu hit the tree and the surrounding area, cutting the tree into small pieces and covering the ground in scars. Hundreds of nearby trees were cut into small pieces as well. However, there was a frown on Fujin's face. Fujin thought, he escaped? As expected, he had set up a reverse summoning jutsu in advance. Wait a minute. While fighting against Orochimaru, Fujin kept his space-time sensing technique active the entire time. Fujin could easily cover the entire Konoha with his space-time technique by now. However, he had only kept it active in the Forest of Death in order to not be distracted. The reason why he covered the entire Forest of Death was to ensure that he didn't accidentally kill anyone nearby. After all, several ninjas who would become major players later were participating in the Chunin exams. Fujin thought, just when Orochimaru's chakra signature disappeared, I sensed a disturbance in space-time. Did he set up a reverse summoning spot inside the Forest of Death? Around 2 kilometers away, Orochimaru's injured figure appeared. Next to him was his shadow clone. The clone dispelled immediately to transfer the chakra back to his main body, because Orochimaru's chakra reserves were very low. Orochimaru immediately shed his skin to recover from the deadly injuries. While doing so, he thought, I had set up several escape routes in case Sensei knew about my plans and set up traps for me. To think that I'd be forced to escape from Fujin. Killing intent flashed through his eyes as he quickly analyzed the reason for his defeat. He immediately concluded, I underestimated the brat. He's the real deal. With unrivaled control over the wind, never-ending applications of the wind act technique, and a strength that is under only Tsunade's, he is very strong. However, he still isn't at my level. The reason why I lost was simply because I lacked information. If we fight again, I won't suffer repeated blows. As Orochimaru was shedding his skin, 2 groups noticed him. The first one was Kabuto's squad. Kabuto was around 50 meters away from Orochimaru and had detected his sudden appearance. He observed Orochimaru from a distance and shock appeared on his face as he thought, impossible. Such injuries. Did Fujin defeat Orochimaru-sama? Is he this powerful? Or did the Hokage reinforce him? Almost instinctively, Kabuto wanted to go and heal Orochimaru. However, he controlled himself while thinking, "No, Orochimaru-sama still needs me to be undercover. Besides, Orochimaru-sama will recover in no time." What the? The second group that saw him was Team Asuma. They were 50 meters away from him as well, but were on the other side. Since they were standing on branches, they could easily see the disgusting thing that Orochimaru did. Ino exclaimed softly in shock and disgust. "What the hell? Did a person crawl out of his mouth? That's so disgusting." Choji felt nauseated as well at that sight. Only Shikamaru had a serious expression as he recognized Orochimaru's face. He quickly said in a quiet voice, "Both of you, quickly hide. Don't let him see us." Ino and Choji were surprised by how grave Shikamaru's voice was. Orochimaru had already sensed both groups, but didn't pay attention to any of them. He continued thinking, "Unfortunately, I don't think I'll get another opportunity to fight him before my assault. During the assault, I'll be busy dealing with Sensei. Who'll fight him then?" Huh? Orochimaru suddenly felt a movement behind him. He quickly turned his head to see what was happening. His eyes widened. A massive wind dragon was heading towards him, destroying everything in its path. It reached him in the blink of an eye. However, before it could hit him, Orochimaru disappeared once again. With nothing stopping it, the wind dragon continued moving forward through the forest of death. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino's eyes popped out in shock and surprise as the massive wind dragon plowed through the area where Orochimaru was. They saw as the dragon disappeared out of their sight, leaving a trail of destruction behind it. A massive 12-meter wide and 4-meter deep canal now existed in front of them. As for its length, they couldn't see where it started, nor could they imagine where it would end. As the wind dragon moved, every tree and animal in its path was annihilated. A few Genin squads saw it and were terrified. Tamari and Kenkuro's eyes widened as they saw the wind dragon heading in their direction. They quickly moved a few meters to their left. Thankfully, the wind dragon didn't change its direction and continued moving forward. It only stopped after reaching the other end of the Forest of Death. Renjiro and Hoka, who had the clearest view, were left dumbfounded as they witnessed a new 12 kilometers long channel being formed in the Forest of Death by a single jutsu. The reason why the wind dragon was so powerful was pretty simple. Once Fujin unleashed his chakra to form the wind domain, he couldn't take the chakra back. Since Orochimaru had escaped, the wind domain had become meaningless. So Fujin simply used all the remaining chakra in the wind domain to create a massive wind dragon. Fujin appeared where Orochimaru had reversed summoned to and thought, his chakra signature disappeared again. However, I didn't sense any other disturbance in space-time. It looks like he was reverse summoned out of this training ground. Fujin let out a long breath. He stretched his body slightly and muttered to himself, "Now that was a good fight. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvsh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Gray, Anthony, Chavi, and Juan for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Sam, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 613, A Shocking News. Chapter 619 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin let out a long breath. He stretched his body slightly and muttered to himself, "Now that was a good fight. If only I could have these more frequently. However, I exposed too many of my secret techniques, and I lost one of my swords as well. Though replacing the sword wouldn't be an issue, the next battle against Orochimaru won't be easy. That said, Hiruzen will be the one facing him next. Even though he is no longer at his peak, Hiruzen is much stronger than what I remember from the original story. I won't be surprised if he's able to kill Orochimaru and seal the Senju brothers without having to resort to the dead demon consuming seal. Anyway, irrespective of whether Hiruzen kills or cripples him, Orochimaru wouldn't be a match for me even if I tell him all my secrets. So, there is no need to worry about him. The only issue is if he leaks my abilities to Akatsuki. Thankfully, I still have several hidden cards in my arsenal. Back when Fujin created his wind domain, he had decided to use it as his go-to jutsu. It'd be his equivalent of the Tsuchikage's dust release or the Raikage's lightning chakra mode. He didn't intend to keep it secret. The technique was strong enough to be impactful even if everyone knew about it. Fujin turned his head and looked to his right. He had sensed someone looking at him very carefully. His eyes glowed as he observed. Kabuto is here as well. I wonder if Orochimaru planned to meet him here. Oh well, it's good that he didn't come to heal Orochimaru, else things might have gotten complicated. Seeing Fujin looking at him, Kabuto immediately returned to acting as an ordinary genin and looked respectfully at Fujin. However, his thoughts were anything but ordinary. His chakra level should be very low after his fight with Orochimaru-sama. Should I try to assassinate him using my disguise? Kabuto thought for a few seconds before deciding, it's too risky. He won't drop his guard after facing Orochimaru-sama. Not to mention, the Hokage should be on his way here as well. I'll keep my focus on Sasuke for now. Fujin ignored Kabuto and glanced at the Ino-Shikacho trio before disappearing. The trio were holding their breath as they couldn't believe what had happened earlier. As soon as Fujin disappeared, they released their breath and sat on the branches. Choji muttered, "That was scary. Who knew our proctor would be this powerful?" Ino nodded and said, "Yeah, but that was so cool. Did you see that dragon? It ate that disgusting creep in the blink of an eye. And the way he suddenly appeared there out of thin air was so cool too. Also..." She looked towards the canal left by the wind dragon and said, "I can't see where it starts and where it ends. How long do you guys think this trench is?" She looked at her two teammates before noticing something off. She quickly and quietly asked, "Shikamaru, is everything all right?" Shikamaru snapped out of his thoughts and said, "Suzuki Fujin, a few months ago, I heard my father saying that he is a fearsome ninja. I didn't think he'd be this strong. To be honest, I don't think my father knows that he's this strong either. The ninja we saw earlier was Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sanins. The massive fight we noticed earlier should have been between the 2 of them." Ino and Choji were surprised. Both were aware of Konoha's legendary Sanins. Ino asked in surprise, "That was the rogue Sanin? What was he doing in the Chunin exams? Also, does it mean that our proctor killed one of the legendary Sanin?" Shikamaru shook his head and said, "No. From what my father said, it is extremely difficult to kill Orochimaru. He should have escaped somehow. Irrespective of whether he's dead or escaped, it means that he was defeated by Suzuki Fujin. This is huge. I'm afraid that something big is about to happen soon." Ino and Choji were surprised by Shikamaru's words. Ino, in particular, was very impressed by Fujin. A few kilometers away, Kiba looked at the canal left behind by the wind dragon and asked fearfully, "What was that?" First that massive fire dragon and its explosion, and then that massive wind dragon. What the hell is happening in this absurd forest? Shino said, "I'm not sure, but we better get to the tower soon." Hinata nodded in agreement. Some distance from them, 2 figures crawled out of the soil. Their faces and clothes were completely covered in dust and soil. Gaara stood next to them without a single speck of dust on him. Kankuro cursed. "Which fucking bastard shot that wind dragon? If it was directly targeted at us, we might have died." Tamari wasn't angry about being covered in soil. Instead, she wondered aloud, how could a wind dragon be so strong? How much chakra was poured into it? I haven't seen anyone in our village creating something like this. Kankuro immediately said, "We can wonder about that later. Let's go to the tower. I don't want to spend another minute in this fucked-up forest." Just like Kurenai's squad, they began moving towards the tower as well. Closer to where the battle had happened, Tenten asked in surprise, "Neji, what was that? Why did 2 dragons appear out of nowhere? What happened in the fight?" Lee was curious as well because all the 2 could see was Neji's shocked expression. Neji finally took a deep breath and said, "The fight is over. Orochimaru escaped. Both those dragons were used by Fujin. He won the fight." Both Lee and Tenten were shocked. While they were aware that Fujin was strong, neither expected him to defeat a Sannin. Especially Tenten, who wanted to be a legendary kunoichi like Tsunade. Neji wasn't the only one who witnessed the battle. Hiruzen had deployed a few Hyuga elite Junins to keep an eye on the training grounds during the exam. They saw the same thing as Neji and looked at each other with shocked expressions. Back in the tower, Hoka asked, "What happened in the battle? And what were those 2 dragons in that fire dome?" Fujin's clone shrugged and said, "I didn't receive any memories from any clones. Wait for my main body to arrive here." Hoka and Renjiro could only wait helplessly. Anko and the Anbu ninjas were waiting helplessly as well. They all wanted to know what was happening. Apart from a few who were with the Hyugas, the rest were clueless. Though they would have risked their lives to find out what was happening and help Fujin if he needed their help, none of them wanted to do so since Fujin had explicitly asked everyone to stay away. Suddenly, winds began moving strangely around all the observers, except the genins. The winds quickly took Fujin's form. Anko looked at him with curiosity. She and the rest were about to ask the status of the battle when Fujin's wind clone said, "The battle is over. Orochimaru has escaped. Stop the fire from spreading and extinguish it. You can return to your duties after doing so." The eyes of Anko and the Anbu ninjas widened in shock. None of them had expected such an outcome. Before they could ask anything, Fujin's clones dispersed. Anko muttered in disbelief, "Did Fujin defeat Orochimaru? How? Is he that strong?" Anko couldn't believe it. As someone who was trained by Orochimaru, she knew how insanely strong Orochimaru was. She knew that he had too many tricks under his sleeve. For him to be defeated by a 16-year-old ninja was too outrageous to believe. However, she couldn't deny the facts in front of her. She quickly moved towards the area where the battle had happened to investigate. As for the Anbu and other ninjas, they quickly began controlling the fire. Unfortunately, the fire was too large and was spreading too rapidly for them to even control. On realizing that, they sent a ninja out to ask for ninjas who could use water jutsus to reinforce them. The remaining ones tried their best to slow down the speed at which the flames were spreading. Except for a few, most of the genin stayed on guard and didn't make any moves as they weren't sure what was happening in the forest. None of them wished to be caught amid such an intense battle and lose their lives pointlessly. Meanwhile, Fujin returned to the tower and stepped onto the balcony where Hoka and Renjiro were standing. He dispelled his clone, getting all of his memories. Renjiro and Hoka looked at him in surprise. Neither expected him to return there so quickly considering who his opponent was. They could see that Fujin's breathing was rough. In addition, his clothes were torn in a few spots. However, there were no injuries on him. There was some blood on his clothes, but the 2 experienced ninjas could easily see that it didn't belong to him. Renjiro asked, "Well, what happened there?" I guess that was the longest fight I wrote. Though to be fair, this is one of the fights that I had been planning for a long time and played the battle in my head more than a few dozen times. Thanks. I'm glad that everyone enjoyed it. Several interesting developments will happen soon as a consequence of this battle. They will be covered in the upcoming chapters. Have a fun weekend. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Paddlesarvj ASB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. Chen, Gorama, Elijah, Frederick, Peach Farmer, Ethan, Gray, Scarlet, Mehmet, Uger Snow, Jared, Arceus, and Elmatrudi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 614, Hiruzen Arrives. Chapter 620 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Renjiro asked, "Well, what happened there?" A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he said, "It's over for now. Orochimaru escaped." Shock appeared on both their faces. Neither expected such a result. Fujin continued, "The fire dome was due to Orochimaru trying to take advantage of my jutsu. The following 2 dragons were my attacks." Fujin let out a tired sigh and added ruefully, "It's a shame that his body was far more weird than what I was told. He could heal perfectly from any injury, no matter how serious it was. Otherwise, I could have killed him with that initial explosion. Anyway, he escaped using the reverse summoning jutsu." Both Renjiro and Hoka sucked a cold breath simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief. At the same time, Hiruzen reached the Forest of Death. Despite Fujin's words, Renjiro couldn't believe what he was hearing. Unlike Hoka, he was well aware of how terrifying Orochimaru was. Be it ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, kinjutsu, or any other skill, Orochimaru excelled in everything. Even the ones who specialized in any of those skills couldn't compete with him. Even in his wildest dreams, Renjiro could never imagine that someone like that would be defeated by his 16-year-old student. He muttered to himself, "I knew that he would surpass me, but I never thought that he would surpass me so quickly and by such a large degree." Pride appeared in Renjiro's eyes as he looked at Fujin again. His student had defeated Orochimaru. He wanted to go out with his friends and brag about this fact. Unfortunately, the situation forced him to stay put. After all, someone like Orochimaru was dangerous even if he was defeated. Hoka had a complicated feeling. On one hand, he was happy that Fujin had grown so strong. On the other hand, he became slightly depressed as Fujin had left him behind by such a large margin. Even though Fujin was always stronger than him, he hoped that he'd be able to reduce that gap with time. However, he understood that their gap had become so large that the chances of him bridging it were getting lesser every passing day. Renjiro quickly controlled his emotions and looked towards the place where the fight had happened. He saw the massive fire and noticed a few water jutsus being used. He asked, "Should I go to help control the fire?" Fujin shook his head and returned inside the building to sit down. He said, "No need. My chakra reserves are very low. If Orochimaru has someone assisting him, I'll need you two to help me until I can recover my chakra." Thankfully, Orochimaru's chakra levels should be worse than mine, so he is unlikely to attack again in a short while. Renjiro understood and nodded. Compared to a forest fire, Fujin's safety was much more important. While the three of them were talking, Hiruzen reached the Forest of Death. Fujin's clone had sent Fumito to inform him, while Anko had sent a few Chunins. The Chunins sent by Anko reached earlier because she had sent them a couple of minutes earlier, and they had to travel 10 kilometers less. Hiruzen was about to leave when Fumito reached there and informed him about Fujin's message. As a result, Hiruzen stopped and summoned a few Anbu squads, which took another couple of minutes. With 5 Anbu squads and his Anbu guards, Hiruzen reached the Forest of Death in just 4 minutes. However, when he reached, he couldn't sense any battle happening. Instead, he just saw the smoke rising from the forest fire. He looked towards it and thought, "Why am I getting a weird feeling?" Fumito immediately informed, "Lord Hokage, Fujin and Orochimaru were fighting around the spot where the fire is." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Let's go and see." They were about to move towards the fire when they noticed an Anbu ninja running towards them. On seeing Hiruzen, the Anbu quickly moved towards them and said, "Lord Hokage, it's good that you have arrived here. We need reinforcements to curtail the massive forest fire." Hiruzen immediately said, "Forget the fire. What about Orochimaru? Wasn't he fighting against Fujin? Where are they?" The Anbu ninja quickly answered, "The battle ended a couple of minutes ago. Council member Fujin won the battle. Orochimaru was critically injured and escaped using reverse summoning jutsu. I'm not sure where Fujin is, but I think that he returned to the tower." His words shocked every single person in their group, including Hiruzen. All of them were prepared for a life-and-death battle. Many of them were worried that Fujin might die. However, not a single one imagined that Fujin would defeat Orochimaru before the reinforcements reached him. The Anbu ninjas and the Chunins sucked a cold breath. None of them could believe the words they just heard. One of them even asked, "Are you telling the truth?" The Anbu ninja reporting wasn't surprised by their disbelief. In fact, he couldn't believe it either. He just nodded. Hiruzen said, "That's enough time wasted. Regardless of how it happened, this is great news for us. Let's move. I'll meet with Fujin and ask how their battle went." He turned his gaze towards the Anbu who had reported the news and said, "No need to look for any ninjas specializing in water manipulation. Follow me." Without wasting any time, Hiruzen began moving towards the massive fire. The remaining ninjas quickly followed him. Within a few seconds, they reached the massive flames. Hiruzen activated his chakra field and observed, They are trying to stop the fire from spreading deeper into the training ground. However, they have completely given up on the other side. It looks like there is no ninja who is good at water manipulation in their ranks." Suddenly, 4 shadow clones appeared next to Hiruzen. They quickly moved in different directions. Since they were coming from the edge of the forest, the ninjas, who were trying their best to stop the spread of fire, were on the opposite side. Despite their best effort, they had only managed to slow down the spread of flames slightly. Water release, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Hiruzen and his 4 clones used the jutsu simultaneously. They spat a massive amount of water. It was almost as if 5 dams were opened and water was allowed to flow unrestricted. To the surprise of the ninjas on the other side, a massive amount of water began flowing into the flames from the opposite side. It doused over half of the flames. The ninjas, who were running alongside Hiruzen, watched him with veneration. What they couldn't see was that there was a frown on Hiruzen's face. He wondered, why does it feel like these flames were started by scorch release? Also, I can sense very high amounts of yang chakra mixed in these flames, even though the fire is spreading due to the vegetation. No wonder I couldn't douse all the flames in one go. Even though Hiruzen couldn't extinguish all the flames, his jutsu had left a lot of water behind which other ninjas could control. He instructed, "You guys stay here. Extinguish these flames. Come to the tower once you are done." Hearing his words, everyone apart from his guards stopped following him and focused on the flames. Hiruzen continued moving towards the tower. He had only moved a few hundred meters when Hiruzen noticed something odd once again. His eyes widened as he noticed a massive new canal in the Forest of Death. He stopped temporarily and wondered, what the hell happened here? Who created such a canal? Did Orochimaru get an even larger summon than Manda? But why would the canal be straight if it was created by a snake? In the tower, Hoka asked, "By the way, what was that fire dragon jutsu you used? It didn't feel like normal fire jutsus. The heat it radiated was far more intense. It almost reminded me of your and Miko's combination jutsu, but this one seemed a lot more intense." Before Fujin could answer, Renjiro said, "It looked like the scorched Kekkei Genkai. I didn't expect that you'd actually manage to fuse fire and wind chakras to create this Kekkei Genkai." Fujin shook his head and said, "I can't use scorch release. I just combined Orochimaru's fire jutsu with my wind jutsu. His jutsu also had a lot of yang chakra. Somehow, the merger of our jutsus created an effect that was very similar to scorch release. Unfortunately, the amount of chakra we used was very high. Using it in a battle just by myself isn't feasible for the time being." Renjiro's eyebrows twitched. He thought, when he was young, he used to always ask me for new jutsus. He even pestered the old man for chakra blades. However, I didn't think he'd begin using the enemy's jutsus to strengthen his attacks and send it back at the enemy. Suddenly, Fujin, Renjiro, and Hoka looked towards the balcony. Moments later, Hiruzen and his Anbu guards arrived. Seeing that Fujin was all right, Hiruzen sighed in relief. He was worried that Orochimaru would injure Fujin seriously. Before Hiruzen could express his relief and express his concern, Fujin looked at him, sighed tiredly, just like Hiruzen usually did, and said, "You're late, Grandpa. I had to fight that snake just by myself. It was so scary. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Alexander, Nirach, Angel, Obo, Robin, One Bullet, Nick, Kishore, Tyler, Adam, King Atlas, Draz, Jeppa, ZXCB, and T5P6 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 615, Hiruzen's Nightmare. Chapter 621 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN, for those commenting in every chapter whether the chapters are shorter, no, the chapters aren't shorter. I still average over 1.5k words per chapter, without the author notes. As I have repeatedly said, it's not possible for me to write longer chapters and still be able to write daily. I did try 1.7k to 8k words, but I was completely exhausted within a week and found it very difficult to continue writing. However, I understand that 1.5k words are too little for some people, causing my book to be a complete disappointment to you. So I humbly request you to read the books that do this, as I, unfortunately, am not a good enough writer to be able to satisfy your requirements. Have a good day. I wish you well in life. "You're late, Grandpa. I had to fight that snake just by myself. It was so scary." Hiruzen's left eyebrow twitched in annoyance. All his good feelings disappeared in the blink of an eye. He muttered to himself, "Scary? Does this brat know what fear even means? Where are your injuries?" Did Orochimaru take pity on this brat? Or did this little devil somehow manage to convince Orochimaru to give up violence and accept a beating as a punishment for leaving Konoha? No one was more clear about Orochimaru's strength than Hiruzen. Unlike the rest, who had come to terms with this unbelievable feat, Hiruzen still had some doubts. Knowing Fujin's nature and his cunning tongue, Hiruzen strongly suspected that Fujin caused him mental damage instead of physical damage. He looked at Renjiro and Hoka and said, "You two, assist in clearing out that fire. I helped out a bit, but there is still a lot left." Renjiro and Hoka nodded and left immediately. Hiruzen glanced at his guards and they followed them. With just the two of them in the room, Hiruzen said, "Now that we are alone, tell me everything that has happened since the second round started. Also, tell me why Orochimaru targeted you." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't you see it in that crystal ball?" "Pay?" Hiruzen's eyebrows twitched in annoyance once again as he understood what Fujin was initially saying. He shook his head and said, "No, there were seals in the Forest of Death to stop my technique. I guess Orochimaru placed them there beforehand." Fujin was surprised. He thought, "Oh, so those were the seals I sensed earlier. Makes sense, I suppose." He looked at Hiruzen and said, "Orochimaru entered the Chunin exam disguised as a Kusagenin. He didn't target me, at least not initially. His target was Kakashi's squad, or more specifically, Uchiha Sasuke. He used the 5-element seal on Naruto to cut off his access to Nine-Tails' chakra, and he planted his curse seal on Sasuke, just like the one that is on Anko's neck." Hiruzen's eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, "So his goal was Sasuke? That's troublesome." Hearing Sasuke's name, Itachi's face appeared in his mind. Remembering Itachi's sacrifice and words, Hiruzen didn't want to see his little brother suffering. Unfortunately, the situation was very complicated. He asked, "If they were his target, why did he fight you?" Fujin shrugged and answered, "My clone had found him and Rasa's youngest son suspicious. So I was planning to keep an eye on the two of them. Unfortunately, Orochimaru made his move very quickly. By the time I discovered his attack, he had already placed the seal on Sasuke. I threw Kakashi's squad to a safe place, then engaged against him, and sent messengers to you so that we could eliminate Orochimaru here and solve this headache for good. Unfortunately, that bastard was too slippery and he recovered from every injury with ease." Hiruzen was surprised by Fujin's words. He asked, "Is it true that you injured him and forced him to retreat?" Fujin answered, "Somewhat. I managed to injure him thrice. Once in a way that would have injured any normal ninja a lot and reduced their fighting ability sufficiently for me to kill him or her. And twice with what should have been mortal wounds. Unfortunately, he just shed his skin all 3 times and completely recovered each time. Before he escaped, he had already used that technique to get rid of his injuries. As for why he escaped, that should be because he was running low on chakra, and the fact that you'd be reaching our positions in a minute or 2. Even though Hiruzen nodded without showing much expression on his face, he was shocked. He thought, "He forced Orochimaru to use that technique thrice? I never expected Fujin to be able to injure him critically even once. I only expected him to keep Orochimaru at bay and keep him occupied till I arrived." Even though I rate Fujin's talent and skills quite highly, did I still end up underestimating Fujin's strength? Or has Orochimaru's strength digressed since he left the village? However, how could that happen? Hiruzen quickly said, "Describe everything in detail about your fight." Fujin nodded. Since Orochimaru had already witnessed his abilities, there was no reason to hide it from Hiruzen. Besides, Fujin had noticed quite a few pairs of eyes observing them during the ending stages of the battle. So, it was inevitable that some of his skills, especially his wind domain, would be known by others. Of course, Fujin didn't mention things like his space-time sensing technique or the words he spoke during the fight. As Fujin mentioned the details, a peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. He wondered, is this how he always fights? I thought he was shameless only when it comes to money and jutsus. However, he's shameless even in battle. First, he baited Orochimaru and exploded his shadow clone to critically injure him. Then he attacked Orochimaru again before he could completely recover and injured him once again. Finally, he used his wind domain to bait Orochimaru into using a massive fire jutsu and defeated Orochimaru using his own attack. Even though Orochimaru had a disadvantage in terms of information, he lost due to being outplayed in tactics. Even in my long career, the number of battles more peculiar than this that I heard of could be counted with my fingers. If this is how he always fights, I can imagine what a nightmare he'd be on the battlefield. Hiruzen was seriously impressed. Despite following Fujin's progress for over 6 years, this was the first time Hiruzen asked Fujin to describe his battle. Before this, he hadn't seen much of Fujin's combat prowess. The only time he witnessed Fujin fighting was during the short clash against that unlucky Suna squad that had infiltrated the Land of Fire and attacked their camp. With this new information, Hiruzen began looking at Fujin in a new light. Hiruzen was lost in thoughts when Fujin suddenly said, "Oh, right. I almost forgot. When we were fighting, I destroyed his sword of Kusanagi." "You did what?" Hiruzen exclaimed in shock, nearly jumping from his chair. Hiruzen thought, the sword of Kusanagi broke? Even Enma doesn't like getting hit by that sword. How did he do it? Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, I managed to catch him by surprise with my Akyum slash jutsu." Immediately, Fujin's expression became sad and depressed. A seal lit up on his bracer, and his broken sword appeared as he said, "Unfortunately, doing so destroyed my sword as well. It has been nearly 5 years since I have been using this sword. I didn't expect it to be broken today." Hiruzen's left eye twitched as he said inside his mind, "You destroyed the sword of Kusanagi with this ordinary sword and are still complaining about it? Shit! Wait!" Suddenly, Hiruzen had a terrible feeling. His eyes widened as he realized what it was. Unfortunately, before he could do anything about it and save himself, Fujin said, "Could you arrange for a better sword to be made for me? This time, I want the sword to have more chakra metal instead of using it miserly, and it'll be best if the sword is as strong as Orochimaru's sword of Kusanagi. If I can have a blade that is as strong and sturdy as it was, then I won't need to worry about ever losing due to having a weak sword." Hiruzen cursed internally. Shit, I knew it. He was so generous with the information because he wanted a new sword from me. And what does he mean by adding chakra metal miserly? His swords are excellent. They cost me millions of Ryo and ate into a lot of the money I won by gambling on him. Most importantly, he asked me for pure chakra metal swords when he had just graduated from the academy. Now that he has defeated Orochimaru, which swords will he ask? Hiruzen was terrified to think of the answer. Knowing Fujin, he knew it'd be something that even selling both his kidneys wouldn't be enough. He quickly said, "I can arrange the top blacksmiths for you. However, you're no longer as young as you were 6 years ago, so you'll pay for it yourself." With a smile on his face, Hiruzen added, "Back when you graduated, I knew that your future would be bright. It was why I didn't mind the costs and got the swords for you. However, I never expected that you'd be able to deal with Orochimaru so quickly. Great job, Fujin. I'm proud of you. I'm happy that the will of fire burns strong within you. You are a role model for the younger generation." Not wanting Fujin to shamelessly ask Hiruzen to pay, Hiruzen quickly changed the subject and began praising him so that Fujin would feel awkward asking the village to sponsor it. Unfortunately, Fujin had trained in shamelessness from none other than him. Fujin smiled and said like an obedient youngster, "Thank you, Grandpa." Hiruzen smiled thinking, "I'm safe." Unfortunately, even before he could complete his thoughts, Fujin's smile changed into a helpless one as he continued, "Unfortunately, I can't afford to make a good quality sword by myself. I have been busy looking after the orphans and no longer have much time to go on missions. As a result, my funds have been drying up very quickly. I'm afraid I won't even be able to afford my current swords. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at Oates B, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, K4S, AH, Cesar, Kaner, Just Drink Some Glue, Mohammad Koling, Estevan, Cesar, Xander, Dimitri, Joe, Christian, and K4T for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 616, Taking Advantage of a Perilous Situation. Chapter 622 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen was left speechless by Fujin's sorrowful words. He wondered, "You are poor? Since when? And what do you mean by taking care of the orphans? My Anbu ninjas look after them. I'm paying for all their expenses. You only train the ones with Kekkei Genkai and only send a clone to train them. Not to mention, you stopped going on missions long before I gave you the orphans." Hiruzen wanted to vent his frustration at being played around by Fujin. Unfortunately, he knew that those words couldn't be spoken aloud. He could only swallow his words in frustration. However, if Hiruzen knew that Fujin had plundered hundreds of millions of ryo from corrupt and vile nobles, and had that money with him, how would he have reacted? Hiruzen sighed in his trademark manner and said, "Fujin, the village finances are tight for the time being. You know it since you saw the village budget. It is difficult for me to arrange such funds." Fujin tilted his head and immediately said, "The village will earn around 4 to 5 billion ryo by selling the land around the guidance hall. Along with the other sources of income, I don't think you'll need to worry about funds for a few years at least." Once again, Hiruzen didn't know what he should reply. After all, what Fujin said was true. Had it been anyone else, they would have tried to profit at least 500 million ryo from that proposal. They would have let the council members profit by 1.5 billion ryo and left the remaining to the village. It was how things normally happened. However, Fujin gave everything to the village. Hiruzen sighed internally, thinking, he's right, the village will profit heavily due to it, so the village sponsoring his sword wouldn't be improper, especially considering that he defeated Orochimaru. However, he looked at Fujin and thought, it looks like expecting him to be completely selfless was too much. Though to be fair, he couldn't have known that he would fight Orochimaru and break his sword. I guess he just took advantage of the situation. That said, it is possible that he acted that selflessly just so that he could make me pay for his expenses in the future. Hiruzen became worried, thinking that Fujin would keep using this reason and ask him to keep paying in the future. Fujin continued looking at Hiruzen and thought, wow, he's so deep in thought. If it wasn't so fun to make him pay, I wouldn't have minded paying for it myself. Even though Hiruzen would have been suspicious about how I gained so much money, he wouldn't have looked into it and just been happy that I wasn't making him or the village pay. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of any jutsu I could ask from him. Otherwise, I'd have asked him for a jutsu and paid for the sword myself. The only one that comes to mind is Edo Tensei Jutsu, but Hiruzen won't give it to me. The only way I could ask for it is if he survives against Orochimaru. Even then, it is highly unlikely that he'll give me that jutsu. Hiruzen resigned himself to the fact that he couldn't deny Fujin's request. He said, "Making a sword as good as the sword of Kusanagi is more or less impossible. I don't know any living blacksmith who could do it. Lower your requirements a bit." Fujin thought for a bit and said, "In that case, could you make me a sword equivalent to the blade of the Thunder Spirit which Lord Second had created? If I can get a similar sword that helps in controlling winds, it'll be very helpful to me." Hiruzen's left eye twitched again as he angrily thought, "Even 5 billion ryo won't be sufficient for that." He immediately replied, "Unfortunately, that is even more impossible. Sensei had found the materials required to create the sword by himself. I'm not sure where and how he found those materials. Unless you have the materials that could create such a sword, no one can make one." Fujin sighed and said, "That's a shame." "Oh well, I guess we can just stick to the basics then," Hiruzen asked. "Which means," Fujin replied, "a sword majorly made of chakra metal and materials that make wind chakra flow easier while making the sword as hard as they can." Hiruzen sighed internally. "That'll probably cost the village around 200 to 300 million ryo." Sigh. "I do so much for the village." Hiruzen said, "All right, I'll see what I can do." Anyway, did you find out the reason why Orochimaru targeted Sasuke, and why he did it in the Chunin exams instead of any other time? Fujin shook his head and answered, "Unfortunately, he didn't say. The only thing I can say is that he wasn't here to kill the Genins. He had plenty of time to kill them, and I would have a very difficult time trying to keep them alive had he targeted them during our battle. His goal should have been the curse seal he put on Sasuke. Though, looking at the bloodlust he was radiating, he probably wanted to kill me as well. Unfortunately, I don't know much about the seal on Sasuke's neck, other than the fact that it looks similar to the one on Anko's neck and gives out the same sinister vibes. Since Anko didn't let me take a look at her seal, I can't guess what his intention was. You should have a much better idea than me regarding the same." Hiruzen sighed and said, "The curse seal is one of Orochimaru's experiments. He can use it to restrain the ones who have the seal. It's like the Hyuga's caged bird seal in that aspect. However, it also gives the bearers of the curse seal a power that is similar to senjutsu, increasing their power considerably. However, using that power will create an impact on their brains, making them more subservient or dependent on Orochimaru. The first ones on whom he put the curse seal were his 3 students. Not everyone can survive the curse seal. In fact, very few can. 2 of his students died and only Anko survived. I and Jiraiya tried to remove her seal, but we were only able to seal it to an extent. I guess he plans to make a move on Sasuke for some reason, and wants to see whether he is strong enough to survive that curse seal." Fujin frowned and asked, "What would he want from a mere genin?" Hiruzen replied, "Hard to say." Fujin sighed and said, "Do you want me to check up on him? It'd be a shame if a genin died under my watch. Not to mention, he'll be the leader of the Uchiha clan in the future." Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Let it be. Sasuke will survive the seal. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have an interest in him. However, I'm not sure whether he'd be able to control himself. Send a clone to keep an eye on Kakashi's squad after you recover your chakra." Fujin nodded. Hiruzen continued, "I was wondering what gave Suna the confidence to make a move against us. I initially thought that he wanted to ally with other major villages. However, seeing Orochimaru's sudden movement, it is possible that they allied with him instead. We'll have to make some arrangements for the last round of the Chunin exams." Hiruzen's expression was very serious as he said it. Fujin nodded in agreement and said, "If they are planning to make a move during the Chunin exams, then it'd be best if I can get my new sword before the last round begins." Immediately, a deadpan expression appeared on Hiruzen's face. He didn't think that Fujin would take advantage of such a perilous situation. However, on thinking for the second time, Hiruzen muttered internally, "I should have expected it." He sighed and said, "I'll make arrangements for the blacksmith to arrive in the village right after this round is over." Fujin smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandpa. Do you also know a jutsu that could put a stop to Orochimaru's jutsu where he sheds his skin? Or some other jutsu that'd be effective against the snake or others like him?" Even though Fujin didn't know which other jutsu to ask from Hiruzen, there was no reason to decline a jutsu that Hiruzen would give himself. After all, who knew which forbidden and rank S jutsus Hiruzen knew that wasn't known to anyone else? Unfortunately, Hiruzen just stared at Fujin and replied, "Unfortunately, there aren't any such jutsus. Let me know if you come up with any." Fujin stared suspiciously at Hiruzen to see if he was lying. Unfortunately, Hiruzen didn't change his expression. While the two of them were talking, Renjiro and Hoka reached the forest fire. Thanks to Hiruzen's massive jutsu, the fire had been brought under control. Over 70% of the fire was extinguished, and its spread had been halted. Water release, great waterfall jutsu. As soon as Renjiro reached, he spat out a massive amount of water. It dealt with 1/3 of the remaining flames in one go. The ninjas who were working on extinguishing the forest fire were surprised. Seeing that it was Renjiro, they sighed in relief. With Renjiro's help, they were able to extinguish the remaining flames within a few minutes. As soon as the flames were dealt with, Anko flickered next to him and asked, "Is it true that Fujin defeated Orochimaru?" "AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pedal Sarvesh 8 at OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Shreyas, Bao, BFD Tris, Slothy, Koling, Gokner, and Uger for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description, rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 617, Fame Explodes. Chapter 623 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Is it true that Fujin defeated Orochimaru? Anko's voice wasn't soft. Most of the Anbu and other ninjas who had helped extinguish the fire heard it and paid attention to Renjiro. Even though they had already heard it, they were still in disbelief. Knowing Renjiro's reputation and the fact that Fujin was his student, they wanted to hear it from him. To their surprise, Renjiro nodded and said, "That's true. Fujin defeated Orochimaru and forced him to escape using the reverse summoning jutsu." A stunned silence appeared in the burnt forest. For a few seconds, no one said anything. Due to the fire, all birds and animals had escaped or died. So, other than the breeze, no sound could be heard. Hoka looked at everyone and wondered, why are they so suspicious? Is it really so hard to believe? Also, why is everyone silent? Among the ones present there, Hoka was the youngest at just 16 years old. He hadn't seen the horrors of the Great Ninja Wars, nor did he know how terrifying Orochimaru was. He couldn't understand their emotions. However, Renjiro could clearly understand what was going through their heads. A smile appeared on his face. "Oh my god, I still can't believe it. This means that all those rumors were true. This is such amazing news. We have a ninja who could force that fucking traitor to escape. Hell yeah. Since he defeated Orochimaru, Suzuki Fujin is definitely a rank S ninja. We have another rank S ninja. Forget rank S, he defeated Orochimaru, the Sannin. Fujin should be extremely strong even among the rank S ninjas. He is at least in the same league as Lord Jiraiya and Lady Tsunade. He might be even stronger. Even if he isn't, don't forget that he is only 16 years old. He'll keep getting stronger." Hoka looked dumbfounded as the silence was broken by the excitement coursing through the experienced ninjas in front of him. Even the feared and disciplined Anbu ninjas weren't an exception. They were celebrating like ordinary citizens. Hoka looked at Renjiro in confusion and asked, "Sensei, why are they so happy? And why are you smiling like this?" Renjiro explained without looking at him, "For every village, a rank S ninja is someone who they could rely on to protect the village. As long as a rank S ninja exists, they wouldn't worry about their safety. If something happens to Lord Hokage, we will have another leader available to take charge. And on the battlefield, a rank S ninja can take command of entire armies. They can roam on the battlefield with no fear of being killed. Hence, it is a joyous occasion whenever we get a new rank S ninja." Orochimaru became a rank S ninja over 2 decades ago. He was trained by none other than Lord Third. By defeating him, Fujin has established that he is one of the stronger rank S ninjas. Just like Lord Hokage and the Sannins, he is now someone who will deter the other villages from daring to start a war against us. If they dare to do so without considering his threat, he'll cut down through their ranks and turn the battle in a day or 2. Even if they make a plan for him, they'll be forced to move forces away from elsewhere. That will save the lives of a few hundred Konoha ninjas, so it would be weird if they weren't so happy and excited." Hoka was surprised. He looked at the joyous ninjas again and said, "I didn't think that it'd be such a huge deal. Now I understand." He chuckled and said, "It looks like Fujin is a big shot now, haha." Renjiro chuckled and said, "He definitely is. First that guidance hall and now this. His reputation will far exceed mine. It'll be only under the old man and the 2 Sannins." Standing just a few meters from them, Anko heard all of Renjiro's words. Disbelief could still be seen on her face. Unlike the others, she knew Orochimaru very closely and had suffered due to him. For nearly a decade, she wanted to kill Orochimaru with her hands. The fact that Orochimaru was defeated by someone far younger than her while she was still nowhere close to being able to do that was hard to digest. Even so, a smile appeared on her face as she muttered softly, "He really did it." One of the Anbu captains arrived next to Renjiro and asked, "Is it fine if we inform others about this good news, or has Lord Hokage ordered to keep this news under wraps?" Even though they were in the Anbu, they were also a part of the ninja clans in Konoha. They wanted to inform their clan about such news without any delay. Renjiro answered, Lord Hokage didn't say anything. It should be fine if we tell others. After all, such news can't be kept under wraps. However, it's better if we first wait for Lord Hokage's instructions. The Anbu captain replied, Alri. Renjiro is right. Such news can't be covered up. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the voice. They were surprised to see Hiruzen there. After talking with Fujin, Hiruzen sent a shadow clone to move the forces around and give commands. He finally had an opportunity to completely explode Fujin's reputation. He didn't intend to let it go to waste. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's clone as he continued. Besides, this is extremely good news for Konoha. We have no reason to cover it up. If you want to send clones to inform others, feel free to do so. However, keep your main bodies here and get back to your duties. Everyone nodded. A few excitedly said, Thank you, Lord Hokage. They immediately made shadow clones and sent them to inform their respective families and clans. Hiruzen's clone looked at his Anbu guards and said, You four return to the tower. He looked at another couple of Anbu squads and said, Gather the sensei of all the genins together in the academy. I'll meet with them and inform them about this incident. The Anbu ninjas nodded and quickly dispersed. Hiruzen's clone disappeared as well and moved towards the academy at a high speed while thinking, If Suna is allied with Orochimaru, then I would like to see Baki's reaction. Even if he manages to hide his emotions, this news will shock Sunagakure. It'll deter them from making a pointless move. I'll call Jiraiya back as well to deter them even more. With the three of us here, they would be forced to drop their plans, and the peace wouldn't be disturbed. Hiruzen's clone reached the academy. Within 15 minutes, the Anbu ninjas gathered all 26 sensei in a room in the academy. The sensei were surprised to see Hiruzen present there. Guy asked softly in surprise, Kakashi, do you know what this is about? Kakashi shook his head and said, No idea. This is the first time I have seen something like this as well. Kurenai looked at Asuma, who shook his head, indicating that he didn't have any idea either. Everyone looked at Hiruzen's clone curiously, wondering what this meeting was about. Seeing that everyone had appeared, Hiruzen's clone said without getting up from his chair, An unforeseen situation happened during the second stage of the Chunin exam. Many sensei became nervous on hearing that. The one who was the most nervous was none other than Baki. He thought, Shit! Don't tell me that they caught wind of our plans and dealt with the children of Lord Kazekage. We can't lose any of them. Hiruzen paused for a few seconds to make everyone as nervous as he could. He especially paid special attention to Baki's reactions. He continued, Orochimaru, the rogue Sannin, infiltrated the training ground 44. Baki relaxed internally on hearing that. However, his expression showed that he had become even more nervous. Everyone else, apart from Orochimaru's clone who had disguised as the sensei of Oto Genins, was nervous as well. After all, they weren't confident in dealing with Orochimaru. What could their young students do? Hiruzen's clone continued. Thankfully, before he could harm anyone, he was intercepted by the proctor of the second round, Suzuki Fujin. After an intense fight, Fujin injured Orochimaru, broke his sword of Kusanagi, and forced him to escape. None of the genins were harmed. The exam will continue as usual. Baki's eyes widened involuntarily. He shouted in his head, Suzuki Fujin defeated Orochimaru? That's impossible. How could that happen? Immediately, Baki felt like someone was looking at him. He cursed, Shit! Baki quickly took control of his emotions. Others weren't able to control their mouths like him. A few exclaimed loudly, How can that happen? No way! Is that true? They quickly controlled their emotions. After all, they were in front of the Hokage. Even Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai were shocked and left speechless. Elsewhere in Konoha, the clones sent by ninjas reached their respective clans and quickly rushed to their clan leaders, forcing them to stop whatever they were doing. With a visible bump on his head, Shikaku walked with an annoyed expression and asked, What was so important that you made my wife wake me up? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Jay, Shreyas, Landlord, Raidenai, Harry, Josie, FRLG, Pat Rionuser, Joshua, Kaio, and Matthias for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 618, A Change in Plan. Chapter 624 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The clone of the Nara Anbu ninja said, "The sun hasn't even set. Why are you sleeping now?" Anyway, this is no time to be sleeping. Something huge has happened. Suzuki Fujin defeated Orochimaru and forced him to retreat. Shikaku's eyes widened. While he rated Fujin very highly, just like Hiruzen, he didn't expect to hear something like this. In the Yamanaka clan compounds, Inoichi exclaimed aloud, "What did you say?" In the Akimichi clan compounds, Choza said, "He defeated Orochimaru? That's incredible." In other places, Hiyashi went silent. Sume nearly interrogated the clone who reported the news. Shibi was shocked as well. A smile appeared on Senju Hiromasa's face as he muttered, "You have trained one hell of a shinobi, Renjiro." Every single clan leader was shocked by the news. They quickly reevaluated Fujin. When they heard that Fujin killed Juzo, they accepted that Fujin was stronger than them. However, they believed that they could still face him in battle and keep him at bay. After all, Fujin could barely be considered a rank S ninja. Being at the elite Junin level, they could fight such ninjas to a standstill. With a combination like the Ino-Shikacho formation, defeating Fujin should have also been possible. However, this news caught them off guard. Despite their abilities, none of the clan leaders wanted to face someone like Orochimaru. Even if they fought together, they wouldn't have much confidence in defeating Orochimaru. They would be happy if they managed to keep him at bay and avoid their deaths. Yet, such a formidable ninja was defeated by Fujin without any help. Of course, there was a person who was even more shocked than the clan leaders. The tiger-masked Anbu ninja's clone snuck into the root headquarters under disguise while avoiding the eyes of the Anbu squad. Hiruzen had positioned to keep an eye on the root headquarters. He quickly reached Danzo's office and dispelled his disguise. Danzo looked at him and asked, "Why are you in such a panic?" The clone said, "Lord Danzo, something incredible has happened in the Forest of Death. Orochimaru infiltrated the Forest of Death after the second phase of the exam began. He and Suzuki Fujin fought an intense battle. In the end, Orochimaru was injured and escaped using the reverse summoning jutsu." Danzo's eye widened in shock. He exclaimed in disbelief, "That's impossible. How can someone like Orochimaru be defeated by a brat? Are you sure that this news is accurate? Did Hiruzen make up a lie?" The clone answered, "I don't think it was a lie, Lord Danzo. Several ninjas saw a massive snake, something that only Orochimaru could summon. In addition, a few Hyugas saw the ending stages of the battle. They had no doubts that what they saw was true. Lord Hokage arrived after the battle was over. He met with Suzuki Fujin alone and seems to have confirmed that he really defeated Orochimaru. He doesn't plan to suppress this news. By now, most of the clan leaders should have learnt about this battle." Danzo's expression became grim. He thought, could it really be true? Could Fujin be really at the same level as Orochimaru? Even I can't say for sure whether I'd be able to defeat him even with Shisui's eye. Wait. Irrespective of whether he is at that level or not, Hiruzen is planning to spread this information. A 16-year-old ninja who can defeat a Sannin, his reputation will increase to the same level as Minato's. That damned Hiruzen. Danzo became angry. Despite all the restrictions imposed on him, he still wanted the Hokage's seat. After all, neither of the Sannins was interested in the seat. However, if Fujin gained too much fame, then he'd become the preferred choice as the Hokage. After all, Danzo was old and looked feeble, while Fujin was still very young and had a bright future ahead of him. Everyone would want a young and heroic ninja leading them instead of someone who was long past his prime and hid in the darkness. Danzo quickly began thinking about tactics to pull down Fujin's reputation. He thought for a few minutes before a helpless expression appeared on his face. Hiruzen had put too many restrictions on him. He had no room to make a move. Not to mention, Fujin was extremely well protected and didn't have any weaknesses for him to exploit. Whenever Danzo tried to make a move against him, it only came back to bite him in the ass. His current situation was a consequence of that as well. In the academy, Asuma softly asked, "Kakashi, guy, you two are close to him, right? Is he this powerful?" Kakashi replied, I have only been with him for a couple of missions. He is definitely strong, but I didn't think he was this strong. Guy should have a better idea since he spars with Fujin regularly. Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai looked at Guy. Guy said, "He is definitely very strong. He doesn't lose out to me even in taijutsu, and he can use winds to improve his taijutsu capabilities. Still, I didn't think he'd be able to defeat Orochimaru." A wide grin appeared on Guy's face as he added loudly, "As expected of someone so youthful. In celebration of Fujin's victory, let's run 1,000 laps around the village on our hands." Asuma and Kurenai immediately became embarrassed as the others in the room looked at them. Hiruzen's clone ignored their antics and thought, just looking at his expression, it is tough to say what is happening in Baki's head. Considering that Rasa's kids are participating, it's reasonable that he was worried. Similarly, Fujin defeating Orochimaru was a piece of shocking information. After all, they should have connected the dots by now. The only thing that was off was how quickly he took control of his expression. It shows that he is indeed hiding something, but I can't say for sure whether he is scheming something with Orochimaru. Hiruzen's clone sighed internally. The situation was too sensitive to handle. He would have loved to capture Baki and read his memories secretly, but that would immediately break the alliance between the two villages, and other villages wouldn't feel comfortable sending ninjas to Konoha for Chunin exams and other purposes. From his perspective, the backlash would be far stronger than any benefits he would get, even if he discovered their plans. Meanwhile, Baki nervously thought, "I need to inform Lord Rasa about this development. If Fujin is strong enough to defeat Orochimaru, then our preparations aren't good enough. We may need to call off the entire plan." Baki was already uncomfortable with Rasa's plan. This news was the final nail in the coffin. He didn't want the Suna ninjas to die pointlessly in Konoha. If things went south, not only would they lose a few hundred elites, but they might also lose their Kage and Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's clone looked at Hiruzen's clone and Baki and thought, interesting move. It seems like Hiruzen already suspects that something fishy is happening. That is why he made someone like Fujin the proctor. However, the situation is bad for me, no matter how I look at it. I hadn't expected Fujin to be so strong. Neither Kabuto nor Kimimaro can handle him alone. Even together, they would have a difficult time holding him back. Besides, one of them will need to hold Kakashi back. I can't dispatch both of them against Fujin. He fell into a thought. While he was thinking, Hiruzen's clone said, "That's all I wanted to say. The Jinins weren't affected by their battle, and Fujin will continue keeping an eye on the training ground. The exam will continue as usual. You guys can leave." He gazed at Kakashi while leaving the room. Kakashi immediately got the message and softly said, "I'll meet you guys later." Kakashi disappeared from the room. Everyone was still in shock. The room immediately emptied as the foreign sensei went to inform their respective villages. As for the sensei, who were from Konoha, they rushed to tell their friends and families. Orochimaru's clone left as well while thinking, "There is no choice. I can't handle everything by myself. I will have to change my plans. I can't kill Rasa. Instead, I'll have to convince him to continue with the plan and increase the number of Suna ninjas in the attack. I'll deal with Hiruzen, and have Rasa deal with Fujin. That way, we will have a temporary advantage in terms of quality. Once I kill Hiruzen, I can summon Manda and others to destroy the village." After realizing Fujin's strength, Orochimaru quickly made changes to his plan. Otherwise, even if he could kill Hiruzen, all Suna and Odo ninjas would be eliminated by the time he was done. Once that happened, he wouldn't be able to destroy the village and would need to retreat. In fact, if he failed to kill Hiruzen by then the barrier would come under an intense assault from Konoha ninjas. If that happened, then he wouldn't even be able to kill Hiruzen. In order to succeed, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and make adjustments to his plans. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, won.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Cole, Chanard, Dissa, Shinu, Luco, Pervisaj, J, Tamash, Abraham, Sosa, Mike, Watsitoyu, John, Landlord, and Anhofi for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 19, Regret. Chapter 6 and 25 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Kakashi quickly followed Hiruzen's clone and appeared behind him. Hiruzen's clone looked at him and said, "There is something you should know." Kakashi's expression became serious as he learnt that Orochimaru had entered the forest to target his students. He relaxed slightly on learning that Fujin would be keeping an eye on them. In the end, Hiruzen said, "If you want, you can move to the tower in the Forest of Death as well. You can seal Sasuke's curse seal once the second round is done." Kakashi nodded. Danzo and the clan leaders were still absorbing the information they learnt. Even the two elders had been informed and were in shock. They could hardly digest the fact that Fujin defeated Orochimaru when the messengers informed them of something equally outrageous. "What did you say?" Danzo got up and exclaimed in disbelief. Despite having decades of experience and excellent control over his emotions, Danzo couldn't keep his cool. The clone replied, "It's true. Every ninja who was present in the Forest of Death saw it. Orochimaru first attacked him with a massive fire jutsu. I believe it was the Majestic Destroyer Flame Jutsu. However, Fujin responded with a Scorch Dragon seconds later. After he attacked Orochimaru with it and exploded it, trees within 500 meters were set ablaze." Danzo's expression became very serious as he wondered, how could he have Scorch Release? Does he have the same bloodline as Pakura? But that's impossible. As far as I could check, no one in his ancestry was even a ninja. Did he learn how to fuse fire and wind chakra by himself? A frown appeared on his face as he analyzed. I can accept that he is very talented in wind release. However, is he equally talented in fire release? Why isn't his fire release as strong as his wind release then? Or did he just get lucky and somehow manage to merge the two natures accurately? Or was he somehow able to replicate it from that orphan? As someone who chased after power, Danzo had long attempted everything he could to increase his strength. That included attempts to fuse different elements to create Kekkei Genkai. Unfortunately, he never succeeded despite trying for decades. He only managed to get Kekkei Genkai by implanting Sharingan and transplanting Hashirama's cells. As such, Danzo was unwilling to believe it. However, the emotion that Danzo was feeling the most wasn't disbelief. Instead, it was regret. He sighed and thought, I missed out. I should have pushed harder back then. Even though Hiruzen was adamant, I could have forced him to change his mind. If only I had recruited him back then. Today, I would have someone who could fight Orochimaru as my loyal soldier. My situation in Konoha would have been completely different as well. Unfortunately, there was nothing Danzo could do about it, as there was no way to go back in the past and change his actions. Of course, even if he could go in the past, there was no way Fujin would have joined Root. Fujin used Scorch Release. Under normal circumstances, that would be big news. However, everyone will only discuss the fact that he defeated Orochimaru. I find it hard to believe. Homura and Koharu were together when they received the news. Both were shocked. Koharu agreed with Homura's words and said, "Yeah, it's so difficult to believe that I can't help but think that there are some hidden details. Do you think Hiruzen is behind this?" Homura thought for a bit and shook his head. He replied, "No, this isn't his style. What the Anbu said must be true. Of course, there are some additional details. For instance, Orochimaru wouldn't want to fight Hiruzen without any backup, which might be the main reason behind his retreat. And Orochimaru's fire jutsu seemed to be linked with Fujin's Scorch Dragon somehow." Koharu nodded and said, "Regardless, even with these details, this is a great achievement. All of us underestimated that kid. Perhaps only Hiruzen saw his true potential and strength. No wonder he supports him so much." Since Fujin didn't have any background, his seat in the council should have been very unstable and full of headaches. In fact, a couple of moves had been made to cause him trouble. One of which was made by Koharu herself, after Fujin openly threatened her twice in a row on the day he blew up the Root's headquarters. However, Hiruzen had quashed those moves before Fujin even knew about them. In fact, Fujin didn't know about those moves even now. Due to his fierce backing, no one tried troubling Fujin again. After all, they didn't want Hiruzen to do the same to them. As a result, Fujin's time in the council was very peaceful. Koharu He only had to deal with Katsuhiro and Danzo one time, as Hiruzen didn't catch on to that scheme until Fujin had dealt with it. Koharu continued. Back then, I was confused and didn't understand why Hiruzen supported him so much. I can see it now. Homura nodded and muttered, Yeah, it's little wonder he dared to threaten the leaders of Kusagakure while sitting in their village. Homura still recalled the nightmare of Fujin threatening all top officials of Kusagakure very clearly. It was the closest he came to death since his retirement. Just like the elders, the clan leaders were surprised as well. Shikaku wondered, when did he learn Scorch Release? Or was it something else? Inoichi thought, this isn't good. If he has mastered a Kekkei Genkai, then he can start his own clan in the future. Hiyashi thought the same. Normally, the existing clans would have acted together and applied pressure to prevent the formation of a new clan. However, how exactly do we pressure someone who can defeat Orochimaru at just 16 years of age? Sume thought, there is no stopping him. His reputation will become as high as the Sanin's. Considering his age, it might exceed them in the future. Depending on when Lord Hokage retires, he might even have a shot at the 5th Hokage's position. Even though Fujin hadn't truly mastered the Scorch Release, everyone assumed that he had done so since he hadn't given the same clarification that he had given to Renjiro and Hoka. Hence, the observers just believed what they saw. Of course, Fujin wouldn't bother clearing up their misunderstanding. If they wanted to believe it, they were free to do so. If anything, he'd welcome the free reputation boost. Besides, even though he hadn't truly mastered Scorch Release, he was very close and believed that it was just a matter of time. In the Forest of Death, since the fire had been doused, most of the ninjas returned to the tower. Only the ones who were tasked to patrol the forest dispersed in the training ground. As they entered the tower, Fujin could see admiration and respect in their eyes. He thought, even though I'm almost out of chakra, it looks like this battle had the intended effect. With this battle and the guidance hall, not many would take the initiative to mess with me even without Hiruzen's backing. Hiruzen immediately gave new orders to the Anbu ninjas he had brought along. His Anbu guards stayed with him, while the remaining squads started taking turns to patrol the training ground, in case Orochimaru decided to sneak in again. Hiruzen turned to Fujin and said, I'll return to the village for now. We still don't know what Orochimaru's real goal was. It'd be troublesome if he wanted to attract me here and have someone make a move on the village. Renjiro, stay here with Fujin until he recovers his chakra. Kakashi will probably come to the tower soon as well. With you three here, I doubt Orochimaru would make a move even after he recovers his chakra. Fujin nodded and said, Sure. Renjiro nodded as well. Hiruzen left along with his Anbu guards, leaving just Fujin, Renjiro, Hoka, and Anko in the room. Hoka chuckled and said, You are really something, Fujin. You should have seen the reactions of the senior ninjas. All are shocked by this battle. He glanced at Anko and teasingly said, Anko was in disbelief the longest. Anko immediately became annoyed at Hoka and said, That's only natural, you punk. Do you even know how terrifying Orochimaru is? Hoka immediately replied, Perhaps, but doesn't that mean that Fujin is even more terrifying? Anko immediately became quiet. What Hoka said made sense. Before she could think of a response, Fujin said, Don't underestimate him, Hoka. Even though I injured him a few times, he recovered to perfect health every time. I'm not sure whether it is even possible to kill someone like him. On the other hand, I don't have any such ability. The next time he fights me, I might be at a disadvantage as he now knows about my skills. Renjiro smiled and said, It's good to see that you're as pragmatic as ever, Fujin. What you said is true. Someone like Orochimaru should never be underestimated. Even the old man is very wary of him. Renjiro thought, I was worried that he'd become overconfident after defeating Orochimaru. It's good to see that he's still the same kid as back then. Memories of Fujin staying far away from Miko and Hoka during their spars appeared in Renjiro's mind. Renjiro had to work hard to get Fujin to break that fighting style. However, he was happy to see that Fujin's cautious nature never changed. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. An examiner entered and reported, I have something to inform you. The first Genin squad has reached the tower. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, Patreon. /devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8, OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Antonio, Gonbayar, Calvin, Michael, Zephyr Zapar, Chopper Forever, Mozart, Bernardo, and Grant for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 620, A Trap. Chapter 626 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Anko's eyes widened. Due to Orochimaru's interference, she stopped thinking about the exam. She exclaimed in shock, "What? It hasn't even been 2 hours since the exam started. How could someone pass so early? Which squad is it?" The examiner reported, "It is a squad from Tsunagakure. Actually," he paused before continuing with a serious expression, "they reached the tower 1 hour and 46 minutes after the exam began. It is the second fastest record in all the Chunin exams. However, what is even more surprising is the fact that one of the Genins from that team didn't have even a speck of dust on him." Surprise and disbelief could be heard in his voice. Anko's eyes widened once again. Her eyes quickly turned towards Fujin as she remembered that Fujin had said that their squad was suspicious as well. At the same time, she recalled, "Wait a minute, isn't Renjiro's squad the current record holders?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Looks like they don't intend to hide how formidable they are. Oh well, let me see what those kids are made of." His words surprised the ones in the room. Anko asked, "Do you intend to take action against them as well? Since they haven't done anything yet, acting against them could create problems for us." Fujin shook his head and said, "Nothing like that. I'll just be talking with them." Anko sighed in relief while thinking, due to Orochimaru's actions, we already need to inform Kusagakure about their loss. Since they are a minor village, that won't be that troublesome, but Tsunagakure won't be as easy to deal with. The examiner asked, "Should I call them here?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No need. I already took care of it. Return to your post. You did well informing us about this. Let us know if you notice anything else that seems odd." The examiner nodded and left. As Fujin said, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were walking up the tower. Unlike Gaara, both Temari and Kankuro were very tense due to what they had seen a few seconds earlier. They had just reached the tower and were told the meaning of the words in the wall scroll when a figure made of wind suddenly appeared and asked them to come to the top floor of the tower. As soon as they saw the wind figure, they understood that Fujin was in the building. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances in shock after the figure disappeared. Both had just one thought running through their minds. How is he here? Wasn't he fighting against Orochimaru? Don't tell me that he won their fight. Despite having seen the deadly wind dragon, they couldn't believe that Orochimaru failed to kill Fujin. They immediately became tense thinking about why Fujin wanted to see them. If Orochimaru had leaked any details, then the three of them would be history. As they walked up the stairs, Kankuro and Temari could only pray that Gaara didn't act impulsively. Soon, they reached the highest floor and entered the room Fujin was in. To their surprise, they saw Fujin and Renjiro looking at a shogi board, while Hoka and Anko were observing their game as well. Without looking at them, Fujin said, "You guys took your sweet time coming here." The Suna trio were surprised to hear the disappointment in Fujin's voice. Temari wondered, he is disappointed? Why? Also, why isn't he even a bit injured? Even though Orochimaru couldn't kill him, why did he fail to injure him even a bit? Before they could decide how to respond, Hoka chuckled and asked, "Why are you surprised? If they were fast, they would have reached the tower over an hour ago, as you speculated." Fujin sighed and tossed him a scroll while saying, "All right, you win. It looks like the record won't be broken after all." Kankuro finally couldn't endure their condescending tone and asked in annoyance, "What record are you talking about?" Hoka glanced towards the Suna Genins and said, "The record for the lowest time taken to complete the second round of the Chunin exams. What else can we talk about? You guys did well. It's the second best score. Unfortunately, you were too slow to have any shot for the record. You were over an hour late. Anyway." Hoka played with the scroll in his hand and said, "That's good too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have won so much from the bet. Haha." Hoka began laughing arrogantly. Both Temari and Kankuro became annoyed. They wondered, were they seriously betting on us? Meanwhile, Anko's eyes twitched involuntarily as she thought, that scroll is empty. These two sure can act. If I hadn't heard their conversation, I would have thought that they were speaking the truth as well. Before Kankuro or Tamari could express their displeasure, Fujin sighed again and muttered, I expected the Kazakage's children to be much better. Hoka chuckled again and said, I already said that you overestimate others. Kids these days are too soft. Considering that they are the Kazakage's children, they'd be even softer. Fujin shrugged and replied, Oh well, nothing I can do. Though it's a disappointment that we won't see Lord Hokage rewarding anyone. Tamari asked, What reward? Hoka answered, Didn't you know, if someone breaks the record, Lord Hokage rewards that squad personally. The rewards are generally better than even becoming a chunin. Tamari and Kankuro were stunned. Neither of them had heard about something so absurd. For a moment, both wondered whether what Hoka said was true. After thinking for a bit, both concluded that there was no reason for Hoka to lie. Renjiro chuckled internally while thinking, Thankfully the old man isn't here. Otherwise, he might stop showing up to Chunin exams entirely. I still vividly recall his expressions that day when Fujin asked him for a reward. Hehe. While his siblings were getting drawn in by the bullshit Fujin cooked up, Gaara's attention was entirely fixed on Fujin. He wondered, was he the one who made me bleed that day? As far as Gaara could recall, that was the only time he bled. It had left a lasting impact on his young brain. For a few moments, bloodlust shot through his system, and he almost attacked Fujin. Fortunately, he recalled Rasa's words and controlled himself. Fujin sighed internally while thinking, what a shame. Even though it looked like Fujin's entire attention was on the game, in truth, he wasn't paying any attention to it. Instead, his senses were all entirely focused on Gaara. His words were actually to taunt Gaara into action. And he was showing zero vigilance. He had nearly succeeded. Unfortunately, Gaara didn't act on his impulse. Fujin thought, a shame. If he had attacked, I would have had a proper reason to act. Killing him now would have a massive impact on the future for sure. That change will likely not be good for Konoha. However, if I can get Shikaku, I can test my new seal. If I succeed, my power will increase by a level. Even though I'll lose a considerable amount of my advantage of knowing the future events, as Gaara plays a major role in the future, the gains would more than make up for the losses. The only major drawback is that I'll attract Akatsuki's attention. Pain and Obito are still a bit too strong for me to deal with. However, I am not afraid of them. Even though I can't defeat them, they can't kill me either. Hell, they wouldn't want to kill me anyway due to Shikaku. Anyway, if I can't get my hands on Shikaku, I'll have to wait for the 4th Mizukage to die and for Isobu to be reborn. That'll take a few years. For years, Fujin had been careful to not affect future events beyond a certain limit. Even though he had gone overboard a few times, like when he created a mess in the Land of Wind, he hadn't ever purposely tried to do something that would irreparably change the future, other than the time he went after Hidan. The reason for that was twofold. The first thing he needed to consider was his strength. If he wasn't strong enough, there was no point in attempting to do anything like that. It would have been better to stay in the background and stay alive. It was only after he became a rank S ninja that he considered this option. The second and most important reason was that there were certain incidents from which Fujin could profit heavily. If he acted recklessly and changed the future just for the sake of it, he would lose all those opportunities. Hence, he needed to think over 100 times before doing something that would forever change the course of the future. He had to be sure that his gains would make up for losing all those future opportunities. Tamari was oblivious to the trap Fujin had laid for her brother and complained, "Shouldn't you give us this information before the exam began?" Anko joined in. "Where's the fun in that? Besides, if you need motivation to finish your mission most efficiently, then you aren't suited to be Chunins." Tamari frowned. Before she could complain, Fujin said, "Anyway, I just called you guys here to inform you that the next round will start in 5 days. Until then, you have to stay inside the tower. If you leave for any reason, you'll be disqualified. Feel free to use any facilities inside the tower that you fancy while you stay here. Also remember that fighting isn't allowed here. Now shoo shoo." If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvsh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Smitty, Nicholas, Corey, Sadie, Mickle, Missa Like Me, and King Atlas for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 621, Fuck You, Danzo! Chapter 627 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin waved his hand dismissively, shooing the three of them away like they were pests. It annoyed the three of them once again, but Gaara surprisingly didn't lose his control once again. He just stared at Fujin as the three of them left the room. As soon as the trio exited, the expression of all four Konoha ninjas became serious. Hoka activated his Byakugan. Anko muttered, "Such strong bloodlust. No wonder you found them suspicious. It's surprising to see that the Kazekage trained his youngest son to be such a ninja." Hoka agreed. "Yeah, I thought that he would attack us for sure due to the bloodlust he was oozing. Still, his chakra network seems very weird. I haven't seen anything like that." Renjiro chipped in. Knowing how lousy Suna's seal for sealing their tailed beast is, it's no wonder that the boy's chakra network is a mess, and his bloodlust is so strong. Anko and Hoka were shocked. Anko exclaimed, "A tailed beast?" Hoka asked, "You mean that he is a Jinchuriki?" Unlike Renjiro, who knew about it thanks to his connections and rank, Hoka and Anko weren't aware that Gaara was the Jinchuriki. Both knew how terrifying the tailed beasts were and immediately became tense. Renjiro nodded and said, "Yeah, I guess that's why you called them here and taunted them, right?" Fujin nodded and answered, "More or less. I was active in Sunagakure during my Anbu days and even saw him once. From the intel I collected, he was extremely unstable and frequently lost control of the tailed beast inside him. I wanted to make sure that he wouldn't lose control easily. Otherwise, he could cause a catastrophe inside the village. From the restraint he displayed, it seems like he has gotten better control of his emotions and might not be that big of a threat. Regardless, his appearance in the Chunin exam is very suspicious. Normally, no village allows their Jinchuriki to even go out of the village. The fact that Orochimaru made a move makes it even more fishy. But wouldn't it be dangerous if he lost control here? You're low on chakra, and I'm not sure if we three would be able to defeat a tailed beast." Anko exclaimed anxiously. Fujin casually replied, "It's fine. I inscribed a few seals on the tower when I learned that he would be participating. As long as he loses control inside the tower, I can suppress and capture him." Hoka nervously asked, "A few seals? Would that be enough?" Anko agreed with him. "Yes, don't underestimate the tailed beasts. A few seals wouldn't be sufficient to deal with them. Don't forget that Lord Fourth died while sealing the 9 tails." Only Renjiro looked at Fujin with a weird expression and thought, "A few seals? Does he even understand what a few means? His few should be a few thousand for a normal person, right? That said, I didn't sense any seals. It looks like his Fuinjutsu has gotten better." As Renjiro expected, Fujin replied, "Don't worry, I can stop him. Just don't rush towards him and let me handle it in case he truly lets the tailed beast loose." Hoka, Renjiro, and Anko nodded in agreement. None of the three wanted to fight a tailed beast. Anko said, "We should report this information to Lord Hokage." To her surprise, Fujin shook his head and said, "Don't look down on him. He couldn't have guessed that Orochimaru would show up, but he should know all about that kid." Anko calmed down on hearing that. Fujin's words made sense. However, she couldn't help but wonder, what is Lord Hokage thinking by allowing someone so dangerous to take the Chunin exam? After they left the room and got a sufficient distance away, Kankuro couldn't hold it in anymore and cursed. "That guy is so fucking arrogant. He acts like he is some sort of senior to us when he is barely older than us." Tamari agreed and said, "Yes, he's full of himself. I wanted to ask him about the Winjutsus, but he just kept on humiliating us. That said, I'm not sure whether he is that arrogant or whether he was purposefully taunting us." Her words surprised Kankuro and Gaara. Both immediately understood that Fujin might have been suspecting them and trying to get a reaction from them. Kankuro immediately looked at Gaara and thought, "This is trouble. Do those old geezers really have a good plan?" Tamari continued, Anyway, there is nothing we can do about it. Let's just stay here quietly for the next 5 days. Once Baki-sensei arrives, we can ask him." Kankuro nodded and calmed down. After all, they were deep in enemy territory. He didn't want to attract too much attention, especially when someone who could force Orochimaru away was present. While Fujin met the Suna trio, Hiruzen reached his office. He immediately dispatched a few clones and assembled the same Anbu squads that he had tasked to improve Fujin's reputation and ruin Katsuhiro's reputation after the proposal for the guidance hall was passed successfully. He gave them a new mission, which was to spread the news of Fujin defeating Orochimaru. In a couple of hours, a good chunk of Konoha's population learned about the fight between Fujin and Orochimaru. The Iteran ninjas were shocked. They knew how terrifying Orochimaru was. They quickly asked the ones in power whether it was true. A few even approached Hiruzen. After confirming it, they immediately broke into celebrations. As for the younger ninjas and the civilians, they weren't aware of how big of an achievement it was. However, just knowing that Konoha had another rank S ninja was enough for them to be happy. Of course, there was one person who wasn't happy. On the contrary, he was terrified. Sitting inside his home, Katsuhiro was covered in sweat. A terrified expression could be seen on Katsuhiro's face. His body was involuntarily shivering at irregular intervals. He muttered, "Fujin defeated Orochimaru, and he forced him to retreat." Unlike others who found the news hard to believe, he didn't want to believe it. Terror flooded his mind, and for a long time, he couldn't even think properly. His blood pressure, which had come down to manageable levels, went haywire once again. Nearly half an hour later, he managed to gather himself and analyzed. He couldn't have gotten so strong out of nowhere, meaning that he was always that strong. Even if he wasn't this strong, he would definitely have been a formidable rank S ninja when I went to him with the proposal. As he realized it, one word escaped his mouth. "Fuck!" Katsuhiro shivered in rage and fear when recalling his exchanges with Fujin. When Fujin kept him waiting for nearly a couple of months, he badly wanted to rush into Fujin's house and teach him a lesson. The only reason that he didn't do so was that anyone so impulsive would never be selected for the council. When Fujin continued belittling him, it had taken a great amount of willpower for him to control himself. However, he was glad that he managed to control his impulses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been alive. He cursed, "Fuck you, Danzo! You sent me to compete against someone who was as strong as fucking Orochimaru. What the fuck did I do to offend you? You bastard. I will never forget this scheme of yours. I nearly died so many times. Thankfully I controlled myself, else that demonic brat would have even swallowed up my bones." From wanting to rip Fujin into pieces, Katsuhiro began wanting to dismember Danzo. All his resentment towards Fujin disappeared and was transferred to Danzo. In fact, if Danzo hadn't been protected by Root, he would have definitely gone there to vent his frustrations. Unknowingly, he was saved by those Root ninjas. In the Forest of Death, things calmed down. Kurenai's team managed to reach the tower on day 1 as well. Things didn't happen much differently than in the canon, other than the fact that the Genins were far more alert. Sakura planted several traps and stayed on guard to protect Naruto and Sasuke. Meanwhile, the Odo squad searched for them following Orochimaru's orders. The next morning, the Odo squad attacked her. What they didn't know was that their actions were closely watched by a pair of eyes. With nearly a day's rest, Fujin had recovered most of his chakra. He sent a clone with 5% of his chakra to keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke. The reason for the same was to guard against any unexpected moves from Orochimaru due to Fujin's existence. However, this wasn't the only clone Fujin had sent. There was another shadow clone who was at a different location in the Forest of Death. That clone had 25% of Fujin's chakra, 5 times more than the clone watching over Naruto and Sasuke. He was keeping an eye on 3 unsuspecting Genins. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvish8@OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nick, Corey, and King Atlas for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 622, A New Home. Chapter 628 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Among the genin squads Kusagakure sent to participate in the Chunin exam, only 2 managed to qualify for the second round. Unfortunately for Kusagakure, one of them was the disguised Orochimaru's squad, and the second squad was being watched like a hawk by Fujin's clone. The second squad was planning what to do to get the other scroll. After planning for a bit, the 2 boys decided that they would go together to find other squads. They bit Karen's forearm to recover their chakra and left her alone in the deadly forest. Fujin's clone watched the scene and analyzed, From what I remember, she was attacked by a bear before being saved by Sasuke. However, Sasuke is injured right now. Those events probably happened on the 3rd or the 4th day. It looks like these 2 leave her like this daily. So, I suppose that no one will attack her today. He activated his space-time sensing technique, as he guessed there wasn't anyone nearby to threaten her. He muttered to himself, "Oh well, I'll have to wait for a natural event." Alone in the deadly forest, Karen couldn't help but feel fear. She thought, what should I do if someone finds and attacks me? What if I get attacked by dangerous wild animals? Or what if those awful chakras reappear? I need to hide. Karen quickly began to look for a place to hide in. After searching for a bit, she found a large tree with a hole in its trunk at the base. She quickly entered inside and hid in it, making her feel safer. She closed her eyes and waited patiently for her teammates to return. It had only been around half an hour when she suddenly sensed some tremors. She opened her eyes and activated her chakra field while wondering, who is it? As she sensed, her eyes widened. She quickly jumped out of the tree. Half a second later, a large paw hit the tree and destroyed it. Karen looked at the figure in fear and muttered, "A lion? How did it find me?" In front of her was a 5-meter-tall lion. It stared at her ferociously, fully displaying its hunger. Karen immediately threw a few shurikens at it, but her shurikens couldn't pierce through its thick hide and only left a few scratches. Even though the lion wasn't injured, the scratches annoyed it, and it rushed towards Karen. While Karen was being attacked by the lion, Yamanaka Fumito passed very close to that place. He was on patrol and had his chakra field active in order to sense any suspicious activities. While he wasn't the best sensor by any means, he was a very good one. Yet, despite being only 50 meters away from Karen and the lion, Fumito couldn't sense either of them. In fact, even Karen failed to sense him. It was as if she was in an alternate dimension where no one could detect her. If either of them knew that they were just 50 meters from each other, they would be shocked. As for the reason why they couldn't sense each other, it was quite simple. In order to not be disturbed, Fujin's clone had used the stealth battlefield that he had developed a few months ago. Unless a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster were to arrive, no one would be able to sense its existence. As the lion charged at Karen, she threw a few more kunai and shuriken while attempting to run. Unfortunately, her weapons barely affected the wild beast, and her speed was much slower than it. As his paw came crashing down on her, she jumped out of its way, barely dodging it. However, there was no relief on her face, as another paw slapped her like a fly and sent her crashing into a tree. The impact injured her back and arms, making her unable to move for some time. She opened her eyes and saw the ferocious beast running towards her. A few teardrops ran down her cheeks as she thought, "Am I going to die here?" The memories of her dead mother appeared in her mind as she tried her best to get up. She barely managed to stand up by the time the lion reached her. However, she knew that it was too late. She resigned to her fate when she suddenly heard a crackling sound. A flash of light appeared in her eyes as a lightning hit the lion. The lightning spear hit the left side of its neck and electrocuted it. It made the lion move to its right and barely avoided hitting Karen. It crashed into another tree and fell unconscious due to the electric shocks. Karen was surprised by the sudden change. She immediately felt relief, as she was still alive. However, she quickly became vigilant and watched from where the lightning had appeared. Her eyes quickly found a masked ninja wearing a black cloak and sitting on a branch. His eyes were staring right at her. Before she could think what to say or do, that figure disappeared and appeared right in front of her in the blink of an eye and looked at her with curiosity. Karen could only think of one thing. Fast! He is very fast! Karen had never seen anyone move like that. She couldn't even follow his movements. What surprised her the most was that she couldn't sense him even though he was standing right in front of her. It was as if he wasn't there. Realizing that the ninja in front of her was an expert, she quickly said, "Thank you for saving me, sir." Fujin's clone nonchalantly replied, "Oh, it was nothing. That said, you are a Uzumaki, right? Why are you wearing the Kusagakure headband? And why are you alone in this deadly forest?" His words surprised Karen. She wondered, how did he know that I'm an Uzumaki, and why is he asking me this? She quickly answered, "Yes, I'm from the Uzumaki clan. My mother and I migrated to Kusagakure a few years ago." Fujin's clone replied, "Migrated to Kusagakure? That was an odd choice. Anyway, you didn't answer my second question." Karen became dejected on thinking about it and answered, "My teammates left me here and went to get another scroll for passing the Chunin exam." Fujin's clone thought for a bit and said, "That's rather irresponsible. You should look for good teammates. Anyway, is your mother still in Kusagakure?" Sadness appeared on Karen's face as the question brought back her saddest memories. She barely controlled her tears and answered, "My mother died." Fujin's clone immediately asked, "How?" Karen could sense that the masked person wasn't happy on hearing the news. It made her feel slightly better. She was about to answer, but suddenly stopped thinking. If I tell him, would he exploit my ability as well? As she thought about it, she realized, why does it matter? I'm already being used for my cursed ability. Seeing her silent, Fujin's clone asked, "Does it have anything to do with the bite marks on your arm?" Sadness could be heard in Fujin's voice as he spoke. It lowered Karen's guard considerably. Her eyes became wet as she answered, "My mother had the ability to heal others if they bit her. I have the same ability to. My village is at war. They bit my mother too many times and she passed away." As she spoke, she couldn't control her tears and a few drops rolled down her cheeks. She quickly wiped them and controlled herself as much as she could. Fujin's clone stayed silent for a few seconds before releasing a long sigh. He muttered in a sorrowful tone, "A shinobi without a homeland is quite tragic. What happened to your mother is an unfortunate tragedy. If you continue living there, then you might share the same fate." Hearing his words, Karen shivered. What he said was her worst nightmare. She lost control of her tears once again. Fujin's clone placed his hand on her head and ruffled her hair gently to calm her down. He said, "You have a choice to make. Do you want to continue living in a place that killed your mother and is mistreating you? Or do you want to move to a place where people will value you for who you are? A place where you can change your destiny. A place where you can ensure that no one else suffers the tragedy that you and your mother did." His words surprised her. She wondered, does such a place truly exist? Or sadness appeared in her mind once again as she asked, "Does such a place truly exist, or do you want me just for my ability?" And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nate, Christian, Nassim, Simo, Graham, Crypto, Ike, Zachary, and The Gamertags for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 623, Karen's Death. Chapter 629 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Does such a place truly exist? Or do you want me just for my ability? Fujin's clone could feel the tiredness in Karen's voice as she asked that question. He could feel that she had grown to resent the power that she had. Knowing her past, he could understand her emotions. Fujin's clone shook his head and sighed. He stopped ruffling her hair and pointed his palm at her, confusing her. A green chakra appeared from his hand and entered Karen's body. It healed the injuries caused by the lion's slap and crashing into the tree. Even the bite marks on her forearms began fading away. Her chakra recovered as well. Karen was surprised by what she was experiencing. Fujin's clone said, "Though the ability to heal others by letting them bite you is quite remarkable, any medical ninja can do the same. Even transferring chakra isn't that difficult. So, I don't particularly care about your ability. What I do care about is whether you are willing to work hard to ensure that others don't suffer in the same way you did. So, are you interested?" His words surprised her once again. Realizing that she had an opportunity to escape her hell and find a new home, she couldn't help but break into tears as she answered, "Yes, thank you." Fujin's clone didn't disturb her this time and allowed her to let her emotions out. Karen took a couple of minutes to control herself. She said, "Even though I'm willing to follow you, I'm afraid that my village would make Konoha give me back." Fujin's clone asked in amusement, "Who said you'll become one of Konoha's ninjas?" He chuckled and continued, "Even though Konoha isn't as bad as Kusagakure, and they have many good medical ninjas, your life in Konoha wouldn't be much different than in Kusagakure." He didn't say the following words out loud. The only difference would be that instead of being forced to let others bite you, you'll do that willingly and feel pride in sacrificing your life in the same way as your mother instead of resentment. Karen was surprised to hear his words. She wondered, where will he take me then? Fujin's clone continued, "You'll be joining an organization I created to help the weak people who can't defend themselves against the bandits and the rogue ninjas. It is called the Phantom Haven Society." Karen was surprised once again. She thought, is there really such an organization? Fujin's clone could understand her thoughts from her expression and added, "Almost everyone in this world wishes for peace, yet almost no one does anything to bring about that peace. That is why we call such wishful thinking the Phantom Will. Every person in my organization believes in the Phantom Will. Unlike others who merely wish it, we will put it into action. That is the goal of our society. Perhaps someday we'll succeed and ensure that most of the people in this world live without the fear of being attacked. Or perhaps we might fall trying. Regardless, it is the goal of our lives. Though I don't need your healing ability, I need your commitment to this goal if you want to come with me." Those words immediately created an impression on Karen's young and innocent mind. She began dreaming about such a future where no one would be forced like her and her mother. She quickly replied, "I want such a world too." In a gentle tone, Fujin's clone said, "Good. I didn't make the wrong judgment. Don't resist. I'll apply the Phantom Seal on you. It's the seal that every Phantom Haven member has." Karen nodded and didn't resist, allowing Fujin's clone to apply the seal on her. A smile appeared on the clone's lips as he thought, another promising ninja recruited. Making her rank S in 4 years shouldn't be an issue. She'll develop good managerial skills as well and could become the leader of this branch. It's a shame that Haku and Kimimaro were recruited long before I graduated. Otherwise, I'd have raised a fearsome team. Oh well, there are still other promising candidates. Fujin's clone said, "I'll take you to the base now, but first we need to do something. We need to fake your death." Karen asked, "Why's that?" Fujin's clone answered, "If you go missing, Kusagakure will try to search for you. Since you will go missing in Konoha, they might also influence Konoha to search for you. Though they won't be able to find our base, they might spot you when you are outside the base for any reason. By faking your death, we'll avoid that headache." Karen understood and nodded. She asked, "What should I do?" Fujin asked, "Do you have another set of clothes and glasses?" Karen nodded. Fujin said, "Good, change into them. Give me your current clothes, your headband, and your glasses. In addition, cut some of your hair and hand it to me. Give me a bit of your blood as well." Fujin's clone handed her a syringe to draw out her blood. Karen didn't expect such a command, but followed his words. She went slightly away from his sight and changed her clothes quickly after confirming with her chakra field that there was no one around her. After getting the items, Fujin's clone created another shadow clone and handed those things to him. The first shadow clone looked at Karen and said, "Relax, we'll reach our base soon." Karen was confused, but soon very dizzy. Within seconds, she fell asleep. It was due to a genjutsu the clone cast with the help of the chakra he inserted into her body when he healed her. As a result, she didn't suspect anything. Fujin's clone picked her up and disappeared from the forest of death. The other clone immediately got to work with the items he had taken. During his time in the Anbu, Fujin had done things like these numerous times. So it wasn't anything new for him. Not to mention, He had a massive beast lying very close to help him out. The clone immediately got to work and began planting some evidence to make it seem like Karen died in the forest. He healed the lion and removed the traces of the lightning shocks it experienced earlier. Even though the lion was unconscious, it hadn't taken much damage as Fujin's clone intended to use him for this purpose. He woke the lion up and placed it under a genjutsu. The lion immediately saw Karen lying on the ground, jumped on her, and began eating her. Of course, what he did in actuality was just rip her clothes, crush her glasses, send her headband flying, and eat some of her clothes and hair before walking away. It left behind some bloodied clothes, hair, the shards of glasses, and her headband, creating an excellent scene to explain her death. Of course, it wasn't the perfect scene by any means. He could have created a more convincing scene by planting her bones in the forest. However, he had no intention of maiming Karen. What he had planted was enough to dismiss anyone who raised suspicions. Fujin's clone inspected the evidence a couple of times before getting rid of all the seals he had used to create the stealth battlefield, and dispelling himself. In the tower, Fujin received the memories of his clone and thought, so Karen has been successfully recruited. Good, everything went as planned. If things still happen as in canon, I wonder who Sasuke would recruit in his team now. He thought for a bit before concluding, it doesn't matter. Orochimaru should have several talented underlings for Sasuke to choose from. Itachi will still give up his life, so that battle won't have a different result. It'll be against Killer B that this move of mine might have some grave consequences for him. Fujin remembered Sasuke being injured critically by B. Without a healer like Karen, he couldn't say for sure whether Sasuke would get out alive or not. However, considering that he was Indra's reincarnation, Fujin doubted that he'd be killed that easily. Regardless, he had no reason to worry about it right now. While Fujin's other clone planted the evidence, Fujin's clone and Karen appeared around 100 kilometers away in the vast forests of the Land of Fire. They disappeared almost instantly before appearing another 100 kilometers away. In less than a minute, Fujin's clone teleported over a dozen times and carried Karen from Konoha to the Phantom Haven base in the Land of Rivers. He stayed slightly away from the base and laid Karen down while thinking, she might get suspicious if she learnt that we just reached here in the blink of an eye. I'll let her sleep for a few hours before waking her up. While Karen slept in the Land of Rivers, the shockwaves of the battle on the previous day were being felt in faraway places. Sitting in his chair, I loudly exclaimed, "What did you say?" And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Khalid and Frederick for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Abina for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 624, That Dumb Snake. Chapter 630 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. In the Raikage office, I loudly exclaimed, "What did you say?" Mabui repeated calmly, "Our spies sent reports stating that Orochimaru interfered in Konoha's Chunin exams. Everyone in Konoha is saying that he was confronted and defeated by Suzuki Fujin, the spectral swordsman." A had a hard time believing what he heard. He asked, "How accurate is this information?" Mabui replied, "It's hard to say. None of the spies witnessed the battle. They only learnt about it as the information was rapidly spread throughout Konoha." A frowned and analyzed. "Since the information spread so easily, it means that Konoha is actively spreading it. That should imply that they either couldn't keep this incident a secret, or they just wanted to increase Suzuki Fujin's reputation. There are 3 possibilities. The first is that they are just making up lies to increase that boy's reputation for some reason. The second is that the fight did occur, but the information they are spreading isn't accurate. And the last possibility is that he truly defeated Orochimaru. Which of these 3 is it?" A frown was visible on Ai's face as he analyzed the information. Mabui stayed silent and thought about it as well. Just like A, she was surprised as well. She thought, "I knew that he was strong and expected him to give Darui a tough fight. However, if this news is true, then he could even be able to fight Raikage-sama. Considering his age, he is a terrible enemy to have. A analyzed. Knowing Hiruzen, he won't falsely increase the reputation of a ninja without any good reason. He is smart enough to know that if he does that, it'll bite him later. I could understand if Konoha was facing a grave threat and he wanted to deter others, but no one has made any major moves recently. Not to mention, I already expected him to be close to Darui's strength. So it isn't as if he is promoting someone out of nowhere. However, could he really be at the same level as Orochimaru? A 16-year-old boy defeating a Sannin. His talent might be at the same level as Minato. If the reports are true, then even I might not be able to kill him. Since he specializes in wind release, I'll need to be on guard against any secret wind jutsus he might have. That said, one thing doesn't make much sense. How could he become so strong within a few years while staying in the background? There aren't even any wars for him to mature through them like how most from my generation did. As A analyzed, he realized that he was missing a lot of information. He looked at Mabui and asked, "Do we have any Junin rank spies in Konoha?" Mabui shook her head and answered, "We don't, Raikage-sama. It is very difficult to maintain high-level spies in Konoha. We only have 3 at the Chunin rank and 8 at the Genin rank. The rest are civilians." A thought for a bit and said, "Send secret missions to the Chunin rank spies and ask them to inspect the place where Fujin and Orochimaru fought. It might give us a better idea about what happened. Also, send a message to all squads deployed to find and hunt Fujin. Ask them to be on standby. Until new orders are issued, no one will take any action against him. In the future, Darui won't be sent to deal with him. If we get an opportunity, I'll personally make a move." Knowing Hiruzen's nature, I predicted that even if Fujin wasn't at the same level as Orochimaru, he should be at the level to be able to survive in a fight against him. It increased the difficulty of killing Fujin to a great extent while making any such missions extremely risky. I saw no reason to waste the lives of Kumo ninjas meaninglessly. Mabui nodded and replied, "I'll get to it." She quickly got to work. While I and Mabui discussed Fujin, another Kage's office was quite tense. Onoki had received several reports as well. He summoned Kitsuchi and Roshi, who were reading those reports in his office with a grave expression on their faces. While Kumo was aware that Fujin was dangerous, Iwa had experienced his strength firsthand on more than one occasion. Kitsuchi sighed and said, "I shouldn't have missed that opportunity. He was already as strong as me back then while being far more lethal on the battlefield. Now, we won't be able to kill him unless you fight him." Roshi nodded and added, "To be able to force Orochimaru to retreat. I didn't think he'd reach this level so quickly. If we fight again, I'm afraid our next battle might not end in the same way." Hearing them praising the enemy, Onoki became annoyed and said, "Don't jump to conclusions yet. We still don't know how accurate this information is. That old monkey is very good at confusing everyone else." Kitsuchi said, "That's true. However, considering that the plans we made for him are based on his strength 2 years ago, it's safe to say that they'll be more or less useless right now. If we try to kill him now, the only way would be to catch him off guard with the dust release or tailed beast bomb. If we can't, then we'll need to sacrifice thousands of ninjas and come up with a reason for him to stay and fight. That's too difficult and costly." Roshi added, "Not to mention, he's still only 16. If he continues growing stronger, then he might become as strong as the 3rd Hokage at his peak. That's a rather formidable enemy to have. Our younger generation doesn't have anyone who could go up against someone like that." A scowl formed on Onoki's face as he cursed. "If only that damn Deidara brat didn't go rogue and join that cursed mercenary group." He looked at Kitsuchi and instructed, "Ensure that Kurotsuchi and Akatsuchi don't slack off in their training. Tell them about Fujin and bring out their competitive instincts. If Iwa has to stand tall for the next 50 years, both of them need to be formidable rank S ninjas." Kitsuchi nodded and said, "I'll focus on it immediately." Unlike the previous times they discussed Fujin, none of them discussed a plan to eliminate Fujin. Though it could still be done, the cost of attempting it in peacetime would be extremely high. To make matters worse, They couldn't guarantee any results, even if Roshi and Onoki both participated in the fight. The two warring factions in the Land of Water also received the news. The fourth Mizukage ignored it, while the memories of the spectral swordsman flashed in the minds of his subordinates. In the rebel camp, Mei was reading the reports as well. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "What a splendid young man." Memories of her meeting with Fujin appeared in her mind. Ao and other leaders in the rebel camp discussed this news in a similar manner as Ei and Onoki. The only difference was that they weren't finding ways to eliminate him, as they were already in an intense war. The minor villages received the information as well. In fact, they received it faster than the three great illages, as the sensei of their genins sent them the messages. Those villages had long suffered at the hands of the spectral swordsman, and were already terrified of him. Fujin's reputation grew even more terrifying in their hearts, and they decided to bury all their complaints about his previous actions. Of course, the most tense among them was none other than Kusagakure. Ashikaga Hiroshi was still like a statue after he read the report. After a couple of minutes, he let out a sigh of relief and muttered, "It's a good thing that we didn't accept his bait back then. If we did, then I'm afraid that Kusagakure would have been history by now." The memories of nearly every Kusa higher-up grabbing their weapons after Fujin gave them their third choice during the negotiation kept playing in his mind. Back then, Hiroshi thought that they might have been able to kill him at a great cost, and the only reason they didn't do so was that none of the higher-ups, including him, wanted to be a sacrifice for others. However, Hiroshi now understood that the danger was much greater than he envisioned. In the village hidden in rain, Konan and Nagato received the information as well. However, neither of them gave much importance to it. Both paid more attention to Orochimaru's movements than to Fujin's strength. However, there was one village that attached more importance to this news than even Konoha. The council of that village were sitting together and reading the reports sent by Baki with a grave expression on their face. After a few minutes of silence, Tojuro angrily exclaimed, "That dumb snake! He's ruining all our plans. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil-Sarvesh8 at OKSBA. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Bear, Sahil, Willie, Uzwal, Munir, RK, Kyosuke, Gray, and Burnt Liquid for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 625, Tsunagakure's Decision. Chapter 631 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. "That dumb snake. He's ruining all our plans," Tojuro exclaimed angrily in the Suna Council. He continued, "For our plans to succeed, we had to catch Konoha off guard. However, that dumb snake has ruined it all. Now Konoha would be on their guard, and we might not get an opening to make a move." Rage could be heard in his voice. Thankfully, Orochimaru couldn't hear his words. Otherwise, Hiruzen wouldn't need to worry about his backstabbing ally. No one opposed Tojiro's words. Ryusa said, "This move would have been understandable if he could get rid of that troublesome boy." However, not only did he fail, but he also roused the morale of Konoha ninjas and alerted their higher-ups. Our plan will no longer be smooth. Goza added, "That said, it isn't all bad. This battle shows that we underestimated Suzuki Fujin to a large degree. If we had proceeded with our plan without knowing the threat he posed, we would have suffered heavily." Tojuro argued, "We would have still been able to handle him." If Orochimaru hadn't alerted Konoha by making this stupid move, Konoha wouldn't have smelled anything fishy and wouldn't have called back their Sanins. The preparations we made for Jiraiya could have been used against him. However, now we can be certain that Konoha would at least call back one of their Sanins. In fact, they will most likely call both of them. So we will need to make arrangements for the third Hokage, 2 Sanins, the Shinobi of Darkness. Copy Ninja and this brat. This is impossible to do unless we can suddenly call upon a couple of rank S ninjas. The Suna Council went quiet. Everyone could feel the pressure. Their initial plans involved dealing with just Hiruzen quickly and causing some wide-scale destruction with Shikaku. Once they achieved these two goals, they would retreat before Konoha could reorganize their forces. However, due to just one move of Orochimaru, they would have to deal with two Sanins and realize that Konoha had another ninja at that level. So they needed to make plans for 3 Sanin-level ninjas. Even for experienced ninjas like them, it was too much to handle. Seeing that no one was saying anything, Manabu said, "Silence won't resolve this issue. We need to decide whether we would still make a move against Konoha during this Chunin exam, or should we postpone our plans to some later time when Konoha drops their guard again?" Ryusa nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. We have no reason to hurry. What is more important is our chances of success. If we can't deal with them, then we should stay patient and postpone our plans. Once the Sanins leave Konoha, we could create circumstances that would force Konoha to dispatch the Copy Ninja and the Spectral Swordsman to separate missions. Once they are away, we may have some opportunities to make a move against the Hokage." For the first time, Rasa spoke. "That isn't necessarily correct. The longer we wait, the greater the possibility of Konoha getting a hint of our plans. Don't forget the incident in Yamakawa Town. Even though Konoha wasn't behind it, they have become very active in the Land of Rivers after that incident. If they discover some of our movements, they will forever be on guard against us, and we won't have any opportunity until the next Great Ninja War breaks out. Not to mention, attacking the entire Konoha is too difficult. I'll need to meet with Hiruzen face-to-face like in the Chunin exam to have any chance of killing him. Arranging such a meeting at the same time when everyone is outside Konoha will be difficult." Goza agreed. "That's right. This was our best chance. Even if we wait for the next Chunin exam, we won't be able to send Gaara. However, if we still continue with the current plan, do we have any shot at victory, Kazekage-sama?" Orochimaru couldn't even deal with Suzuki Fujin. And if you two don't attack the third Hokage together, then killing him in a short time will be very difficult. Instead of outnumbering the Hokage, you and Orochimaru might get outnumbered. And unlike the Konoha ninjas who would trust each other, we can't trust that snake." Goza's expression was grim as he said those words. Rasa's expression was ugly as well. The situation was just too bad for Tsunagakure. Their finances were in shambles. Their money had almost dried up, and they were only able to sustain themselves because Rasa was mining gold from the desert using his Kekkei Genkai. For a sitting Kage to do something like that was extremely humiliating. If it was leaked, Suna would become a laughingstock. Internally, their country was still unstable due to the mess Fujin had created years ago. The entire eastern half of the Land of Wind hated Rasa. Even in the other half, most of the civilians hated him. The Wind Daimyo gave more missions to Konoha than to Suna. And these were just a few of the problems they were facing. As a result, they needed a massive victory in order to turn their fortunes around. If they could kill Hiruzen and cause a massive amount of destruction in Konoha, the Wind Daimyo would automatically fall in line. After all, political power was useless when he could be killed on a whim by Tsunagakure. The deterrence of other daimyos wouldn't matter if Konoha was a mess because Kumo and Iwa would focus on Konoha's vulnerability instead of listening to their daimyo. In addition, Tsunagakure could use the victory to improve Rasa's image and increase the morale of the people in the Land of Wind. A lot of Tsunagakure's problems would be resolved. However, that was assuming that Tsunagakure won. If they lost, then their situation would become extremely dire. They could lose their elites, their Jinchuriki, and even their Kage. And unlike Konoha, who had a bunch of rank S ninjas who could replace Hiruzen, Suna didn't have any. Rasa had schemed against Pakura and got her killed, while Sasori had gone rogue. So their plan was extremely risky. No one in the council wanted to take responsibility for such a decision. Finally, Rasa said, "There is still more than a month before we begin our attack, so we don't have to make a rash decision. The news we have so far is the one-sided story spread by Konoha. Baki said that he couldn't confirm how much of it is true. My children were in the training ground when their battle happened. Baki will send us another message after he meets them and checks whether they saw anything. For now, we will continue our current preparations. I'll talk with Orochimaru when I meet with him and ask for his side of the story to get a better idea. We'll also discuss whether he can come up with any way of restraining the two Sanins. If he has sound plans that I agree with, we will carry out our attack as planned. If not... Rasa went quiet for a few seconds before saying, "If not, then this attack will be called off." The entire council sucked a cold breath. All of them had spent months to ensure that their plans were perfect and that no mistakes were made in execution. Yet, they could be forced to drop the entire plan. It was hard to digest, and yet no one opposed Rasa. It displayed how serious the situation was. In the Forest of Death, Fujin's clone saw the Odo squad making a move towards Sakura when he realized one thing. He thought, "Ugh, Lee isn't close to this place. Should I make a move myself, or should I bring him here?" Due to the massive battle between him and Orochimaru, most of the Genins stayed away from the burnt area as it gave them creeps. Since Sakura was quite close to that area, most of the remaining squads weren't near her. Fujin's clone sensed Lee's position while thinking, luckily he isn't too far away. Oh well, I'll bring him here. After all, this was the first time these squads worked together. Another clone appeared next to him and disappeared immediately. Standing on a branch, Lee looked at dropping leaves and thought, if I can catch all 16 of these leaves before any of them hit the ground, then Sakura will fall in love with me. But if I miss even one, then my love for her will never be requited, and she'll probably make fun of my hair. After creating his own training exercise, Lee jumped down to catch the leaves. However, just then, a strong breeze blew in that area. He barely managed to catch 4 of them when the remaining 12 began flying in another direction at high speeds. Lee was surprised and thought, what a strong wind current. Is a battle happening nearby? He changed his direction and caught 11 more leaves, one by one, before they fell to the ground. However, the last one moved forward at an incredible speed. Even though he ran after it at his highest speed while wearing the weights, he barely decreased the distance between them. He couldn't help but wonder, what is happening? Don't tell me that this is nature's way of telling me that my love will always be unrequited. No, I cannot accept it. I will not be defeated by a mere leaf. He continued running after it and managed to catch it in the end. Before he could rejoice, he heard a loud sound. He quickly moved forward to investigate it. Just like in the original story, he intervened in the battle in the nick of time. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 26. Can humans do something like this? Chapter 6 and 32 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's clone watched as Lee intervened in the battle just in the nick of time. With him there, Fujin's clone decided to continue staying in the background. Just like in the original story, he saw Lee overwhelming the 3 Otogenins initially. However, things quickly turned around once Lee was hit by a sound wave. Fujin's clone ignored the result and focused on 2 things. Needless to say, the first thing was Lee's weights. The clone couldn't help but sigh and think, Guy is just too strict. Fujin himself used training seals. He still did. However, he always turned it off during missions, no matter how easy the mission was. Going outside with weights was plain stupid in his opinion, even if he was under Guy's care. And yet, Guy made Lee do it. The reason for doing so was actually quite simple. Fujin's clone thought, in order to open more inner gates, we need to push our body beyond our limit. Though the inner gates have some requirements in terms of physique, opening them doesn't have much to do with the strength of the body beyond those basic requirements. After all, in terms of physique, the Raikage is much better than even Guy, and yet he can't open any inner gates. Guy is forcing Lee to wear the weights so that he continues facing challenging situations, which would slowly allow him to attack the remaining inner gates and open them one by one. While I understand the logic, he should give the kid some level of autonomy while he isn't close by. After all, it'd be a shame if he died without getting the opportunity to remove the weights. If Fujin didn't know that Lee would survive, he would have had a chat with Guy about the same. The second thing Fujin's clone paid attention to was the equipment attached to Zaku and Dosu's arms. He thought, using a speaker, though clumsy, is still all right. However, modifying his body in order to create sound waves. Fujin's clone shook his head as he thought, with that body modification, improving his physique would become several times harder. Even if he somehow lived, he'd never become a Junin. That said, it could be a good way to increase the powers of the adult ninjas who have given up on becoming Chunins. Then again, doing that operation for hundreds of ninjas might not be feasible. Besides, why go through all this trouble when sound can be created just by the vibration of air? With Lee injured, Sakura stepped up. Even though she was slightly stronger than her canon counterpart, she was very exhausted due to having to stay up the entire night. Even so, she put up a better performance. She landed a hit on Kin and injured Zaku more than she did in the original story. Unfortunately, without any good ninjutsu or genjutsu, she was completely outmatched. It was rather ironic considering that her sensei was said to know 1,000 jutsus. There were no more surprises after that. Ino's team jumped in to help Sakura. When they were about to be defeated, Neji and Tenten arrived. However, they didn't take any action as Sasuke woke up. Powered by Orochimaru's curse seal, he crushed Zaku before being stopped by Sakura. Fujin's clone muttered, "It looks like the fun is over for now." The Odo ninjas escaped, and Naruto finally woke up. He had a lot of catching up to do. The three genin squads hung together for some while, so that their members could catch their breaths. Just when they were about to leave, Naruto asked, "By the way, what is this burning scent I've been smelling since I woke up? Also, where did that snake guy go?" Hearing his question, Sasuke realized and muttered, "That's right. I was getting an odd feeling. It's this smell. Why is there such a smell in the forest?" Hearing their questions, Sakura answered, "We were saved by the proctor. He sent us flying to this safe place and confronted Orochimaru." Recalling their horrible chakra, Sakura shivered and added, "Their chakra was terrifying. It was even worse than Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza. I don't know what happened in their battle, but it caused a massive fire to break out. I guess the examiners later doused it." Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Big Brother Fujin saved us? Phew, luckily he was the proctor." Sakura's words attracted the attention of Neji and Shikamaru. They both looked at her. Shikamaru complained in annoyance, "You mean to say that freaking Sannin was attracted here by you guys? How are you still alive?" Naruto immediately asked, "A Sannin? What's that?" Tenten answered, "It's not what but who. Lord Third Hokage trained 3 students. All 3 are extremely strong and are feared throughout the world. They are called the 3 legendary Sannins." Her words shocked Naruto and his teammates. Naruto immediately exclaimed, "He is the old man's student? Why did he attack us then?" Tenten answered, "He betrayed Konoha and went rogue around a decade ago. You should be grateful that you were saved by Fujin. Otherwise, there is no way you could have survived against him." Her words forced Sasuke to think, "No, that isn't entirely accurate. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. From that fight, it looks like he was more interested in testing us and giving me this power instead of killing us. However, why did he do that? What was his goal?" As he was thinking, Naruto asked, "Do you know what happened in their fight? Did Big Brother Fujin win?" To Sasuke's surprise, Neji answered, "Suzuki Fujin won the fight. The massive fire you saw was set by his jutsu. Orochimaru was forced to escape with terrifying injuries. Fujin gave chase, but I'm not sure whether he killed Orochimaru or not." Sasuke's eyes widened as he thought, "Someone that strong was defeated so quickly? No way. I'm sure that even Kakashi wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Is this Fujin guy so strong?" Sasuke glanced at Naruto, who had been talking about Fujin since the time they became genins under Kakashi. Needless to say, Naruto was thoroughly impressed. He exclaimed cheerfully, "As expected of Fujin, there's no way a damn snake would defeat him. Next time, I'll pummel that snake myself, believe it." Needless to say, no one there believed him. Everyone ignored his antics. Ino said, "Sakura, you should look at the canal he created with his wind dragon jutsu while chasing after Orochimaru. It just extended endlessly and looked like it would travel across the world. He looked very cool when he used that jutsu and forced Orochimaru to run away." Realizing what she just said, she quickly looked at Sasuke and said, but not as cool as you, Sasuke." Sakura immediately grabbed the opportunity. "Oh, it looks like you have a crush on someone, Ino. Don't worry, I won't fight over him with you." "Shut it, you billboard brow," Ino immediately replied angrily. Sakura cursed back. "Ino pig!" Sasuke ignored the two girls and instead thought about Ino's words. The three Genin squads finally split up. Unlike the other two, Kakashi's squad still needed a break to rest and heal. Sasuke was suffering due to the curse seal, while Naruto's control over chakra had gotten poor due to the 5 elements seal placed on him. Without access to Kurama's chakra, he couldn't heal as quickly as he normally did. Sakura also had taken a beating and required sleep. They stayed in the same area until evening when the trio felt better. They were about to plan what to do to get the required scroll when Sasuke said, "Before we go hunting for the scroll, I want to see the location where the two of them fought." Realizing what he was referring to, Naruto said with a grin, "I want to see it too." Sakura was curious as well and didn't object. The three of them quickly moved to the area where Sakura had seen the fire. As they stood on the edge of the burned area, disbelief could be seen on all their faces. Naruto exclaimed, "No freaking way!" Sakura muttered, "What happened here? How could this?" Sasuke clenched his fists in anger and reluctance. If he could do something like this, then have I only been playing games until now? If Itachi is as strong as these two, how much more do I need to train to have any chance of killing him? Sasuke found the reality very hard to digest. In front of him was a patch of land that was burned as far as his eyes could see. The fire jutsus that he prided in couldn't even achieve 1% of the destruction he was seeing. As he was looking at the burnt land, he noticed something from the corner of his eye and immediately began moving towards it. Naruto and Sakura chased after him, asking for him to wait. They reached him when he finally stopped. To their shock, he was as still as a statue as he looked in one direction. Naruto and Sakura followed his eyesight and were equally stunned. They were standing at the location from where Fujin had launched the Wind Dragon. In front of them was a trench that extended for more than 12 kilometers across the forest. Sakura couldn't help but ask, How can all this be caused by just one jutsu? Can humans even do something like this? And if you can, then please support me on Patreon, w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Gray, Marcus, Shinu, Bile, and Eric for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 627, Subtle Manipulation. Chapter 633 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Team Kakashi was watching the destruction in disbelief, another squad was in panic mode. Karen's teammates returned after an unfruitful day. Both had several injuries and wanted to bite Karen to heal. To their shock, they couldn't find her. They quickly tried to look for her and found her remains. Both looked at each other and said, "Crap! Did that useless bitch die? Shit, if she is dead, then we won't be able to pass this round. Why couldn't that dumb bitch just stay hidden here? How hard is that?" "That's true. I didn't think she'd be so pathetic. We shouldn't have split up. Now Sensei will scold us due to her incompetence." With Karen dead, the two of them immediately began cursing her, completely unaware of the fact that she was safe and healthy at a place that was very far away from them. Meanwhile, Fujin would be quite happy that they collected evidence of her death themselves. In the land of rivers, Karen finally woke up. She saw that the sun was about to set. Her eyes landed on Fujin's clone sitting some distance away from her, and the memories of their meeting quickly appeared in her mind. Karen quickly gathered herself and asked, "Did I fall asleep?" Fujin's clone nodded and said, "Yes. I'd have woken you up, but it seemed like you were very tired. I guess you didn't sleep much last night." Karen nodded. The clone continued, "Anyway, we are almost at our base. I just stopped here because there's something I need to tell you first. It is related to your ability." Karen immediately became alert and asked, "What about my ability?" Fujin's clone said, "Even though I said that I don't need your ability is very convenient to use. So, if others knew about it, they would definitely ask you to use it to heal them. Of course, No one will force you, and no one will keep using it to the extent that you would end up like your mother, but they'll still want to use it, if only for the convenience. Karen became slightly dejected on hearing that. She thought, I can't escape this curse. Still, at least I'll have a say here. I can accept that. To her surprise, Fujin's clone continued. However, I can understand that you wouldn't want to use this ability. In fact, I don't want to see you use this ability either. So, you won't be telling anyone about this ability of yours. Is that understood? To say Karen was shocked was an understatement. Even though Fujin had claimed that he didn't want her for her ability, she didn't entirely believe him and just felt that she wouldn't suffer as much as she did in Kusagakure. There wasn't any way for her to guess that the reason why Fujin recruited her didn't have much to do with her healing ability. It had more to do with her Uzumaki blood and her future potential. While he would use her healing ability if need be, he didn't intend to make her the healer of the Phantom Haven Society. If anything, making her do that would be counterintuitive to his goal of creating top-quality medical ninjas in the Phantom Haven. It would also make her hate him. Hence, forcing her into that role would be extremely short-sighted. On the contrary, what he did will ensure that Karen becomes very loyal to him. She could become as loyal to him as Kimimaro was to Orochimaru. Since he couldn't keep an eye on the base all the time, this aspect was way more important for Fujin as compared to Orochimaru and Danzo. As Fujin had expected, his words had a massive impact on Karen. Fujin's impression in her mind became very good, and she felt safe with him. She hadn't felt this safe with anyone else, not even with her mother, as she was helpless herself. Karen thought, he's being so kind to me. I can't be so ungrateful. She said, I can use my ability if our organization needs it. As long as it is with my permission, I don't mind it. However, Fujin's clone shook his head and said, No, my reason for doing so isn't entirely for you. As I said earlier, your ability is too convenient. If you use it freely, everyone will become dependent on you, and others will be reluctant to become medical ninjas because you can handle it. While it'll be fine for now, since our organization is small, it'll become stressful for you as we grow bigger. That won't be good for your health. So, unless there is no other choice and you need to save someone, don't tell anyone about your ability. If you want to help others out, then learn medical ninjutsu and become a proper medical ninja instead of someone who just uses her natural ability. You'll be able to help out a lot more in that way. Understood? With a smile on her face, Karen said, I understand. She thought, I guess I'll really be finding a good home now. I wish my mother was still alive. Perhaps she could have lived in peace here as well. Fujin's clone got up and said, Good. I believe that even without this ability, you'll become an excellent medical ninja. Of course, don't be limited by your ability. You can do a lot more than just heal others. I hope to see you become a very strong ninja in the future. Let's go. His words increased Karen's confidence a lot. Ever since a young age, she had been just used by others for this ability of hers. Other than her mother, no one showed her love. No one showed her compassion. No one believed in her worth. Yet, Fujin's clone had spoken so highly of her and made her optimistic about her future. Karen quickly followed Fujin's clone as he moved towards the base. As he moved, Fujin's clone thought, not bad. I can sense various batches of ninjas training in this valley. It looks like Shigeki has finally become confident enough to start training openly in the valley. Of course, with my seals, it'll still be difficult for anyone to detect them as long as they don't go in the outer parts. He avoided those ninjas and rushed straight to the center of the valley. Karen reached it a second later and looked around in confusion. There was no sign of any base around her. Instead, it just looked like a normal valley with no signs of civilization. She asked, Is the base here? I can't see anything. Fujin's clone looked at her and said, Try sensing, but only in this area. Don't extend your chakra field beyond it. Karen followed his instructions while wondering, what does he want me to detect? As she expected, she couldn't sense anything and said, I can't sense anything here. Fujin's clone muttered, So you can't sense anything? Well, it's fine. It would be too much to expect you to sense it just because you are an Uzumaki. Karen asked, What does being an Uzumaki have to do with this? Fujin's clone made a hand seal while saying, "Even though your ability to heal others and transfer chakra is neat, that isn't what the Uzumaki clan was known for." I guess you don't know much about the original Uzumaki clan because it was destroyed long before your birth. Hearing about her clan, Karen became very curious. Her mother didn't tell her much due to her young age, so Karen was always curious about her clan and wondered frequently how her life would be if her clan still existed. Fujin's clone continued. "I'll tell you a few things about the Uzumaki clan. They were known for two things. The first was their vast chakra reserves. It made them quite a menace on the battlefield as they almost always outlasted their enemies. Your ability to heal others should be an added effect due to this aspect of Uzumaki ninjas. The second thing that they were known for was fuinjutsu. This was even more dangerous. It was so dangerous that even the major villages were afraid of their seals. That fear made several major villages align together and attack Uzushiogakure, which ended up destroying the village and forcing some survivors like your mother to flee. Watch carefully. I'll show you what seals can do." Karen paid full attention to his words. For the first time, she had gotten a reason for her having that ability. She had also heard that the Uzumaki clan excelled in fuinjutsu for the first time. She was very curious to see what the seals could do. Her eyes widened as the scenery around her changed. She saw the ground under her feet disappearing. Instead, a barrier appeared under her feet. Under the barrier, she saw several buildings and ninjas who were looking at the two of them. She realized that it was the Phantom Haven base. She couldn't help but wonder, was that genjutsu? No, my chakra isn't influenced. Can seals do something so extraordinary? I couldn't sense them despite them being so close to me. Fujin's clone said, "This is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to fuinjutsu. If you are interested in it, then I'll provide you with the materials needed to learn it. Of course, you'll need to work with a lot of dedication for decades to actually become a fuinjutsu grandmaster. So don't think about it for the time being. I'll teach you more tricks once you become stronger if you develop an interest towards it." Karen just nodded obediently. The barrier under their feet suddenly disappeared, and the two entered the base. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pedal Sarvesh 8OKOB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Kazim, Frederick, James, Inayak, and Rogeric for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 628, Spy Network. Chapter 634 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Inside the main office in the base, Shigeki and Hayato sat on the opposite side of the desk. Both were looking at half a dozen papers on the desk while doing several calculations in their head. After a few minutes, Hayato sighed and said, "Our size is getting bigger. It's getting difficult to handle everything by ourselves." Thanks to the funds provided by Fujin, the Phantom Haven Society was able to expand rapidly. When he first started it, they had only 12 members, other than Fujin. However, in less than a year, their numbers had increased by more than 10 times. Shigeki nodded and replied, "Yeah, we can handle it for now, but if our numbers double once again, then we will need to delegate these tasks to others and only do the final approval. Even if our numbers don't double, we won't be able to handle it all once the students become field agents." Hayato agreed and said, "We are almost becoming like an official hidden village. What happened?" As he was talking, Hayato saw Shigeki's expression becoming serious. Shigeki said, "Someone just activated the barrier. Shiden is probably back. Let's go." He immediately flickered. Hayato couldn't flicker without any seals and was a bit slower. He weaved a hand seal and flickered while thinking, "He returned so soon? That's strange. Earlier, he always visited with a gap of at least 3 months. However, it has just been a month since his last visit." As soon as they arrived outside, they saw Shiden landing in the base, along with a red-haired girl. The others in the base who were at the top were also looking at them. Shigeki immediately flickered in front of Fujin and said respectfully, "Shiden, it's great to see you again so soon." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "It's good to be back." He looked at Karen and said, She is Karen. She'll be joining us. Her rank will be field agent, but for now, she'll focus on training like the students. Karen, he's Shigeki. He's a ice leader of the Phantom Haven Society and the leader here in my absence. If you have any queries, you can approach him. Even though his words created a lot of questions in her mind, Karen nodded and said respectfully, "I'll be in your care." Shigeki looked towards Karen and thought, "So that's why he's early. This is the second time he's brought a young ninja here. Will her talent be as ludicrous as Ranmaru?" Shigeki didn't understand why Fujin had brought a little kid the previous time. All his questions and doubts were blown away when he saw the progress Ranmaru made in the academy. His talent was off the charts. None of the older ninjas in the base had seen anyone even remotely as talented as the boy in Tanigakure. It had increased their respect for Shippuden by another level. Since he brought another young ninja, Shigeki became curious about her. Fujin's clone looked at Hayato and said, "Hayato, make her staying arrangements and introduce her to some of the facilities here. I'll catch up with Shigeki." Hayato nodded and said, "All right." He quickly took Karen away while Fujin's clone and Shigeki walked towards the main office. As they walked, Fujin's clone gazed at the buildings in the base. As compared to the initial rough structures he had created, the base now had a completely different look. All the buildings were properly built. The academy and the living quarters looked far more pleasing to the eye and were comfortable for everyone to use. A hospital had been built to teach medical ninjutsu and treat injured ninjas. Many training grounds had been built around the academy to practice simple things like shuriken throwing and taijutsu. Of course, the main training grounds were outside the base in the massive valley. The main headquarters was decorated a bit to make it look more grand than the remaining buildings. The library was made artistic as well. The two of them entered the headquarters and walked into the main office. Both sat down as Fujin's clone said, "So, how's everything here? Did anything major happen in the last month?" Shigeki immediately updated Fujin on everything that happened since his last visit. In the end, he added, "Even though nothing major has happened, we have made a lot of progress. Our spy network in the Land of Rivers has been completed. We have one informer in every village and town, except Tanigakure. Since you warned us about a possible conflict between Konoha and Suna, we stopped trying to extend it directly into the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. Instead, we followed your leads and expanded in the two countries from the south in the coastal areas. We should be able to expand all the way to the eastern parts of the Land of Wind in a few months, but it is difficult to expand into the Land of Fire as the Konoha ninjas frequently patrol the areas. So we directly moved through the seas and extended the spy network into the Land of Tea. We should be able to complete it within a month, and then we will extend it to the Land of Noodles. We'll need your guidance to expand it beyond that." Fujin's clone said, "You've progressed very well. No need to worry about expanding beyond it. Let's consolidate our current network and ensure that everything is working efficiently. We can begin expanding once again once there aren't any more issues." Shigeki nodded and said, "I and Hayato were of the same view." Fujin's clone asked, "What about the new recruits? How many members do we have now?" Shigeki sighed and answered, "I'm not sure if this is a good thing or bad. We rescued 7 villages in the last month and ended up recruiting 73 children. Currently, we have 131 students, 23 field agents, 24 if I include Karen, and just 3 captains. We'll need at least 2 years before some of the students might be ready to perform field operations. However, going by your standards, they might need another couple of years to be promoted to field agents. Unless we can somehow recruit a few dozen field agents and a few captains, we won't be able to look after more students. Not to mention, we don't have any commanders except you and me." Fujin's clone replied with a hint of sadness in his voice, "Under normal circumstances, I'd have considered this as a happy problem. However, being able to recruit so many students shows how messed up this world is. It proves how important our existence is." Shigeki's heart stirred due to the sadness in his voice. He couldn't help but feel sad as well. At the same time, his belief in the Phantom Will strengthened. He muttered, "That's true. Even though we are doing good, we still need to do a lot more. Fujin's clone nodded and said, "Yes. However, it is also important that we survive to do our work. Without sufficient strength, our goal will remain just a dream. Don't forget that we don't enjoy the same benefits as a ninja village. We can't train a large number of kids at the same time. For the time being, stop recruiting new students. Only recruit if someone displays high talent like Ranmaru. We will focus more on quality than quantity. Due to what they have experienced, all the students will be highly motivated. With our training plan, they will become stronger faster even compared to the kids in the major villages, even if they aren't as talented as them. Right now, they have just started training. In the next 12 to 18 months, you'll observe some students standing out as compared to the rest. Once that happens, we can implement my idea for making clubs in the academy. After that, you'll see the students taking care of each other and reduce the pressure on teachers. That might allow us to recruit some more students. Of course, even though the recruitment will stop, our activities shouldn't. Continue helping the villages you can help while avoiding confrontation with Tanigakure. Shigeki immediately nodded and said, "I understand." Fujin's clone continued, "As for recruiting field agents, captains and commanders in decent numbers, that'll be difficult. Not everyone will believe in the Phantom Will. There are too many like Raiga who'd cause trouble instead of solving it. Instead of focusing on recruitment, focus more on increasing the strength of our current members. By the time the students start becoming field agents, our current field agents should become strong enough to become captains. Similarly, the captains should work hard to become commanders. It'll take a while, but this is the most stable way to become strong enough to achieve our goals." Shigeki thought for a bit and agreed with Fujin's thoughts, but he had a few doubts. He said, "While I agree with your thoughts, it isn't easy to make older ninjas stronger. How will we do that?" Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "That is the other reason for my visit. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you. The Reaper's Shadow, ITGT12, Devildham, and Roderick for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 629, A New Student, Chapter 635 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "That is the other reason for my visit." Shigeki was surprised. However, his surprise soon changed into glee. Shigeki had benefited heavily due to Fujin's guidance. He could now be considered an elite Junin even in the major villages. In addition, Fujin was extremely resourceful and had single-handedly built the entire library and created the entire base. If he intended to help improve the strength of other members, then Shigeki didn't doubt the results at all. He said in excitement, "That's great. Will you be guiding them like you guided me?" Fujin's clone replied with a hint of amusement, "That was my plan initially. However, seeing how much you've improved over the last year, I got another idea. You'll test all field agents and captains except Karen and guide them just like how I guided you. Help them reach the next level." Shigeki's smile faded away in an instant. He became hesitant and said, I don't think I can guide them as well as you can." Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "Consider it as a test. I want to see how well you can do this task. Besides, even though you are unsure, I'm confident in you." Hearing those words, Shigeki couldn't refute him. He could only accept the task and said, "I'll do my best." Fujin's clone nodded approvingly and said, "That's what I expect as well. Anyway, don't take a lot of pressure. Just test out their strengths, identify their weaknesses, and analyze what they should work on to become considerably stronger. Of course, I won't leave you without any assistance. Read this." He handed Shigeki a scroll. Puzzled, Shigeki opened it and began reading. The scroll had a list of jutsu names with their basic descriptions. Fujin's clone explained, "This scroll contains a list of the jutsus I will add to our library." Shigeki's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Fujin's clone and asked, "There are hundreds of jutsus mentioned here. Many of them are rank A and B. Will you add this many scrolls?" Shigeki didn't believe it. Fujin's clone wasn't surprised by his reaction. This time, he had created jutsu scrolls for nearly every jutsu that existed in multiple villages. In addition, he also created scrolls for several jutsus that were known only to Kiri, at least on the surface. Needless to say, he had obtained all of them from Raiga's memories. Combined with their previous collection, Phantom Haven Society's library would exceed that of every minor village by a large degree. It would be just under the 5 major villages. In fact, it could even compete with some of them, so Shigeki's shock was completely justified. Fujin's clone replied, "Of course I will." While it is true that strengthening older ninjas isn't easy, it is important to remember that all of you grew up in Tanigakure, which didn't have as many jutsus as we do. Though these jutsus won't promote them to the next rank, they would at least become far more formidable within their current ranks. Along with your recommendations, they might just be able to make a breakthrough. Shigeki nodded and replied, "Yes, that should be enough." Fujin's clone added, "I'll let them improve themselves in this way. Once they hit their next bottleneck, I'll guide them like I guided you." Shigeki was relieved to hear that. Fujin's clone got up and said, "Go through the list in the scroll once. Let me know if you have any queries. I'll place the scrolls in the library while you do so. When I return, we'll head out to apply the Phantom Seal on our new recruits." Shigeki replied, "All right." The two immediately got to work. Within the next couple of hours, Fujin added over a couple of hundred scrolls to the library before applying the Phantom Seal on all the new recruits and influencing them with the Phantom Will. As they returned back to the main base, Shigeki asked, "How long will you stay this time?" Fujin's clone replied, "Not too long. I've done most of the things that I wanted to. I'll guide Karin for a bit before leaving so that she gets on the right track. I'll check on Ranmaru and the other current students as well to encourage them to work harder." Shigeki replied, "That's good. I'm sure the kids will be happy to see you. Ranmaru always keeps asking about you." Fujin's clone nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'll meet with him as well. Has he progressed any further in the last month?" Shigeki immediately updated him on Ranmaru's progress. The two chatted until they returned to the main base before splitting up. Fujin's clone flickered behind Karin, who was standing on her balcony while staring at the night sky, and asked, "Feeling comfortable here?" Karin was startled and quickly looked back. She relaxed on seeing him and said with a smile, "Yes, this place is very peaceful. Elder Hayato showed me all the important places." Fujin's clone said, "That's good, did..." Karin cut him off and asked nervously, "Is it true that you won't stay here for long?" Fujin's clone was surprised by that question. A smile formed on his face as he patted her head to comfort her. He said, "Don't worry. I trust everyone here. You can as well. I know that your life in Kusa was hell. However, that is in your past. You won't suffer here. Meet new people and make friends here. The ones in charge are probably too old for you to make friends, but there are also a lot of young kids here. They are being trained as students. If you'd like, you can help them out in their training. They'll be much more comfortable with someone just a few years older than them. In time, you'll completely forget about Kusa. As for me, I'll keep visiting occasionally." Karin smiled and replied, "All right." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "That said, even though I asked you to leave Kusagakure in your past, don't ever forget the pain you and your mother had to suffer. Even though you are safe here today, I can't say what will happen a few years from now. The only way to ensure that you never suffer like that again is by making yourself so strong that no one will dare to mistreat you." His voice was extremely serious as he said that. Karin realized it and became serious as well. She promised, "I'll train hard." Fujin's clone said, "Good. Before I leave, I'll guide you and set you on the right path. Tell me all your abilities except your healing one." Karin nodded and answered, "I can use substitution, transformation, and clone jutsu, and can use shuriken and kunai properly." Fujin's clone thought, that's not much to work on. If not for her healing ability, she wouldn't be much different from an average genin. Then again, considering that Kusa only exploited her healing ability, it is to be expected. And given her depressing circumstances, I doubt she'd have the heart to train in Kusa. Now that I think about it, she didn't have many good skills apart from healing and sensing even in the future until she unlocked that chain ability of the Uzumaki clan. Though good in that particular role, It'd be a waste to keep her limited to that. Karen became nervous about seeing him in deep thought. She thought, I should have practiced more in the village. However, they always drained all my chakra. Fujin's clone finally spoke. Don't take it the wrong way, but that's very basic. You'll need to work very hard to become strong enough to protect yourself from anyone and help others. Karen became depressed after hearing that. Luckily for her, Fujin's clone continued. The good thing is that since you have only done the basics, you haven't gone down any wrong path. So you can train the right way. Are you ready? Karen's mood became better. She smiled and said, I am. She immediately bowed slightly and said gratefully, Thank you, Sensei. Behind his mask, Fujin's clone raised an eyebrow and thought, I didn't expect her to become cheeky so soon. I guess she has become comfortable with the new environment. Then again, this isn't bad by any means. Fujin's clone handed her a chakra paper and said, Run your chakra through it. Karen sighed in relief internally as Fujin didn't reject her. She accepted the paper and followed his instructions. Fujin's clone saw the chakra paper becoming wet and wondered, why do nearly all my students have an affinity to water? If you can, then please support me on Patreon. link.patreon.com/devilhexspace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Paddleservesh EdoKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ellie, a reader, Less Than Average Player, Mukut, Frederick, Mitch, Aronica, and Plan Z for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 630, Training Plan. Chapter 636 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Why do nearly all my students have an affinity to water? Among the 5 orphans he was training, 4 had an affinity to water. Thankfully, an equal number of them had an affinity to wind as well. Now, Karen had an affinity to water manipulation as well. He thought, then again, it isn't a bad thing. Nearly everyone I recruited from Tanigakure have an affinity to water. I can dump her elemental training on Shigeki. Karen looked at the wet chakra paper and asked, Why did it get wet, Sensei? Fujin's clone explained, That is a chakra paper. It identifies your nature affinity. Since it became wet, it shows that you have an affinity for water manipulation. Karen asked, What does that mean? Fujin's clone wasn't surprised by that question. He had no expectations from Kusa to have given her a proper education. He explained to her everything about nature transformation, including the yin and yang release, Kekkei Genkai, strengths and weaknesses of all elements, among other things. He patiently answered all her doubts. In the end, he added, even though the chakra paper shows that you have an affinity to water, considering your ability to heal, you should have a very high talent in yang release, since yang chakra is used for healing others. Once you get a hang of yang release, learning yin release becomes easy as well. However, those are rather advanced concepts. I'll teach you how to use them later. For now, we will start by establishing a very strong foundation. Are you ready to start? Having been put to sleep for nearly half a day, Karen wasn't sleepy. She nodded and said, Yes, Sensei. Fujin's clone replied, Good. Follow me. The two left the base and arrived in the valley. They didn't walk too far away, as Fujin's clone just led Karen to the nearest tree. He said, Your training will be conducted in phases. Each phase will make your foundation sturdier and help you become stronger faster in the future. We will first start with chakra control. He explained Karen the theory behind chakra control and demonstrated the tree climbing exercise. Karen immediately tried it and ended up falling down. Fujin's clone said, This will be your first exercise. It'll take around a week or 2 for you to completely master it. Then you'll move on to the next exercise, that is, the water walking exercise. Karen asked curiously, Sensei, do you mean that I can walk on water? Fujin's clone nodded and answered, Yes. He turned his gaze to the tree and said, When you climb up the trees, you are walking against trunks that are sturdy and solid. By comparison, using your chakra to walk on water is much more difficult due to it being liquid. Karen nodded, understanding how complex it would be. Fujin's clone continued, Don't worry. It'll feel easier when you try it. Coming back to your training, you'll train these 2 exercises until you can freely run and spar on water. Once your chakra control is up to par, we will begin on the more interesting aspects. Did Hayato show you the library? Karen nodded. Fujin's clone continued. In the library, you'll find a scroll for the body flicker jutsu. When you are completely comfortable with water walking, you'll learn this jutsu. This jutsu will be a very important jutsu in your arsenal for decades, so train it with all your heart. If you have any doubts about it, you can ask Shigeki about it if I am not here. He's very good at using it. This will be the second step of your training. As for the third step, that's where you'll begin learning more things. You'll start working on 3 things simultaneously. First, we'll be learning water manipulation and a few water jutsus. This will be taught to you by Shigeki. The second thing will be medical ninjutsu. Hayato will teach you about it. The last thing will be using the body flicker jutsu without any seals. I'll guide you regarding it when I return later. Karen memorized all his words accurately. She asked Fujin's clone a few doubts, which were promptly answered. With everything discussed, Fujin asked Karen to begin practicing tree climbing. She practiced until dawn under his watchful eye. Fujin's clone analyzed, looks like chakra control isn't her strong suit. At least not yet. Still, this is far better than Naruto. She should be done with this in around 5 days. Karen tried climbing up the tree without using her hands once again. Unfortunately, she couldn't hang on and fell once again. She had long lost the count of how many times she had fallen that night. To her relief, Fujin's clone said, "That's enough for now. Have some rest. You can continue practicing it later." Karen nodded and replied, "All right, sensei." Fujin's clone made a hand seal to deactivate the barrier when Karen asked nervously, "Do you have to go back due to that intense clash that happened during our exam?" Nervousness could be seen on her face. Anyone could see that she didn't want him to get caught up in such a dangerous situation. Fujin's clone replied, "Not really. I have a lot of other tasks to do." Karen sighed in relief and asked, "If you don't mind me asking, could you tell me what happened there on the first day of our exam?" Fujin's clone replied casually, "It was a clash between 2 rank S ninjas. You don't need to worry about it for the time being. Just remember to avoid such places if you detect such an intense confrontation." Karen nodded and said in amazement, "So rank S ninjas are that strong? I didn't know that. I sensed that one of the chakras belonged to our proctor. Who was the other one? Did he die?" Fujin's clone was surprised for a moment and wondered, "Did she sense that battle as well? I didn't notice. Then again, my attention was focused on Orochimaru, and space-time sensing technique can't identify chakra signatures." He shook his head and replied, "Killing a rank S ninja is very difficult. In majority of the cases, they are only forced to retreat. The same thing happened there as well. The second guy was Orochimaru, one of the Sanins. Anyway, as I just said, no need to worry about this. Focus on your own training. Unless you can gain the commander rank in Phantom Haven Society, you don't even need to think about rank S." Karen nodded and said, "Yes, sensei." The two returned to the base. As Fujin's clone had said earlier, he went to meet with the students, both old and new. Since he had applied phantom seals on everyone, Shigeki and the rest brought all the new recruits into the main base, and the new students were inducted on that very day. Fujin's clone took the opportunity to create an impression and increase their belief in the phantom will. He also met up with Ranmaru, whose progress was as good as he expected. Within a few months, he had learnt tree climbing and water walking along with the 3 basic jutsus. He was currently working on the body flicker jutsu. Needless to say, the training plan for him was also created by Fujin. After meeting with Ranmaru, Fujin's clone thought, "My chakra is nearly empty. I won't be able to sustain myself for much longer." He quickly called Shigeki and Hayato for a brief meeting in the main office. Once they arrived, he explained to them the training plan for Karen and asked them to help her out. He ended by saying, "Shigeki, once she's done with the body flicker jutsu, guide her in water release. Hayato, you should guide her to become a medical ninja." Hayato replied hesitantly, "If I may, I don't think it is a good idea. Our manpower is already very low. We will be struggling just with the students. To guide her so much might not be feasible. Also, making someone learn 2 fields so different from each other at the same time isn't good for their growth." To his surprise, Fujin's clone replied, "They are valid points. However, don't worry. I don't make any rash decisions. Karen's talent is worth spending so much effort on her. As for multiple fields, I recruited her because she seems talented in medical ninjutsu. So you'll have to do a good job, Hayato. I have added several books related to medical ninjutsu in the library. Feel free to go through them. Having seen Ranmaru's talent, neither Hayato nor Shigeki questioned his judgment. However, both were puzzled about one important aspect. AN, next chapter in a few hours. Latest chapter on Patreon, Fujin's Righteousness. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you AR3S, Tobias, Matthew, Luco, HH, Tommy, Michael, Cody, Gerald, and Pius for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 631, Phantom Haven's Path. Chapter 637 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hayato asked, if she is talented at medical ninjutsu, wouldn't it be better if we make her focus entirely on training medical ninjutsu? That way, she'll become a very good medical ninja instead of someone like me who doesn't specialize in either medical ninjutsu or nature manipulation. Right now, we are lacking a lot in medical ninjutsu as I'm the only one who can do it a bit. It'll be beneficial for our organization if we can have someone who specializes in it entirely. Shigeki nodded, agreeing with Hayato's opinion. The lack of medical ninjas was a very troubling aspect for him, as they couldn't heal the people they rescued unless Hayato went on the mission. Even in that case, he wasn't always able to heal everyone due to limited chakra. To their surprise, Fujin's clone shook his head and said, a medical ninja who can't defend herself is a useless one. Do you think that Tsunade of the Sannin depends on others to defend her? Shigeki replied hesitantly. I don't think that comparing with a rank S medical ninja is appropriate. After all, nearly every other medical ninja in the world doesn't focus on fighting, and there is no one else who is at rank S. If needed, we could train Karen a bit to defend herself after she has become a capable medical ninja. For now, we could focus on just improving her medical skills. Hayato added, that's right. Doing both at the same time is very difficult. Despite their arguments, Fujin's clone replied, this point is non-negotiable. The Phantom Haven Society won't have any medical ninjas who can't defend themselves. He looked at Hayato and said, Hayato, once the students complete their chakra control exercises, you'll get an idea of who has some talent at becoming medical ninjas. After you test them and select the ones who have some talent at the Yang and Yin release, you'll be following a training plan along these lines. While their main focus will be on medical ninjutsu, they won't abandon everything else as most of the medical ninjas in the world. Every one of them has to be a master at the body flicker jutsu and should be able to use it without any seals. Similarly, they will train the element they have an affinity to, which could become their main method of fighting. Alternatively, they could focus on genjutsu if they prefer it to nature manipulation. Irrespective of what they choose, they'll learn the jutsus that allow them to hide and travel underground, along with a defensive jutsu like earth or water wall. Along with ninjutsu, they will also have decent basics in taijutsu and basic weapons like shuriken, kunai, or senbon needles. A few years in the future, once they learn about poisons, they could use them to complement their fighting skills. These are the basic requirements for becoming a medical ninja in the Phantom Haven Society. If they can't handle it, then they are better off becoming a normal ninja. His strict tone caught Shigeki and Hayato off guard. Neither expected Fujin to be so adamant about this aspect, considering that he had been quite flexible until then. Both fell quiet. Fujin's clone noticed their emotions and said softly, don't restrict yourself to what you have experienced in Tanigakure. The children that grew up within those safe walls don't have the same will and determination as the ones here. If you hold our students to the same standards, then your lax expectations will lead to them being satisfied with becoming ordinary instead of striving to be extraordinary. Instead of being satisfied by them becoming Chunin-level field agents, work as if you want to make all 131 students rank S ninjas. Make them strive to reach it. Only if we do that, there would be any hope of someone reaching such a level. Even if no one does, they'll still be much stronger and would become captains and commanders in our organization instead of being stuck at field agent rank for decades. His words forced the two of them to think. Even though they considered themselves the elites in Tanigakure, their worldview was being broken, and they were forced to think beyond it. Shigeki adjusted to it quickly, as he had seen Fujin in action. However, it was a new experience for Hayato. Fujin's clone didn't disturb them and let them use their own thoughts to convince themselves. After a couple of minutes, both of them nodded. Shigeki said, "I understand. We will make the students strive for the top." Hayato added, "I never thought from this point of view. I'll do my best to ensure that the students who focus on medical ninjutsu don't lack combat skills." Fujin's clone replied, "Good. I have added several scrolls and books containing advanced level knowledge of medical ninjutsu to improve our library. You should check them out as well. They will help you improve." Hayato was surprised. He said, "All right, I'll look into it." Fujin's clone replied, "Good. Shigeki, I'll leave the rest to you. It's time for me to leave." Shigeki asked a few more things before Fujin's clone left. He exited the base and dispelled himself in the valley. In the tower in the Forest of Death, Fujin received the memories of his clone. He thought, everything went as planned. Shigeki should have understood what my intentions are. As long as he does it correctly and I get lucky, I might have the strongest force a decade after the Fourth Great Ninja War ends. That said, even if they don't do that well, it doesn't matter as long as my spy network is working well. Anyway, since my shadow clone can teleport there within a minute, I don't need to take missions to go there. I can send one more frequently as well when nothing important is happening in the village. While Fujin was going through his memories, another important meeting was taking place in the Forest of Death between the traitor and the spy. Kabuto looked at Orochimaru and said, "It looks like you got roughed up pretty badly." Leaning against a tree, Orochimaru chuckled and said, "That boy is quite impressive. He is even more ruthless than Kakashi. Escape if you face him." Kabuto became serious and asked, "Is he that powerful?" Orochimaru said, "More than his strength, it's his cunningness and carefulness that makes him a bigger threat. My plans will have to change to consider his threat. I might need Rasa to restrict him while I deal with Hiruzen." Kabuto frowned and said, "The fourth Kazekage is very prideful and egoistic. He might feel insulted to face someone so young in battle openly and might refuse this plan." Orochimaru replied, "Do you think that I didn't think about it already? Unfortunately, that is the best option. You and Kimimaro can't stall him for long enough." Kabuto thought for a bit and replied, "I understand. I'll see if I can get any information that might help us convince the fourth Kazekage." Orochimaru said, "Good. Do that after this round is over. Until then, continue your current mission and collect information on Sasuke. Keep the information with you and pass it to me later. We won't meet in the tower as planned initially." Kabuto became confused and wondered, "That's strange. Is Orochimaru so afraid of that boy?" Orochimaru could read his thoughts at a glance and laughed dryly. He said, "While I enjoy your snarky nature, you shouldn't be so impudent, Kabuto. The tower is under strict surveillance. I won't be able to enter it undetected. I can still enter using the disguise of a Junin sensei. However, there are a few thousand seals that are newly inscribed on the tower. Knowing that Hiruzen will be there as well, it might just be a trap set for me. I'll just send a shadow clone to attend to the normal duties of a sensei." "Seals," Kabuto muttered as he felt something fishy. He looked at Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru-sama, I have a feeling that these seals don't have any meaning." Orochimaru was intrigued by his statement and asked, "What do you mean?" Kabuto answered, "I have a feeling that he inscribes those seals just for the sake of it. Or perhaps it is his hobby. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense for him to have tens of thousands of seals on his house when a few hundred are more than sufficient. I guess he just inscribes seals wherever he stays." Orochimaru was surprised. He thought for a bit. A malicious smile appeared on his face as he said, "That's interesting. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Patelsarvesh8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ben, Shinu, and Jordan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 632, Mind Games. Chapter 638 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. That's an interesting way to look at it. Orochimaru fell into a thought. He began analyzing whether he should take a risk or not. He had several ideas to create a mess and cause chaos in Konoha, but failed to see how any of the situation would be beneficial to him or his plans. After a couple of minutes, he said, perhaps, or it could also be his attempt to make it feel like this is normal for him, and bait others by making them think that it is a bluff. Regardless, there is no reason to test it out right now, as it might give Hiruzen a reason to cancel the exams. We'll continue as per my instructions. Kabuto nodded and said, all right, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru immediately disappeared. Realizing the real strength of Fujin caused him some headaches. He had just a month to make sufficient arrangements to ensure that no one else would disturb him until he had killed Hiruzen. Otherwise, he would be swamped by thousands of Konoha ninjas and wouldn't have any chance to kill Hiruzen. He wanted to make plans to avoid that situation as well as on how to deal with it if he couldn't prevent it from happening. With Orochimaru not making any move and other villages waiting patiently to get more accurate intel, things calmed down. The Chunin exams returned to their normal course. Apart from a few squads who completed the second phase early and the ones who were eliminated, the remaining squads stayed in the forest until the last day. Fujin's clone kept an eye on Kakashi's students the entire time just in case Orochimaru or Kabuto made a strange move. On the last day, Kabuto showed up to stop Naruto from opening their scroll. As soon as he did, he realized, someone is watching me, or rather Sasuke's squad. Is it Suzuki Fujin or other Anbu ninjas? No, I didn't sense anyone until now. In fact, I could barely feel anyone looking at me when I grabbed Naruto's hand. It should be Fujin or his clone. Understandable, I suppose. They should be on guard against another sudden move by Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto didn't show any indication that he realized that he was being watched and acted completely normally. He tagged along with them until they fell into the trap set by the Ama squad. Thanks to Kakashi's training, they had far more stamina and chakra as compared to their canon counterparts at this point. Even though Sasuke struggled due to the curse seal, Naruto was able to destroy their illusions on a large scale using the Great Breakthrough Jutsu and force them into a head-on battle. The Ame Genins used another round of Genjutsu and attacked by hiding underground. Naruto used another Great Breakthrough Jutsu, but it didn't affect this Genjutsu. He tried attacking with close combat and nearly fell into their trap, but was rescued by Kabuto, who got injured in return. Since Fujin was keeping an eye, Kabuto didn't do anything strange and quietly endured the beating instead of scaring and paralyzing them. Even so, he provided Naruto with an opening to knock them all out. Seeing Kabuto's actions, Fujin's clone couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. He muttered to himself, as expected of a spy of his caliber. If I didn't know about the truth, it would have been difficult to suspect him of being such a deadly spy. To think that a guy playing with Janins would become one of the most dangerous people 4 years later. A deadpan expression appeared on his face as he realized, I guess that's not even the least bit strange when compared to how much those 3 kids would grow. One would reach the level of the Sanins, and the other 2 would reach Hashirama and Madara's level. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. If he said such things openly, everyone in the village would laugh at him. After Naruto and company entered the tower, the clone dispelled himself and sent the memories back to his main body. The top floor of the tower had a lot more people as compared to the first day. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, Guy, and a few others were present, along with Fujin's group. In fact, even Hiruzen had returned to the tower along with his Anbu guards and other proctors. Fujin said, Kakashi, it looks like your students have made it through as well. Fujin turned his gaze towards Hayate and said, that makes it 7 squads. You might need to conduct preliminaries to trim the numbers. Hayate coughed and said, yes, 21 is too high. Kakashi sighed and said, I will need to wait to take care of Sasuke. Anko immediately said, "He has the curse seal on him. Pull him out of the exam, seal Orochimaru's curse seal, and keep him under the protection of Anbu." Kakashi asked, "And you really think that he'd just quietly follow your orders? Keep in mind that he is a member of the Uchiha clan." Anko immediately argued back. After some discussion, Hiruzen agreed to let Sasuke participate as long as the curse seal didn't act up. Fujin said, "All right. Anyway, you can take over from me, Anko. I'll be back before the genins gather together. Delay it for a bit if I am late." Fujin disappeared from the room, leaving others wondering what he was up to. Only Hiruzen watched intently and thought, "So he wants to deal with that seal immediately. I should send a clone to keep an eye on. Nothing can be allowed to go wrong, especially with Orochimaru and Gaara around. Even though Fujin inscribed seals on the tower, it's best to prevent it instead of dealing with it." A shadow clone popped next to him and disappeared from the room as well. "I'm a full-fledged shinobi. You got that?" On the bottom floor, Naruto replied confidently when Iruka expressed his worry for his safety. Unfortunately for Naruto, his confidence all went down the drain as a hand grabbed the back of his neck, and he heard, "Come with me, mister. Full-fledged shinobi." Fuji, even before Naruto could form a word, he disappeared along with Fujin. Iruka was startled but relaxed on seeing that it was Fujin. Even so, he couldn't help but think, that's strange. Why did he take away Naruto in such a hurry? Sasuke and Sakura only caught a glimpse of him. Sasuke's expression became very serious. He looked at Iruka and asked, "Iruka-sensei, is it true that Fujin defeated Orochimaru?" Iruka smiled and said, "It's completely true. Orochimaru was badly injured and forced to escape from the training ground." Iruka's words brought back the memories of the destruction he had seen in the forest. During the time he spent in the forest, they traveled along the length of the canal left behind by the Wind Dragon. Sasuke had a difficult time believing that a single jutsu could cause such destruction. He clenched his fists and thought, he is only a year older than Haku and can defeat Orochimaru, an opponent who was so strong that he made me feel hopeless. I need to be much stronger to kill Itachi. Sasuke couldn't help but feel that he had a long way to go. Unlike in the original story, the impression Orochimaru made on Sasuke's young mind was eroded significantly due to his defeat. Even though he knew that he couldn't face Orochimaru, knowing that Orochimaru was defeated decreased his image considerably. Fujin entered the meditation room and dropped Naruto, who failed to make Fujin loosen his grip, no matter what he did. As soon as he fell to the ground, he complained, "Hey, don't make me look so uncool in front of Sakura-chan." Fujin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Your chakra network is a mess and you're concerned about looking cool. Should I pull you out of the exam and ask someone to inspect whether your brain suffered some damage?" Naruto immediately tried arguing, "Hey, don't talk about..." "Huh? What do you mean by my chakra network is a mess?" Fujin asked. "Didn't you have difficulty in channeling your chakra and creating jutsus?" Naruto thought for a bit and said, That's right. My great breakthrough jutsu's power was weaker than usual and took slightly longer to create." "Why is that?" Fujin replied, "It is due to your encounter with Orochimaru. He put a seal on you to cut off Kyuubi's chakra. Remove your shirt and flow chakra through your chakra network." Naruto was surprised. He followed Fujin's instructions while saying, "You mean that Snake Lady did something to me?" Fujin's eyes twitched as he thought, Snake Lady? Pervy Sage, Granny and Snake Lady. I wonder what image the Sanins will have left if these names spread. And, writing is a roller coaster. Fujin currently is a bit more powerful than I had initially planned for him to be during this arc. It created a lot of issues for me, as most of the things I had planned for the Konoha Crush became unusable due to his increased strength, though it helped make Fujin's Orochimaru much better than my initial plan. So I was quite troubled about how to change those things for quite some time. A few other issues were troubling me as well, which were more of a fault or a plot hole / inconsistency in canon. I was thinking about how to deal with it and was thinking about nerfing one technique to make those events seem logical in this story. While thinking of an answer for this, I got an amazing idea and it resolved most of the issues I was facing. Rewrote the plot for the war today and finalized most of the details. It's going to be amazing. Can't wait to write those chapters. Have a few interesting events planned out before that as well. The preliminaries will likely start in the next chapter. I won't be covering individual fights if there aren't any major changes to the way the battle takes place. I might at most add some of Fujin's analysis. Even so, expect a few surprises changes. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pedal Sarvish 8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jordan, Shinu, Ben, Emmanuel, Colin, Dave, Efrain, Alan, Kawan, Khalif, Faisal, and Danny for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapters 6 and 33, A Natural at Yin and Yang release. Chapters 66 and 39 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin didn't say anything, and just nodded. As Naruto began regulating his chakra and flowing it through his network, the 8 trigrams divination seal appeared on his abdomen. Soon the 5 elements seal appeared surrounding it. Naruto kept looking at Fujin and asked, "By the way, how strong is that snake lady? Was she difficult to defeat?" Fujin replied, "Eerie strong. I might not have won if we were fighting in a neutral territory. Anyway, don't move and brace yourself." Naruto watched as the fingertips of Fujin's right hand began glowing. Before he could ask what it was, Fujin slammed his hand into his abdomen and hit the seal Orochimaru had placed on Naruto. 5 elements unseal. Naruto immediately collapsed to the ground and asked in annoyance, "What the hell was that?" Fujin chuckled and said, "Told you to brace yourself. Now stop being a crybaby and regulate your chakra once again." Naruto complained, "Crybaby my ass, at least tell me what you're doing." "Huh, my chakra is flowing very smoothly. What's going on?" Fujin said, "I have removed the seal that the snake lady put on you. In the next round, you will have to fight again. With this, you'll be able to fight at your best. Now, run along. The next round should be starting soon. You might get disqualified if you're late." Naruto immediately panicked and rushed to the location where the genins were gathered after Fujin informed him about it. Alone in the room, he asked, "Were there any complications?" Out of thin air, Hiruzen's clone appeared in the room and said, "No, you were correct. Orochimaru didn't interfere with the 8 trigrams divination seal and only applied the 5 elements seal to cut off the connection between the seal and Naruto's remaining chakra network. It would have been complicated if he had interfered with the seal." Fujin nodded, but wasn't really worried. Not only did he already know that Orochimaru wouldn't mess with the seal, but he also knew about the arrangements Minato left in that seal. So there wasn't any danger of Kyuubi breaking loose. Hiruzen's clone said, "You did good work. Go join the others. The fights might be entertaining." Fujin chuckled and replied, "True, the genins participating aren't ordinary by any means. Did you catch any trail of Orochimaru?" Hiruzen's clone shook his head and said, "No. It's as if he has withdrawn from the village. Though knowing him, he's probably hiding somewhere to make a move. Be careful after this round is over. He might try to assassinate you." Fujin nodded and replied, "Don't worry, I'm always on my guard." He muttered softly, "It might be interesting if he attacks my house. Even though I have applied a lot of seals, I've never tested it." Hiruzen's clone's eyes twitched on hearing his words. He thought, even though Orochimaru is reckless, he isn't that reckless to attack that messed up house. Heck, even at my peak, I wouldn't attack that house. The seals on his house are so dense that if I try to observe the seals, I am not even able to see the outer walls with my naked eyes. As for looking through the walls, it has long entered the realms of impossibility. I can't even find the seals that are responsible for defense. Hiruzen almost wanted to ask Fujin to inscribe seals on the village walls. However, he concluded that he loved his kidneys more and decided against it. Of course, the main reason was that no one would be able to make sense of the seals in Fujin's absence. Hiruzen's clone said, "That might be interesting, though. I don't think he would. Anyway, meet up with others." He dispelled himself. Fujin chuckled and disappeared as well. The genins had all been gathered, and all the Junin sensei, examiners, and proctors were present as well, one of whom caught Fujin's eye. Fujin glanced at Orochimaru and he still dared to show up? No, his chakra is rather low. Though he could have hidden it, he's most likely a shadow clone. Even if he is the main body, there isn't any benefit in exposing and fighting him here. Kakashi noticed Fujin's gaze and asked softly, "Is something the matter?" Fujin replied softly, "Something about the Oto Junin feels off, though I can't put a finger on what it exactly is." Kakashi was surprised. He looked at Orochimaru and said in the same soft voice, "Without any proof, acting here will cause some diplomatic issues. We'll keep an eye on him after the exam is over." Fujin nodded. Orochimaru felt their gaze and looked at them, but neither Fujin nor Kakashi reacted. He thought, "Interesting. My disguise is good enough that even Sensei didn't recognize me, and yet he is looking at me suspiciously. Did his instincts warn him about me?" Anko took over Fujin's role and started speaking. After her, Hiruzen explained to the Jonin's the significance of the Chunin exams, and why they should do their best to earn glory for their respective villages. After a long speech, Hayate took over after him and informed them that a preliminary round would be conducted to select the Jonin's who'd participate in the final round. He asked who would like to quit before the preliminaries began. As in the original story, Kabuto raised his hand. However, there was one particular difference. Unlike in the original story, he didn't heal himself after reaching the tower. His injuries made him appear in a terrible shape, and hence no one suspected him for withdrawing. Hayate explained how the matchups would be decided and started the electronic scoreboard. The first matchup was Uchiha Sasuke Zakado Yoroi. As the Jonin's dispersed to give the two of them space, Kakashi walked behind Sasuke and warned him to not use the Sharingan. He informed him that the match would be suspended if the curse seal began spreading. Leaning against the wall, Fujin thought, "It's been such a long time. To think that I'd enter this world and be witnessing these battles in person." He glanced at all the Jonin's and thought, "Then again, not much should change. I have only had a major impact on Naruto and his teammates. Other than them, I should have very minor effects on Guy's students and Gaara. The results of these battles shouldn't be too different. Sasuke should have it a bit easier in this battle since his physique is much stronger due to Kakashi's torture, though he might still need to copy Lee's technique. After all, fighting without using Sharingan and chakra without any prior training isn't easy." As Fujin expected, Sasuke struggled initially due to Yoroi's chakra-absorbing technique. However, he was able to knock him out easily after he used Lee's technique. Seeing Yoroi lying on the ground, Fujin thought, "I nearly forgot about this guy's technique. Absorbing chakra. That is a rather handy technique, though he is far inferior to Nagato and Kisame in this regard." Fujin thought for a bit. A smile appeared on his face as he decided, "I want that technique." Yoroi, who was lying unconscious, had no idea the calamity he attracted due to his unique skill. If he did, he would regret trying to use that platform to make an impression on Orochimaru. The next couple of battles didn't have any surprises as Shino and Kankuro won their respective battles with relative ease. It was the fourth match, perhaps the most boring fight in the entire Chunin exams, which attracted Fujin's attention. There was one major change. Be it taijutsu or chakra control, Sakura had a decisive advantage over Ino. Unlike the original story where they fought equally for over 10 minutes, Ino's situation became bad in just a couple of minutes. Fujin looked at the two girls and thought, "As I expected, Ino hasn't begun training seriously yet. Unlike her, Sakura has been trying to chase after Naruto and Sasuke. Though unsuccessful, it is a good motivator. Of course, the main reason for this change is Kakashi putting her through hell due to Naruto following my advice." Fujin wasn't too surprised by this change. What surprised him was when Sakura resisted Ino's mind transfer jutsu. Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them and observed Sakura. He realized, so that's how it is. No wonder Tsunade accepted her as her student so easily. This girl, not only is her chakra control good, but she is also a natural at yin and yang release. That's the three most crucial basics for any medical ninja. It is only due to her talent at yin and yang release that she could resist and overcome her mind transfer jutsu. Of course, the main reason is that Ino isn't strong enough. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon. Devil Hex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh 8 @OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Ayub, RCSX, Born AAA, Landon, Tanav, Araiku, Crazy Legs, Jacob, Daniel, Eric, Simon, and Luca for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you TE for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 634, The Butterfly Effect. Chapter 6 and 40 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. To everyone's shock, Sakura was able to break Ino's mind transfer jutsu and force Ino out of her body. Everyone was surprised for a variety of reasons. Fujin couldn't help but look at Kakashi and wonder, if her talent at yin and yang release is so good, why did he never teach her anything related to it? From what I recall, he did know that she had the potential to learn genjutsu. But apart from how to break it, Sakura didn't know any genjutsu. Fujin couldn't make any sense of Kakashi's training plan to his students. If not for the fact that Fujin pushed Naruto to bother him, he wouldn't have put them through intense physical training either. The only saving grace for Kakashi was that he had his students for less than a year, following which he didn't have much opportunity to train them as they found new teachers. However, a year was still a very long time. When compared to the methodological training of Renjiro, Kakashi lacked quite a bit. Fujin's gaze turned back to Sakura and Ino. Both were very low on chakra due to their mental battle. Both girls ran at each other at full speed and punched each other with all their might. Their punches landed on each other's cheeks, sending both girls flying as they crashed into the ground. After a few seconds of lying, both Sakura and Ino tried their best to get up. Ino barely managed to raise her upper body, but soon collapsed and passed out. However, Sakura was able to get up, though she remained seated on the floor. Her breathing was extremely erratic as she muttered, "Did I win? I beat Ino." Having grown up looking up to Ino, Sakura was in disbelief about finally winning against her. Naruto immediately began cheering loudly. Every ninja looked at Sakura admirably for her hard-fought victory. Well, nearly everyone. There was one exception. Even though there was no change on his face, Fujin's mood wasn't good. He nearly blurted out, "Uh-oh," when he saw Sakura staying up. Fujin thought, "Ugh, this is my fault." Sakura's physique is much better, due to the torture Kakashi put them through. That's why she won that exchange. Shit! This victory could have a lot of impact. Now there will be 10 finalists, instead of 9. Due to Sakura, the matchups could change. The finals were decisive moments for several important characters. Be it Neji finding the right path due to his loss against Naruto, or Temari and Shikamaru's battle. While I don't particularly care if Neji keeps believing in bullshit fate, if Shikamaru doesn't become a Chunin, it'll have an impact later. Of course, the biggest issue is Gaara and Sasuke's match. If that matchup doesn't occur, then Gaara wouldn't get injured and lose control over himself. It would mean that Shikaku would break loose in the middle of the stadium. That would change too many things. The biggest change could be that Naruto might not get an opportunity to use the invincible Talk no Jutsu. The next match between Temari and Tenten began. However, Fujin paid no attention to that battle. Instead, his mind was calculating dozens of possible scenarios simultaneously. Temari won her battle and Shikamaru and Kin began their fight. Fujin let out a long breath and thought, if Sasuke and Gaara don't end up fighting, then the future will change too much. I can handle Shikaku, but Gaara won't turn over a new leaf without Naruto's influence. That would mean that he wouldn't become the 5th Kazekage and would stay as a bloodthirsty killing machine. In that case... Fujin glanced at Gaara and decided, if that's the case, then there's no advantage in letting him live. I'll extract Shikaku from his body and seal him within myself. Even though that would attract Akatsuki towards me, I'm not afraid. If they send their weaker members, I'll just kill them. If Obito or Nagato show up, I might still have some chances of killing them if I get lucky. Even if Obito and Nagato attack me simultaneously, I can easily escape. Heck, even if Madara is revived, he can't stop me from escaping since I've no intention of sacrificing myself like Tobirama or Minato, so there is no disadvantage in sealing Shikaku in me. On the contrary, the advantages are so good that I am tempted to do it even if Sasuke and Gaara are paired against each other. Fujin was tempted to make a move against Gaara during the invasion. However, he controlled himself. A small move he made against Kakashi to entertain himself resulted in so many complications. Something as major as Gaara's death would have far-reaching consequences in the future. Fujin wanted to be sure that none of those consequences would end up biting his ass before he made any move. Thankfully, there was a month for him to consider everything. Shikamaru won the match against Kin and Naruto, and Kiba faced off against each other in the 7th match of the day. Fujin stopped worrying about the things he couldn't control, and paid attention to the two genins with some interest. He thought, now this should be interesting. He is much stronger now. Will he defeat Kiba with his own strength, or will he fart his way to the finals? Hayate announced, well then, begin. Kiba immediately crouched down and used the ninja art of beast mimicry, 4 legs technique. Displaying incredible speed, he reached Naruto and elbowed him, sending him flying. He crashed into the ground and didn't get up. Nearly everyone present expected such a scene. Kakashi and Sakura looked at each other and smiled. Meanwhile, Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. Unlike the rest, he was speechless. He barely managed to resist the urge to facepalm himself. He cursed internally. This dumb brat. He took that hit intentionally. He didn't even try to dodge or block the hit. Shit, what has he been learning? Couldn't he take 1% of his sensei's shamelessness? That bastard is always 3 hours late and always shows up while carrying porn in his hands. To say Fujin was disappointed was an understatement. Even though he didn't accept Naruto as his student, he guided him quite a bit. Even though he hadn't attempted to change Naruto's original personality, he didn't expect to see him doing something so foolish. Fujin muttered to himself, looks like I haven't made him suffer enough. I have to do something to ensure that he doesn't do anything like this again. Naruto, who had just gotten up, suddenly shivered. He wondered, what the hell was that? Why do I feel like someone wants to put me through hell? Is it Kiba? No, his punch wasn't strong enough. The excitement he was feeling about taking that punch like a champion died down due to that unexpected feeling. Even so, he didn't shy away from boasting and taunting Kiba. Fujin watched as Kiba stopped underestimating Naruto and attacked him with Akamaru. Just like in the original story, he fell to Naruto's transformation jutsu and shadow clone jutsu combination and ended up being bitten by Naruto. His performance ended up surprising everyone who knew about him earlier, but hadn't caught up on his progress. Everyone began looking at him in a new light. Quite a few wondered what Kakashi had done to make him so good. However, what would have they thought if they knew Fujin's thoughts about Kakashi's teachings? Kiba finally became serious. He fed Akamaru a soldier pill and ate one himself as well. Akamaru dispelled Naruto's clone and rushed towards Kiba, who crouched down and said, "Let's do it, Akamaru. Ninja art of beast mimicry." Woof woof! Man-beast clone. Akamaru transformed into Kiba and both looked at Naruto with a feral look. Naruto immediately complained, "The look in his eyes is freaking me out. Hey, isn't this considered doping? Is this allowed?" Hayate replied, "It's permitted. The soldier pills are just like other ninja tools. You are no help. You always say that." Naruto shouted at Hayate. Kiba immediately went on the assault and used the 4 legs technique once again. Both he and Akamaru attacked Naruto at high speeds. Luckily, Naruto wasn't as slow as his canon counterpart and managed to barely dodge their attacks each time. Naruto thought, shit, he's very fast. I don't have any time to counterattack. He quickly dodged another attack while thinking, even if I could, I can't identify which one of them is Kiba. If I counterattack Akamaru but get hit by Kiba, I'll lose. I need to do something. Naruto dodged another couple of attacks and began weaving hand signs. Kiba immediately saw it and thought, which jutsu is he using? No matter, I won't let him use it. He immediately went on the offensive. At the same time, Akamaru attacked from the opposite side, leaving Naruto no space to dodge. Naruto immediately gathered chakra under his feet and jumped high above to dodge their attacks. However, Kiba grinned and thought, there's my chance! He shouted, take this, Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang. Kiba and Akamaru both rotated their bodies at high speeds and moved towards Naruto, who couldn't dodge them in the air. Naruto immediately thought in panic, they are in the position I wanted, but what the hell is this? He completed his hand seals and took a deep breath. Wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link to patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI. Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBE can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Frank, Dee, Clumbicast, and Landon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 635, Earning Respect. Chapter 6 and 41 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Naruto immediately blew an intense wind current at Kiba and Akamaru. He thought, I wanted to blow both of them away and win in one shot, but their rotation could create an issue. I need to keep blowing intense winds until they are blown away, otherwise it'll be painful. At the same time, Kiba wondered in shock, what the hell is this? The Great Breakthrough Jutsu hit Kiba and Akamaru and put immense pressure on both of them. However, since they were rotating at high speeds, they weren't blown away and continued to move towards Naruto. Even so, none of them were relaxed as their linear and rotational speeds were both decreasing rapidly. Kiba wasn't the only one who was shocked. Ino shouted, What the hell is that? Since when could Naruto do that? Shikamaru exclaimed, That's the wind release. Great Breakthrough Jutsu. No way, has he improved so much? Naruto-kun. A smile appeared on Hinata's face as she looked at Naruto's cool new jutsu. Lee exclaimed, Impressive, Naruto. Kankuro said, I underestimated him. His wind jutsu is almost as intense as yours, Tamari. Tamari frowned on hearing his words. Gaara, Dosu, and Neji watched intently as well. None of them expected Naruto to use such a strong jutsu. With no other choice, Kiba and Akamaru continued drilling through the intense winds until they were only a foot away from Naruto. Unfortunately, the intense winds from the Great Breakthrough Jutsu finally prevented them from moving any further. Both Kiba and Akamaru were launched back at great speed. Akamaru crashed into a wall and was knocked out. Kiba crashed into the ground and barely managed to land safely, even though he skidded along the ground for a few meters. To make matters worse, the sharp winds created several cuts on his body, with his arms and legs taking the most damage. He began losing blood very rapidly. Naruto finally stopped blowing air and took a deep breath as he landed on the ground as well. Seeing that Akamaru was knocked out and Kiba was in terrible shape, there was no more suspense in the match. Kurenai's expression became dark as she thought, No way, I thought that Naruto was a total dunce. His academic record was terrible. How did he improve so much in less than a year? When the match started, Kurenai was as confident as Kiba in his victory. However, Naruto repeatedly proved her wrong. She couldn't help but look at Kakashi. Most of the other Junins in the room did so as well. Naruto was just too famous, be it for his legendary pranks or his Jinchuriki status. None of them ever expected such a turnaround in the boy. It caused everyone to respect the boy. The silence in the hall was finally broken when Sakura loudly cheered, Great job, Naruto! Go get him! Finish the match with another great breakthrough jutsu. Kiba got back on his feet. He wiped the blood from his lips and analyzed, He caught me and Akamaru off guard by that wind jutsu. Just like how we were waiting for him to jump up, he wanted us to jump as well so that we wouldn't be able to defend or dodge. Thankfully, the rotation saved us and I was lucky to not be slammed into a wall like Akamaru. Still, how do I win this battle? He quickly formulated a plan. I still have the advantage of speed. I won't allow Naruto to use this jutsu again. I will interrupt him and knock him out with the four legs technique. And I need to do it quickly. Otherwise, the blood loss from my cuts will affect my speed. Whether I win or lose will be decided in the next couple of minutes. Naruto loudly said, Of course. He quickly began weaving hand seals. However, at that very moment, Kiba launched several shurikens at Naruto, forcing him to dodge repeatedly. Kiba used that time to use the four legs technique and quickly shortened the distance between the two. He appeared behind Naruto and said, Too late! Even though he was dodging the shurikens, Naruto's eyes never lost track of Kiba. As Kiba attacked him from the rear, he launched a kick at him without even turning around. Kiba didn't expect such a counterattack and couldn't dodge in time. The kick landed on his chest and sent him flying away. Kiba coughed blood but managed to flip in the air and landed on his feet. Naruto looked at him and said, I told you that I only got hit because I wanted to test your strength. Don't think that I am slower than you. It's the opposite. Believe it. Unlike in the original story where Kiba comfortably outsped Naruto, the difference in their speed wasn't very significant due to the training Kakashi put Naruto through. Kakashi analyzed, no, it's not just about the speed. Under normal circumstances, Kiba wouldn't be hit by that kick. However, he was very distracted as he desperately wanted to win with that attack. Kurenai also analyzed, in addition to his desperation, Naruto's counterattack and speed caught him off guard, making him unable to defend or dodge. Just what the hell did Kakashi do with Naruto? How did he improve so much? Shino calmly said, not only does he have a strong wind jutsu, but he is also at the same level as Kiba in terms of taijutsu. Standing next to him, Hinata thought, Naruto-kun, everyone is finally acknowledging you. Ino couldn't help but look at Shikamaru and ask, are you sure that he is Naruto? Is someone disguised as him using the transformation jutsu? Shikamaru didn't reply. He was speechless by Naruto's development as well. Naruto said, since you don't want to be hit by my great breakthrough, I'll try out the new killer move that I've been practicing. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones appeared next to Naruto. He copied Sasuke's Lion Barrage and renamed it Uzumaki Naruto Barrage. With his injuries and tiredness, Kiba couldn't handle the assault and was pummeled until he could no longer get up. Fujin nodded and thought, well, other than the initial cockiness, he fought well. That said, he didn't try to abuse his shadow clones or his massive chakra. There's a lot of scope for improvement. Hayate checked Kiba and announced Naruto as the winner of the battle. Among cheers from a few of his fellow genins, Naruto returned back to the viewing area while Kiba was carried away on a stretcher. The next battle was a fight between the 2 Hyugas. Their battle was identical to the canon fight. Seeing Neji hitting the chakra points on Hinata's arm, Hoka said softly, that's Neji. He is probably the greatest genius in the entire history of the Hyuga clan. Standing next to him, Renjiro nodded. Fujin, who was standing in front of them, said, I have seen him a few times earlier, though this is the first time I have seen him fight. I have to say. Fujin paused for a bit as Neji gave a speech about genius and failures. He continued, I'm disappointed. Both Hoka and Renjiro were surprised by Fujin's words. Kakashi, Guy, and their students heard his words and looked at him as well. Neji's incredible talent was visible to the naked eye. Yet, Fujin said that he was disappointed. Lee asked, what do you mean, Fujin-san? Hoka added, what disappointed you? In terms of talent, he is head and shoulders above me. Fujin watched as Hinata got back to her feet once again and said, true, he has talent. However, what use is that talent when he has constrained himself by imaginary chains of fate? He thinks too highly of himself and too little of the ones who weren't born geniuses. With such a mentality, he'll find it hard to progress. Perhaps he might become a Junin. However, I don't see him progressing any farther beyond that rank unless he improves his mindset. Hoka frowned on hearing Fujin's words. As someone who had the birdcage, he knew how horrible the feeling of someone else controlling your life was. In fact, he had even talked about Fujin regarding the same. He also knew how Hizashi was sacrificed to save Hiashi, so he could understand why Neji developed such a mindset. Naruto heard his words as well and said, that's right. Who is he to say that a failure will never improve? Hang in there, Hinata. Hoka ignored Naruto and said, even though his words are harsh and misguided, that doesn't mean that his future progress would be restricted. Besides, his words are having a mental impact on his opponent. That's not much different from your trash talk. Fujin replied, if he did it just to get under her skin, I would have been impressed. Unfortunately, he believes every word he says. Besides, his words aren't the issue. The issue is how narrow his view is. Hoka became confused and asked, what do you mean? Sakura, Naruto, and Lee were confused as well. Unlike them, Kakashi, Guy, and Renjiro understood what Fujin was implying. Fujin chuckled and answered with a question. How exactly can he maintain such beliefs after being his student for nearly 2 years? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, patilsarvsh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Yo Total 77, Aveli, Hakiam, Ellipsis, Frank, and Benjamin for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 636, Fate Chapter 642 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Immediately, all of them looked at Guy. Lee asked in confusion, "What do you mean? What's wrong with Guy-sensei?" Hoka, Naruto, and Sakura didn't understand either. Fujin answered, "Guy's talent was so bad that his admission to the academy was rejected initially." The information surprised Hoka and the Jinins. Lee wasn't aware of that particular information either. Even though Guy had told him that he was a failure as well, he didn't entirely believe him, and felt that he was only saying so to make him feel better and motivate him. Naruto thought, no way. How was someone as strong as him rejected by the academy? Seeing everyone staring at him, Guy displayed his trademark smile and gave a thumbs up. He said, "That's right, I wasn't accepted initially. However, I didn't think you'd know about this, Fujin." Fujin chuckled in response and continued, "By comparison, Orochimaru was the most talented student of his batch, and perhaps his generation. He became a genin when he was 6 years old, and was trained by Lord Third since then. And yet, today, I would rather have Orochimaru as my enemy than him. Even after having such a sensei, if he can't see this simple reality, then his future prospects are just hopeless, no matter how talented he is." Immediately, the eyes of everyone other than the elite Junins widened. Hoka looked at Guy in shock and thought, "Is Fujin implying that Guy is stronger than Orochimaru?" No, he is saying that Guy is considerably stronger than Orochimaru. Is he for real? Even Naruto looked at him in shock and thought, "Wait." Fujin said that he might have not won against Orochimaru if they fought in neutral territory. And Sasuke said that Orochimaru is likely far stronger than Kakashi-sensei and Zabuza. And yet, Fujin said that he would rather fight Orochimaru than Guy-sensei. Does that mean that Bushier Brow's sensei is stronger than both Kakashi-sensei and Big Brother Fujin? Holy crap, how strong is he? Sakura felt the same as well. She recalled the horrifying chakra emitted by both Orochimaru and Fujin and thought, is Guy-sensei so strong that he can defeat Orochimaru? Fujin continued, "Considering his upbringing, I can understand his emotions and thought process. I wouldn't have said what I did if he was still in the academy. However, since he is still stuck on those beliefs despite training under Guy for a couple of years, it shows that he has a very narrow mindset. If he doesn't change it, it will become his bane." Hoka was surprised by Fujin's words. As he analyzed them, he couldn't help but see things from his perspective and felt that Fujin wasn't wrong. He thought, even though Fujin said those words, his words could also be implied as if Neji changes his mindset in the future, then he might become very strong. So it depends on Neji. Fujin's words had more impact on someone other than Hoka. Lee fell into deep thought. He had gone through the entire academy without any talent. He was then placed on the same team as Neji, who frequently talked about fate and repeatedly said that a failure will always stay a failure. Every time he lost to Neji, Tenten repeated Neji's words and said that he wouldn't be able to defeat Neji since Neji was a genius. Of course, Lee later found his confidence due to Guy's training and the 8 inner gates technique. However, those words always stayed in his mind as he hadn't defeated Neji yet, because Guy didn't allow him to use the forbidden technique. He asked, "Fujin-san, what are your views about fate?" Fujin looked at him and asked in return, "Fate? What of it?" Lee asked, "Do you think that fate exists? If so, can we change our fate?" Fujin thought for a bit and said, Fate. That's rather controversial. Perhaps it does exist and everything that happens is fated. Or perhaps there's no such thing as fate and humans only blame it to avoid facing their shortcomings. I don't think anyone can say whether it exists for sure." Fujin's answer surprised the ones around him. Lee thought, "We blame fate to avoid facing our shortcomings? Is that what I did? Isn't that exactly what Neji is doing since he can't do anything about his bird seal?" Renjiro thought, "Impressive answer. People who believe in fate blame it every time something goes against them. Or they might compare themselves with someone who's born in luxury and blame their fate instead of working hard and exceeding them." Kakashi and Guy thought the same as well. Unlike them, Naruto didn't bother thinking so deeply and said, "If those are the two possibilities, then I will believe that fate doesn't exist. Lee nodded. However, to his and Naruto's surprise, Fujin chuckled and asked, "Even if it exists, what of it?" Naruto asked, "What do you mean?" Fujin asked again, "Even if fate exists, what would change? Why is it bad for you?" Lee answered, "If fate exists, then wouldn't it mean that a failure will always remain a failure? No matter how much we train, we'll never be able to surpass the geniuses." Naruto's eyes suddenly widened and he said, "Wait a minute, I understand. Are you saying that we can just change our fate if we don't have the talent?" Lee's eyes widened as well. He felt that Naruto's words were sensible. He said, "That's right. Even if I am fated to be weak, I will train hard and change my fate." Fujin chuckled again and asked, "If fate can be changed so easily, can it really be called fate?" Fujin's question stumped everyone around him, including Kakashi and Renjiro, once again. Kakashi directly asked, "What are you implying?" Fujin answered, "You are looking at it the wrong way. Who said that failures are destined to be failures? Why can't someone's fate be that they would start without any talent and reach the top through sheer hard work? Look at Guy, for instance. If fate exists, it would simply mean that he was fated to rise to the top through hard work, despite not having any talent at the start. If it doesn't, then he simply trained hard and proved everyone's opinion wrong. The same is also applicable for any others who feel like they aren't as talented as the supposed geniuses. That's why I said that there is no reason to be worried about fate. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself and quitting, just give it your all and train until you achieve your goals. Even if you're born a genius, you'll never amount to much without hard work." Fujin's words made everyone think. Sakura thought, "That's right. Our fates can be like that as well. After all, who said that a failure can't grow strong? We have a live example of Guy-sensei in front of us." Kakashi analyzed Fujin's words and discovered a slight inconsistency in them. While he didn't particularly care about fate, he was interested in knowing more about Fujin. He asked, "Good answer, but what if someone is fated to be weak? Wouldn't that be unfair to them? What would be the point of them training hard if they are fated to stay weak? Should they just give up?" Fujin answered, "Perhaps, but how would they know that they are fated to stay weak? It's not like everyone is given a fate certificate at birth to tell them what they can and cannot achieve in their life, right?" Renjiro chuckled and said, "That's right. How would anyone know what their fate is?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, and this is under the assumption that fate exists, which is again something we can't say with certainty. So there is no point in staying stuck on it. Even if fate exists, no one knows what your fate is. Just live to your fullest extent, and don't fall short on your effort so that you don't have any regrets." Naruto, Sakura, and Lee smiled confidently on hearing that. Even though the three Genins would grow to be extremely strong in the future and be famous throughout the world, all of them still had several insecurities. Fujin's words provided them with a lot of confidence. Hoka involuntarily nodded as well, while Renjiro, Kakashi, and Guy smiled, seeing their students gaining confidence. Fujin's eyes were still on the fight as he muttered, "Besides, there are so many more scary things in this world. For instance, no matter how much you train, what you do, how strong you get, and how many goals you achieve, you'll eventually die in a few decades. Compared to the inevitability of death, fate is rather cute." Immediately, sweat appeared on Renjiro, Guy, and Kakashi. They wondered, is he motivating them or demotivating them? AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Patel 8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Anima, Tanner, Jared, Malik, and Urut for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 637, Medical Ninjutsu. Chapter 643 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Compared to the inevitability of death, fate is rather cute. Hearing Fujin's words, the Genins became quiet. A few seconds later, Lee's shoulders dropped. In a depressing tone, he said, "That's right. No matter what we do, we won't be able to escape death." Naruto added sadly, "Yeah, even if I become the Hokage, I'll eventually die." Sakura thought, "I never thought of it. Someday I'll be separated from my Sasuke, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Seeing their depressed students, Kakashi and Guy panicked. Guy placed his hand on Lee's shoulder and said, "Don't worry about that now, Lee. You are still young. Now is the time to enjoy your youth and not worry about old age." Kakashi immediately followed up. "That's right. Instead of worrying about dying due to old age, you should focus on getting strong so that no one can kill you before that. You don't want to end up regretting not fulfilling your dreams just because of this, right?" Hearing their words, Lee, Naruto, and Sakura snapped out of their thoughts. Lee said, "Ah, that's right. My flames of youth are still burning." Sakura thought, "That's right. I'm still just a young girl. Why am I getting worried about my old age?" Even Naruto realized the same. Fujin said without taking his eyes off the fight, "What are you guys getting so depressed about? I just meant that just because you'll eventually die doesn't mean that you'll commit suicide today, right? In the same way, stop worrying about fate. Look at Hinata fighting despite knowing that she'll lose while you three are getting depressed about something that'll happen decades from now." Fujin's words immediately made them feel embarrassed. At the same time, they felt better about their future. Even though their paths wouldn't be easy, they felt better, knowing that at least there was a path in front of them. "But you're wrong, Cousin Neji. I can see it now that, even more than me, it's you who are torn and suffering. Caught between the main and branch families of our clan." Hinata replied to Neji's never-ending taunts. Her words caused Neji to lose control of himself. He rushed at Hinata, fully intending to kill her. Fortunately, the Junins took action. Guy appeared behind him and grabbed him. Kakashi grabbed his arm. Hayate appeared in front of him and was ready to knock him out if he continued, while Kurenai would have knocked out his legs had he continued. Neji said, "Well, why are the other Junins getting involved? Special protection for the main family, eh?" Guy immediately said, "Enough, Neji. You swore that you wouldn't drag your issues with the main family here." As they were speaking, Hinata's heartbeat faltered. She immediately coughed out blood and dropped to her knees before lying on the ground. Naruto and Sakura immediately went to check on her. Seeing Naruto, she wondered as her eyes closed, "Naruto, I wonder if maybe I managed to change just a little bit." She fell unconscious. While Naruto was looking at her, Neji said, "Hey, you, Mr. Failure. A couple of words of advice. A true shinobi would have too much class to make a spectacle of themselves by cheering during a serious match. And one more thing. You may as well accept who you are. Once a failure, always a failure." Under normal circumstances, Naruto would have felt insecure by Neji's sentence, even though he wouldn't show that openly. However, thanks to the talk he just had with Fujin, Naruto just felt that Neji was a giant idiot. However, he was still pissed about how Neji treated Hinata. He asked, "You want to try me?" Neji just chuckled in response. Naruto was about to charge at Neji when he heard, "Cool it, Naruto." Naruto was surprised and looked behind him to see Fujin standing there. He didn't sense Fujin's moment at all. Even Neji's smile disappeared as he hadn't seen Fujin's movements either. However, he wasn't too disturbed as he had seen Fujin do that thousands of times. However, one particular ninja had terror in his eyes, though he did well to hide it. Baki thought, "I didn't sense him move. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. He's fast, ridiculously fast." No, it wasn't entirely his speed. He moved when everyone was paying attention to those two kids. That's why I didn't feel his movements at all. However, this is even worse. If he's able to grasp such opportunities during battle, I'll have a very difficult time surviving against him. The news propagated by the Hokage wasn't false. He really might have defeated Orochimaru. I need to inform Lord Kazekage. No, I need to inform the entire council. We may need to call off this entire invasion. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. No one noticed Baki's panic. Neji saw that Fujin was looking at him and became puzzled. He asked, "What is it?" Fujin casually replied, "A true shinobi may or may not cheer during a match, but they surely don't lose control of their emotions during a battle. One false step could mean your death on the battlefield. Keep it in mind the next time." Neji frowned on hearing Fujin's words but didn't argue back. After all, Fujin's words were true. Hinata's last sentence had made him lose all control. Had he been fighting a stronger opponent, he could have paid with his life. Suddenly, Hinata coughed a lot of blood despite being unconscious. Her face had become very pale. Kurenai immediately checked on her and thought grimly, "Oh no, she's going into ventricular fibrillation. He really intended to kill her." "Kurenai, move aside." Kurenai had just glanced towards Neji when she heard Fujin's words. She became confused and asked, "What is it? Hinata needs medical care immediately." Fujin replied, "That's why I asked you to move aside." Fujin extended his palm towards Hinata's chest and released yin chakra to check the state of her injuries. His action caught nearly everyone off guard. Many wondered, Fujin is a medical ninja? Since when? Kurenai, on the other hand, became a bit nervous and thought, is he good at medical ninjutsu? Hinata's condition is bad. She subconsciously glanced towards the medics, who noticed her gaze and moved towards her. However, none of them disturbed Fujin due to his reputation and the fact that he was inspecting Hinata properly. Fujin inspected Hinata's injuries and thought, that guy was ruthless. No wonder she didn't recover from these injuries even after a month. He withdrew his yin chakra as he stopped inspecting Hinata. He used mystical palm jutsu and began healing her. The medics immediately became respectful on seeing that jutsu and thought, his technique is good. He inspected properly, and his healing technique is very powerful. As Fujin continued healing Hinata, the medics realized that none of them were as good as Fujin at healing. Hiruzen thought, not bad, Yoshi, Isamu, and others did a good job. Even though Fujin drained them so much that I had to give every Junin rank. Medical ninja in the hospital a couple of weeks of vacation. Having another excellent medical ninja is a good thing for Konoha. The fact that he's a rank S ninja and extremely powerful means that no one can neutralize him. However, since he is a fighter, I can't have him waste all his chakra on healing during a battle. He can only heal himself and perhaps elite Junins in the heat of a battle. At the same time, Baki analyzed, he is a medical ninja as well? It should mean that he is decent with poisons as well. We can't count on killing him with poisons. Not to mention, if he has been guided by the legendary Sanin Tsunade, it could mean that Konoha has another ninja who can neutralize all our poisons on the battlefield. However, the chances of that should be low, considering how young he is. Regardless, we will have to keep it in mind in the future. As Fujin continued healing Hinata, color appeared on her pale face. In around 3 minutes, Fujin healed all her internal injuries before opening up the chakra points Neji blocked. He finally got up and said, she isn't in danger, but her internal injuries were quite serious. Keep her under observation and ensure that she doesn't do any strenuous activities for at least a couple of weeks. And of course, no fighting or practicing gentle fist for that period. The medics nodded and said, all right, counselor, we'll take over from here. They quickly checked Hinata once again before carrying her away. Kurenai sighed in relief and said, thank you, Fujin. Fujin nodded and said, it's no big deal. With Hinata taken away, the area was finally cleared and the electronic board began deciding the next matchup. It displayed Gaara's Lee. AN. If you can, then please support me, Atreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patilsarvesh8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Wodes, Aim, Mullick, Slade, and Matthew for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 638, Fujin's Choice. Chapter 644 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Gaara's Lee. As in the original story, Guy warned Lee about Gaara's gourd, though he didn't mention any details. Kakashi looked at Gaara and thought, so he is the 4th Kazekage's son, and also Suna's only Jinchuriki. This should be an interesting fight. Since Naruto was standing close to Fujin, Kankuro didn't dare to get close to him to get some information about Neji. The fact that Fujin was able to injure Gaara when he was only 13 was enough of a deterrent for Kankuro. As for Fujin, he was looking forward to the fight. He thought, even though there were several good fights in Naruto, if there was one that stood out, it would be this one. A shame that it was also the last time Lee was in the spotlight. If it wasn't for the fact that I have been in even more intense battles, I would have been even more excited to watch this in person. Let the 9th round battle begin. Lee went on the attack as soon as Hayate announced the start of the battle, but was blocked by the sand pouring out of Gaara's gourd and protecting him autonomously. Fujin looked at it and thought, I didn't get time to have a closer look at him in the desert, but the sand in his gourd is quite intriguing. Unlike normal magnet release, the sand in his gourd works autonomously like it has its own mind. No, that wouldn't be correct. A better comparison would be a robot having a set of instructions to always follow. The technique his dying mother used to achieve this should undoubtedly be a kinjutsu that would cost the caster's life. If it can be used more liberally, then it can be used to create several powerful tools. Of course, Fujin wouldn't use that technique himself. However, he saw a lot of scope in it if given to his Phantom Haven Society members. Even if a small percentage of them could use that technique during their death, Fujin would gain several Junin and Elite Junin level members. He continued analyzing. The best case would be someone enchanting tools that can be used by me. However, I'll need to create a very strong personal bond with everyone to achieve that. It's not something that I can do from so far away. Also, spending that much time is probably not worth it, though I could send low chakra shadow clones. As he was analyzing, Guy asked Lee to remove his weights. While most considered it lame, everyone was shocked when Lee dropped those weights to the ground. When he attacked again, only a handful of people were able to see his movements, and Gaara wasn't one of them. Fortunately for him, his sand could still protect him. Fujin thought, oh well, I'll think about it after I get my hands on that technique. I'll first need to get the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Hopefully he'll know how to perform this jutsu. Once I learn it, I'll have to dig up his mother's grave and resurrect her. Fujin's mind fell silent for a bit as he thought, Sai, how far have I fallen? From someone who never killed to being comfortable with killing to working on dead bodies, and now to digging up graves. Fujin stopped thinking about it. In his previous life, he would never have done something like this, be it for his morals, or just the disgust about doing something like that. However, the ninja world slowly changed his morals and molded his personality to a point where such things became acceptable to him. Bushy brows has gotten even faster. He really is strong, Naruto exclaimed in shock and surprise. Fujin said, he is. At least in terms of strength, Lee is qualified to become a Chunin. Watch this battle properly. They are the 2 strongest Genins in this exam. A shame that they had to fight before the main exam. Neji frowned on Fujin's proclamation. Naruto exclaimed in surprise, wait, the 2 strongest? You mean that they are stronger than me and Sasuke? Fujin chuckled and answered, you 2 are still quite weak. You'll need to train very hard to even be able to compete with them. Even though you have grown stronger, Naruto, you'll need to train a lot more before you reach their level. Not to mention, there are ninjas who can defeat both of them together with ease. Always remember that when you train. Naruto solemnly nodded as Lee used the front lotus. Unfortunately, Gaara slipped and used substitution jutsu when Lee closed his eyes momentarily due to pain. Lee's body took a lot of damage due to using the technique, and he took a lot of beating until he could open the gate of healing. Fujin looked at Lee and thought, if this fight continues as usual, Lee will be injured badly. If everything happens as per the original story, then Hiruzen will die during the invasion, following which Kakashi will be left in a terrible shape by Itachi, while Jiraiya will put forth Tsunade's name for the 5th Hokage. She will return, and her hemophobia will be cured as well. I could then get her help to increase my cellular activity. She'll heal Lee and Kakashi, and everything will go back to normal. The only drawback is that I won't get to have fun with Hiruzen anymore. That would be a pity. However, all that is assuming things happen like they did. Fujin glanced towards Hiruzen and thought, I haven't seen Hiruzen go all out, but I always had a feeling that he is ridiculously stronger than what he was shown in the canon. His reputation is just too huge, and I don't think any of it is fake. Even if Orochimaru summons Hashirama and Tobirama, I am not sure whether the 3 of them could defeat Hiruzen. On the contrary, I have a feeling that Hiruzen might seal up the Senju brothers and kill Orochimaru without needing to rely on the dead demon-consuming seal. After all, Orochimaru's Edo Tensei summons don't have their peak power like how Kabuto's did. Not to mention, even if he did, Hashirama would just break out of his control. In fact, even Tobirama might be able to do it. So even if he could, Orochimaru wouldn't risk making either of them any stronger. If Hiruzen ends up winning, or even if he just holds them back until Jiraiya and I can reinforce him, then the entire future will change drastically. With him alive, Jiraiya won't go looking for Tsunade to become the next Hokage, and she won't return to the village. Without her, Lee's injuries can't be treated. Even though Guy is strong, he doesn't have the influence to make Hiruzen call Tsunade back. Even if he did, Hiruzen wouldn't call her back for that reason. After all, her hemophobia won't be cured if she doesn't meet Naruto, and those events don't occur. I might be able to get Hiruzen to call her to the village using my accomplishments during the war and get my cellular activity increased, but Lee's career as a ninja will most likely be over. Everyone watched in awe and shock as Lee made Gaara his punching bag after opening the fourth inner gate, Gate of Pain, as Gaara's sand could no longer keep up with Lee's incredible speed, and Gaara's sand armor crumbled. Fujin was the only one having different emotions as he wondered, should I let nature take its course and leave it to Lee's luck? Or should I make a move and end the fight early? As Fujin was deciding, Lee opened the fifth inner gate, Gate of Limit, and used Reverse Lotus and hit Gaara with all his strength. The impact of his palm and foot on Gaara's abdomen was so intense that high-speed winds and dust were launched in every direction. Most of the spectators immediately covered themselves up, while Fujin just continued watching the duo as the winds and dust avoided him. Guy's and Kakashi's eyes widened in shock as Gaara's gourd turned into sand and softened his fall. Even though he was hurt, this move ensured that he wouldn't get knocked out. Lee fell to the ground, as well as his body was too tired and hurt from the backlash of opening 5 inner gates for so long. As the dust cleared, Lee saw Gaara lying in his sand and extending his arm towards him. He muttered in disbelief. How can that be? While everyone was still in shock from these developments and trying to process what had taken place, Gaara controlled his sand and moved it towards Lee. Due to the state of his body, he couldn't move properly, and the sand reached his left arm and left leg. Thought quite a bit about changing this fight as well. However, the original fight between Gaara and Lee was just too epic, so I decided against interfering with it. Fujin did have some influence on both of them, since Lee saw his spars with Guy while Gaara was injured by him. But the influence wasn't high enough to force me to make changes in their battle, like I had to in Sakura and Naruto's matches. Anyway, find out in a few hours what decision Fujin makes. And, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Padil Sarvesh 8 OKSBA, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Alder, Archit, Moel, Luis, and Reginald for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 39. Fujin's Strictness. Chapter 6 and 45 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While everyone was watching in shock, Gaara controlled his sand and moved it towards Lee. Due to the state of his body, he couldn't move properly and the sand reached his left arm and left leg. As the only one who had seen that move in action, Shino thought, "It's that move." Lee tried getting away, but the sand crawled up his fist and foot and continued moving upward. He didn't have the energy to free himself. Seeing that he had encased enough of his arm and leg, Gaara was about to clench his fist. However, at that very moment, a wind blade suddenly cut through the sand that was holding Lee down. The winds accompanying it sent the sand around his limbs, flying as well without leaving a single scratch on him. Lee, who was trying to pull away from the sand, suddenly lost his balance as nothing was holding him anymore and tumbled forward. The sudden change once again shocked everyone. Even Gaara's eyes widened as everyone stared at Fujin. Fujin wasn't bothered by their stares and calmly said softly, "The battle is over. Gaara of Tsunagakure is the winner." At the same time, Fujin thought, screw it. It doesn't have any impact on me whether Lee gets injured and then healed, or never gets injured in the first place. What could affect the future is if he has to stop being a ninja, and Guy's team either breaks up, or he has to take another teammate. However, if Hiruzen survives, all talk of the future is meaningless anyway. Regardless, it will be a pity if someone like Lee can't continue being a ninja. Not to mention, I did benefit a lot from Guy. And unlike Hiruzen, he never tried to get anything in return except a good spar. I suppose I owe him this much. Baki became serious and looked at Fujin. He wondered, why did he make a move? I need to ensure that he doesn't make a move against Gaara. Even though his sand will protect Gaara for a while, he can't be allowed to lose control yet. Otherwise, Konoha would eat him alive. Even Hiruzen wondered, why did Fujin make a move? That's not like him. Kakashi and Guy were surprised as well, and weren't sure what to say. Neither of them expected that Fujin would make a move. Of course, the one who was the most stunned was none other than Rock Lee. Not only had Fujin involved himself in the battle, but he had also declared that Gaara was the winner. Even before he could stand on his legs, he said, "Wait, I haven't lost yet. I can still fight." Unlike Baki, Gaara didn't see the larger perspective. Instead, the memories of him getting injured a few years ago resurfaced in his mind. He recalled Baki and his father saying that Fujin was the one who injured him. Hence, instead of calming down, he became even more angry and sent a lot more sand towards Lee, intending to kill him for good. Fujin had just looked at Lee and was about to speak when Gaara controlled his sand and sent it towards Lee. The sand reached the area through which Fujin's windblade had passed through and stopped moving. Gaara's eyes widened as he observed, "My sand stopped moving? No, there is a wind flow there. My sand is flying towards the wall instead of piercing through it. What is it?" Even Baki looked in shock and questioned, "How can a windblade continue moving for so long? And how can it affect Gaara's sand? It's almost like a barrier." Kakashi observed with his Sharingan. His control over the wind is remarkable. The wind is flowing in such a way that anything that enters it gets thrown back. That is why the sand particles can't move to the other side. Did he develop such a technique earlier, or did he come up with it to stop his sand technique? Needless to say, it was an application of Fujin's wind domain which he had applied on a very small scale to specifically counter Gaara's sand. Fujin turned his gaze towards Gaara and asked casually, "Oh, do you still want to fight?" Suddenly, Baki flickered in front of Gaara and said, "As you said, this battle is over. Gaara has won." Fujin dismissively replied, "Tell that to your student." Baki frowned and thought, that look in his eyes, it's as if he doesn't consider me a threat at all. Had it been before, Baki would have been offended. He had prepared himself to stop either Kakashi or Fujin during their assault. However, he understood that he wouldn't stand a chance against Fujin after learning that Fujin defeated Orochimaru. He looked behind and said, "Gaara, you've won. Let's head back." At the same time, Lee stood up and said, "I can still fight." Fujin glanced at him and said plainly, "The match is over. You are in no shape to continue fighting. Go get healed by the medics." Instead of backing away, Lee continued arguing, "But I can still fight. I don't want to lose in this manner." Lee was extremely unwilling. Neji, Naruto, Sasuke, and even Sakura had qualified for the finals. He didn't want to be left behind, especially considering that he had opened 5 inner gates. Nearly everyone could understand Lee's unwillingness, though not everyone was pleased by his attitude. Despite his impressive performance, Hiruzen, Anko, and Ibiki involuntarily shook their heads. Guy said, "Lee." However, Fujin cut him off and said, "This is just a match, even though you win glory for your village. That is assuming you win. Once you have lost, it doesn't matter whether you lose without injuries or you die. It makes no difference for the village. Your body is in such bad shape that you are barely able to stand, let alone fight. That attack would have crippled you, if not killed you outright. Yet, not only did you not give up, you're arguing about wanting to continue the fight. If you don't understand what is the best decision to take under such a simple situation, then I'm sorry to say this, but..." Fujin paused and looked at Lee strictly. Without mincing his words, he harshly said, "Then you aren't ready to accept the responsibilities of being a Chunin." Fujin's words left Lee shocked. He had never seen Fujin being strict. His words completely caught him off guard, and he didn't know how to reply. The proctors subconsciously nodded at Fujin's words. None of them would have supported his promotion, despite his incredible strength. A Chunin was responsible for leading squads and ensuring their safety. Irrespective of how strong someone was, they wouldn't be promoted if they didn't know how to lead a squad properly and make sound decisions. Guy frowned and wondered, why is Fujin being so harsh? At the same time, Kakashi thought, Fujin is right. Lee needed to hear this, otherwise he would suffer in the future. Sakura couldn't control her tongue and said, hey, isn't that too harsh? Her mouth was covered by Naruto's hand, who whispered, shh, don't poke Fujin when he is like this. As someone who had been on the receiving end of Fujin's harmless experiments, Naruto knew exactly when not to annoy Fujin. Otherwise, the winds would become too chaotic and intense, or he would be sent flying across the village. Fujin ignored their antics and continued looking at Lee with a strict expression. Neither his words nor his expression left any room for discussion. Lee realized his mistake and said, I apologize. I got too caught up in the battle. Fujin nodded and didn't say anything. After all, he wasn't Lee's sensei. Guy wasted no time in appearing next to Lee at a speed that once again shocked Baki. He hugged Lee and said, don't worry, Lee. You fought very well. Lee immediately broke out into tears and shouted, I'm sorry, Guy-sensei. Guy became teary as well and said emotionally, Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! Guy-sensei! Lee! The two immediately hugged each other tightly, with tears rolling down their faces. Somehow, a sunset appeared in their background, as everyone watched the two ninjas with disbelief and disgust. Tamari blushed due to that sight. Kankuro couldn't help but mutter, how did Gaara get smacked around by a loser like him? Sweat appeared on Baki's face as he wondered, what the hell is up with this village? Even Gaara was disturbed by that sight. He couldn't make sense of what he was seeing. Ino shouted in disgust, ew, what are they doing? Neji just closed his eyes and turned his head away in embarrassment. He wished that everyone would forget that he was on the same team as them. Even Kakashi felt the same, as Sakura looked at him and asked, Sensei, how did he become your rival? Her question left him speechless. He thought, he forcefully became my rival without my consent. There wasn't anything I could do. Finally, Guy sent Lee away along with the medics. Even though his injuries weren't life-threatening due to Fujin's action, his body suffered immense backlash due to opening the inner gates. He needed to be treated immediately. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI Google Pay, PillSarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Matthew, Chris, Lotus, Dip, Luis, Yareem, and J Rogue for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 640, The Matchups for Finals. Chapter 6 and 46 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After the medics took Lee away, Guy returned back to Fujin's side. A frown appeared on his face. He couldn't help but say, I know you mean well, Fujin, but why were you so strict? Even though he never said it, Lee does look up to you due to our frequent spars. Such words could affect his confidence. As Guy was speaking, the last match began. However, the ones around Fujin didn't pay much attention to it. They were more interested in hearing Fujin's reply. Fujin answered, if you knew the technique he was using, you'd have done the same, Guy. The jutsu Gaara used to encase Lee's arm and leg is called sand coffin. The jutsu he was about to use is called sand burial. He uses the first jutsu to encase his opponents in sand, and the second jutsu to crush them to death. Naruto and Sakura's eyes widened in horror. Of course, the one who was the most stunned was Guy. Fujin continued, if I hadn't acted when I did, Lee would have lost his left arm and leg. No medical ninja currently in Konoha would have been able to heal them. I don't think that even someone like Lady Tsunade could fix wounds of that level. Such an injury would end any ninja's career, let alone someone like Lee, who knows nothing but taijutsu. Even though my words would hurt his pride and confidence, it is far better than the cost he would have to pay otherwise. Guy became silent for a while. Naruto exclaimed in disbelief. No way, that sand guy has such a deadly jutsu? Fujin didn't say anything, but his serious expression gave Naruto the answer he needed. Both he and Sakura wondered, how can we even defend from that? Finally, Guy said, I was mistaken. I apologize, Fujin. thank you for looking out for Lee. Fujin smiled and replied, don't worry about it, Guy. I'm sure you'd have done the same for me. Guy smiled and nodded, of course. Renjiro smiled on seeing his reaction and said, you don't need to worry about Lee's confidence taking a hit. If a single loss were to demotivate him, then he would never amount to much. However, hearing his past and his struggle, I don't think that this loss will keep him down. Instead, it is an opportunity for him to become even stronger, not just in terms of fighting capabilities, but also mentally. Guy nodded and said with a thumbs up, of course, such a loss will never keep Lee down. None of them paid any attention to Dosu defeating Choji. With all the preliminary battles done, all the winners were called down. Before going down to join the winners, Sakura inquired with Kakashi about Sasuke. Kakashi reassured her that he'd be fine and asked her to pay attention to the instructions before flickering away. Fujin looked at the place where Kakashi was standing and thought, I forgot that he leaves before the matchups are decided. A frown appeared on his face. Renjiro noticed it and asked, is something the matter? Fujin replied, just getting an odd feeling. Renjiro frowned. Fujin's instincts had generally proved right. Fujin said, I'll leave as well. I'll keep a shadow clone behind to inform you if I need any assistance. Renjiro and Hoka nodded. After creating a shadow clone, Fujin left the tower as well. He activated his space-time sensing technique and chased after Kakashi, while leaving enough distance between them for Kakashi to not realize that someone was trailing him. In the tower, Hiruzen explained the rules and details of the final round to the Jonin's. In the end, Anko stepped forward with a box while Hiruzen said, there are slips of paper in the box Anko is holding. Each one of you, take one. Anko said, I'll come around, so line up, okay? Everyone took one paper slip each and opened it to see it. Naruto was the first one to see and thought, huh, one? Hiruzen said, all right, does everybody have one? Then, starting at the left, each one of you read the number written on your slip. Fujin's clone paid close attention. He thought, this is it. The numbers will decide on what I should do. The Jonin's looked at the paper slips and began telling their numbers. Dosu said 10, Naruto said 1, Sakura said 4, Temari said 8, Kankuro said 7, Gaara said 5, Shikamaru said 9, Neji said 2, Shino said 6. As they spoke, Ibiki wrote down their names and said, so, Sasuke would be number 3. Hiruzen replied, good, now I will reveal the match order for the tournament-style finals. The Jonin's were shocked to learn that they were deciding the order for the finals. Meanwhile, Fujin's clone thought, weird, their number seems to be different due to Sakura. However, they are still close to their original opponents. It'll depend on how Ibiki decides the matchups would be. With Hiruzen's command, Ibiki showed the Jonin's their matchups. Of course, the one who was watching the most intensely was Fujin's clone. As soon as his eyes lay on the paper, he thought, wait, this is still salvageable. Since the number of participants wasn't a power of 2, a couple of extra matches were needed to reduce the number of participants to 8. Hence, the first 2 matchups were number 4 Haruno Sakura as number 5 Gaara, and number 9 Dosu Kinuta as number 10 Nara Shikamaru. The winners of those matches would fight Uchiha Sasuke and Temari respectively in the next round. Following those 2 matches, the remaining would stay the same. That is, Naruto would first fight against Neji. The next match would be between Sasuke and the winner of Gaara Sakura, followed by Kankuro Shino, and lastly Temari's, the winner of Shikamaru's Dosu matches. Fujin's clone analyzed, so the only additional fight is Sakura's, Gaara. Honestly, it doesn't make much difference whether she fights him or not. That match will be over promptly, and Gaara will still end up fighting Sasuke, who may still end up coming late. Still, this is kind of weird. Fujin looked at the matchups with a strange look as he thought, even though only one person was added, it should have ended up changing the matchups completely. However, Sakura barely has had any effect on the matchups. I just talked about fate. Don't tell me that shit really exists. He sighed internally while concluding, oh well, screw it. This just might be a coincidence. Even if it does exist, I just have to follow my own words. Besides, considering that it allowed me to transmigrate to such a faraway and distinct place, a place that might not even be in the same universe or timeline, I doubt my fate would be bad. Perhaps it might just allow 10 tails to fall in my lap and make me the strongest in this world, and later in this universe. Of course, he didn't ever plan on counting on things happening so easily, considering how much he had to train and struggle to reach up to this time, but there was no harm in just thinking that for a few seconds. Elsewhere, Kakashi reached the place where Sasuke was kept under observation. Fujin reached there as well, but a frown appeared on his face as he wondered, why does it feel like someone is looking here? He focused on his space-time sensing technique and tried to locate everyone who could spy on that place. He immediately located one disturbance and looked in that direction. His eyes immediately widened as he thought, Orochimaru, why the fuck is he here? Thoughts clashed in his brain at the speed of light as he recalled, wait, I remember. He was afraid that Kabuto would try to kill Sasuke or something along those lines. He won't make a move, or at least shouldn't, unless he has decided to eliminate Kakashi to reduce obstacles for the invasion. Irrespective of whether he makes a move or not, I can't have him observe like this. Else, I wouldn't be able to do what I want. Orochimaru didn't sense Fujin's arrival or the fact that he had already been sensed. He continued looking with amusement and thought, so Kakashi is finally here. This should be interesting to watch. Huh? Orochimaru immediately looked behind and heard Fujin speaking. I didn't expect that you'd return so quickly. Were you so impatient to accept my offer and follow me instead of slaving for Akatsuki? Next chapter. Fujin's Orochimaru 2. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Patilsarvish8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Eduardo, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 6 and 41. Fujin vs. Orochimaru, Round 2. Chapter 647 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Were you so impatient to accept my offer and follow me instead of slaving for Akatsuki? As Orochimaru heard Fujin's nonchalant tone, he saw Fujin standing a few meters behind him while holding a sword in his hand. A smirk appeared on his lips as he tauntingly asked, You think so? Having been burned once by Fujin's words, Orochimaru didn't take his words to heart anymore and treated them as the air. Fujin tilted his head and asked in confusion, Why are you here then? Do you want to be beaten again? I didn't know you were a masochist. Sigh, you Sanins are all weird. Disgust was visible on Fujin's face as he spoke those words. Despite having decided to ignore all of Fujin's words, Orochimaru couldn't control his eyes from twitching. He thought, This brat, he is very good at getting under the skin. He said, I'm more interested to know what you are doing here. Shouldn't you be in the tower? Fujin replied, I was, but I felt like some snakes were crawling underground and came to check. And from the looks of it, I was right. For you to first put that seal on Sasuke and then watch him in this manner. Why are you so obsessed with that Uchiha kid? Orochimaru replied, Oh, you know how it is. Two guys have something, and a third one's just gotta get it. Fujin asked, Oh, the Sharingan? However, what use is a two-tomoe Sharingan to you? Even if you implant it, it'll be more of a constraint than a boon. Wouldn't it have been better if you went after his brother's Manjikyo? Orochimaru's smile faded away. Fujin made an expression that displayed that he just figured out something. He chuckled and said, I see how it is. You went after him and failed, presumably got your ass handed to you, so you are now going after his younger brother instead. Heh. With amusement on his face, Fujin added, When I grew up, I always heard stories about the legendary Sanins. As the strongest among them, I heard especially a lot about you. Nearly every kid in my class looked up to you and wanted to be as powerful as you. Unfortunately, it looks like the reality is disappointing. Instead of seeing a powerful Sannin, all I see is a loser going after Genins because he is too afraid of the stronger ninjas. I wonder how disappointed they would be when they learn the truth. Fujin shook his head in disappointment. Orochimaru's expression became dark upon hearing his words. Despite having decided to ignore his words, Fujin had successfully managed to get on his nerves. Before he could respond, Fujin flowed chakra through his sword and said, I have changed my mind. I gave you the offer due to your past reputation. However, after seeing the truth, I have no intention of having such a weak follower. Just let me kill you without any resistance so that others don't learn how disappointing you are, and you maintain your reputation. Fujin disappeared and appeared in front of Orochimaru while swinging his sword. While Fujin and Orochimaru were in a face-off, another face-off was happening very close by. Inside the tower, Kakashi and Kabuto were looking at each other. The bodies of 4 dead Anbu ninjas were lying in the room, while Sasuke was sleeping in the center on a bed. Kakashi asked, "What do you want to do with Sasuke?" "Depending on the circumstances, I'll have to arrest and interrogate you." Kabuto smirked and asked in return, "I wonder if someone like you can?" Kakashi replied, "Do you want to test someone like me?" The two talked for a bit more, until Kakashi realized that talking with Kabuto would be pointless. However, before he could make a move, Kabuto held a kunai against the sleeping Sasuke's throat. Understanding the danger, Kakashi made a move instantly and restrained Kabuto. In the tower, Fujin's clone continued analyzing. "I haven't made any impact on the Oto Genins, so there's a good chance that Dosu would end up committing suicide. As for Sakura, the best thing for her is just to forfeit this match. I suspect that Kakashi might ask her to do the same as the danger is too high and he can't strengthen her in a month like he could with Sasuke. Even if she doesn't forfeit, as long as she isn't too injured, things will remain the same. So, I don't need to interfere unless her life is in danger like how Lee's was." He was satisfied with the matchups. The Jonin's looked at their opponents. Naruto was happy to have Neji as his opponent, while Shino and Kankuro had a stare-down. Of course, there was one Genin who was terrified. That Jonin was none other than Sakura. Her face became pale at the very instant she realized that her opponent was Gaara. Having seen his battle with Lee, she knew that she had no chance against Gaara. Naruto was looking at Neji when he sensed that something was off with Sakura. He said, "Sakura-chan, what's wrong? Why are you so pale?" Sakura didn't say a word. Instead, Shikamaru said, "Look who her opponent is, Naruto." Naruto looked again at the paper Ibiki was holding and realized, "Your opponent is Gaara?" Sakura could only nod pitifully. She didn't know what she could do in a month that would give her a chance against a monster like Gaara. Seeing her depressed, Naruto said, "Don't worry, Sakura. I am sure Kakashi-sensei will think of something." Once again, Sakura could only nod pitifully and hope that Naruto's words were true. Fujin's clone couldn't help but chuckle at their reaction. So did most of the other Junins and Gaara's siblings. Tamari commented in her mind, "Poor girl. Gaara won't even leave her bones behind." Outside the building where Sasuke was kept, Orochimaru dodged Fujin's Acume slash and said, "Do you really think that this battle will go similar to the one in the forest?" Fujin continued attacking and said, "Of course it won't. We are in the village. You'll soon be surrounded by thousands of ninjas and be killed. Unlike the previous time, I won't allow you to escape." Dodging the barrage of wind and Acume blades, Orochimaru jumped into the sky as he said with a smirk, "That's right. We are in the village. As long as we fight here, thousands of people will die in the aftermath of our battle." Fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame Jutsu. A massive flood of flames appeared in the sky and fell towards the ground. The attack was so big and so intense that every civilian and ninja in the vicinity saw it and became alert. Fujin built up his chakra as well, and took a deep breath while saying, "What about it? Did you forget that you were in a ninja village?" Wind Release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. His move surprised Orochimaru as he wondered, "That's strange. Did he forget that his wind jutsus can't push back my fla?" As the two jutsus clashed, Orochimaru saw that Fujin's winds were overpowering his jutsu. The flames were being sent back into the skies by the intense winds. A grin appeared on Orochimaru's face as he thought, "Impressive. Airy impressive. He added yin chakra to his jutsu to counter my yang chakra, and he has added it in enough quantity to be able to match me. To come up with this so quickly, his control over yin and yang chakra must be exceptional. As impressive as he is too big of a threat to be left alive. If he's allowed to mature completely, he might end up surpassing Minato. I need to eliminate him during the invasion, or Konoha will rally around him even if I kill Sensei." The massive waves of flames dispersed in the skies as a good portion of Konoha's population noticed a fiery sky and felt a heat wave. Several ninjas rushed towards their location. Just then, the sound of a glass window breaking was heard behind Fujin as Kabuto jumped out while being disguised as an Anbu ninja. Kakashi looked out of the window while thinking, "Darn it, he got away." His attention was quickly diverted towards Fujin and Orochimaru as he thought, "I sense their clash. Did Orochimaru also come here for Sasuke? And what is Fujin doing here?" Kabuto saw them as he fell from the building as well. However, he didn't stay and quickly escaped. Seeing Kabuto get away successfully, Orochimaru, who was standing in the center of a firestorm, said while weaving a hand seal, "This isn't the time for us to battle. But don't worry, it'll be very soon." Using reverse summoning jutsu, Orochimaru escaped from Konoha once again. Fujin didn't stop him from escaping as he thought, "Oh, it's good that he's escaping himself. Saves me a lot of trouble." In a quiet and dark corner inside Konoha, where there was no one nearby, Kabuto appeared. He sighed in relief and thought, "It's a good thing that Orochimaru-sama was keeping an eye. Otherwise, with both Kakashi and Fujin, I might not have been able to Eska." Suddenly, Kabuto's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. He lowered his head and glanced towards his chest. An arm, covered in lightning, had pierced through his chest and was holding his heart. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil-Sarvesh8 at OKS Buy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Shinu, Mugen, Ruben, Simon Fanchu, Gillum, West, Will, Reggie, and Emmanuel for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 642, Striking Preemptively. Chapter 648 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Suddenly, Kabuto's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. He lowered his head and glanced towards his chest. An arm, covered in lightning, had pierced through his chest and was holding his heart. In complete shock, he turned his head and saw Kakashi. He muttered, "Hatake Kakashi, how did you follow me? And why didn't I detect you?" Kakashi's eyes widened as he thought, "This fellow is remarkable. Even without his heart, he is able to replicate blood circulation with just his chakra. Tsk, this troublesome fellow's expertise in medical ninjutsu is even better than I remember. Fortunately, I had a chance to make a move against him inside Konoha. Otherwise, killing him would have been troublesome. The fact that he will always stay around Orochimaru would make it even tougher." Needless to say, the attacker wasn't Kakashi. Instead, it was Fujin under disguise. The Fujin who confronted Orochimaru was his shadow clone. Unlike the shadow clone that he left in the tower and contained only 0.5% of his chakra, the clone fighting Orochimaru had 70% of his chakra. That is why Orochimaru didn't suspect anything. As for how Fujin snuck up on Kabuto, that was actually extremely simple. Back when Fujin was tasked to search for the culprit that killed the root ninjas, Fujin had marked nearly the entire village with his Flying Thunder God mark. Only some clan spaces and important buildings where he was closely watched were spared. If anyone else could see those marks, they would struggle to find a single square meter in any other place inside Konoha that didn't have one of those marks. Anyone who could see seals found Fujin's home terrifying and stayed as far from it as they could. What none of them knew was that the number of seals he inscribed on his house paled in comparison to the number of Flying Thunder God marks he had placed throughout the village. Even Hiruzen and Danzo were unaware of this. If they did, both would have been terrified. When Fujin's shadow clone was fighting against Orochimaru, Fujin's entire attention was on Kabuto and Kakashi's battle. Even though Kabuto escaped from Kakashi, Fujin never lost his track due to his space-time sensing technique. Once Kabuto entered an area where no one was around, Fujin just teleported to the closest Flying Thunder God mark behind Kabuto, which was just one step behind him, and stabbed his chest with Kakashi's Chidori before he had any time to react. It was the perfect assassination. Had it been any other place, Fujin would have had a hard time killing Kabuto despite being significantly stronger than him. However, inside Konoha, even someone as strong as Kabuto had no chance of resisting Fujin for a second. Kabuto didn't get any response to his question. Instead, Fujin clenched his fist and crushed Kabuto's heart while concentrating more lightning chakra on his arm. From his arm, lightning sparks flowed in all directions inside Kabuto's body, except the top direction. As the lightning ripped through Kabuto's body, he felt pain that he had never experienced. His eyes widened, and he let out a gut-wrenching scream. Under normal circumstances, people would have heard his scream for several hundred meters. Yet, not a single other person heard his scream due to the stealth battlefield Fujin deployed right after stabbing Kabuto. Despite several ninjas who were rushing towards the spot where Fujin's clone and Orochimaru fought, passing by from very close to where Fujin and Kabuto were, none of them sensed the chakra spikes from Fujin's attack or heard Kabuto's miserable screams. Despite his terrible situation, Kabuto still tried to heal himself. Unfortunately, the speed at which he could heal was too slow compared to the destruction Fujin was causing inside his body. His struggle, though admirable, failed to earn him even a second. Kabuto cursed. "Shit! I can't hold on. He intends to kill me." Kabuto immediately began thinking about what he could do. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of anything in that situation. The lightning waves destroyed every internal organ of Kabuto except his brain, which was completely unharmed. In addition, the lightning, wreaking havoc through his body, pierced through his skin and exited his body, leaving behind hundreds of minute holes that leaked blood. Yakushi Kabuto, one of the major players of the Fourth Great Ninja War, who controlled dozens of dead-rank S-ninjas and elite Junins like puppets, and single-handedly turned the tide of the battle against the Allied forces, was electrocuted to death by Suzuki Fujin even before the Konoha Crush invasion could be put into action. Kabuto's soul crumbled at that very instant as well, and began dispersing, indicating to Fujin that he was dead for sure. Fujin looked at his dead body and thought, so he couldn't survive the destruction of all his internal organs, eh? A shame. That would have been a sight to see. Fujin stored Kabuto's body inside a scroll to ensure that his body wouldn't decay, and his memories could be read later while thinking, Yakushi Kabuto, if I hadn't transmigrated, you would have become one of the strongest ninjas in the world and someone who'd be known and feared by nearly everyone. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't kill someone who plays such a vital role in future events. Your death will drastically change how the Fourth Great Ninja War happens, costing me my knowledge about future events. However, Fujin cleared the blood stains left in the area as he continued thinking. However, this guy is just too crazy and troublesome. Bastard not only revived the dead Kages, but also revived Uchiha fucking Madara. That should be the ultimate taboo in this world. And he did all that despite not having any stake in the Great War. What exactly would he gain if the Infinite Tsukuyomi was a success? Did he want to experiment in his dreams? Or did he want to dream about a world where Orochimaru becomes immortal and still cares for him? Not to mention, he could make things far worse by reviving all other Kages and rank S ninjas that he didn't in the original story for some reason. It is also possible that Black Zetsu might give him the dead bodies of the previous incarnations of Ashura and Indra. The Allied army might not stand a chance against such a force, even with my addition. Even if I do grow strong enough to deal with that in the future, why should I do so when I can avoid all the trouble right now? Even though killing Kabuto now will change the changed future will be much better for me. Without Kabuto, there won't be any Edo Tensei summons. More importantly, Uchiha Madara wouldn't be revived. The variables in the war would be reduced significantly, which would be beneficial for me. Obito will only have the Zetsu army and the tailed beasts. Unless he or Zetsu has some other hidden card under their sleeves, they'll be on the losing end. Depending on how strong I become by then, and whether that seal is a success or not, I will be able to implement several of my plans while keeping both of them at bay. Regardless of what will happen, there is no doubt that I'll end up benefiting. This is the primary advantage of knowing the future. Even though I made quite a few moves that would impact the future until now, I was careful in ensuring that they didn't create a major change in future events. Even though I wreaked havoc in the Land of Wind, all it did was make Rasa hate Konoha even more. Similarly, my clashes against Roshi and Kitsuchi didn't have an impact on the future. Killing Juzo didn't have much impact either, as he would have died sooner or later. I was very careful while training Naruto as well to ensure that he didn't become very strong. After all, he'll be involved in all the major events and things will be very different if he is overpowered. There are only 2 cases where I messed up or it wasn't in my hands. One is Sakura defeating Ino, and the other is my very existence. Anyway, the reason I was being so careful wasn't just so that everything happens exactly the same way. I did it so that I could take advantage of the moments that I know will occur as long as I don't cause any major changes. When I do something that would affect the future, the move I make has to change the future such that it becomes more advantageous for me. This is one of those instances, and the first time I made such a move. I have a few more such moves planned for the future, though it would depend on whether things stay the same or not for those events to occur. If Hiruzen wins or survives against Orochimaru, then I won't be able to take advantage of any of them, as all of those events are unlikely to happen. That was also why I made a move against Kabuto now instead of later. If Hiruzen kills Orochimaru, then there is no saying what this psychotic brat would have done. He went from barely rank S to someone who controlled dozens of peak rank S ninjas in less than a year after Orochimaru's death. If he's left unchecked for over 4 years, who knows what level he would reach? Leaving him alive would have been too risky. A smile formed on his face as he teleported away while thinking, of course, it isn't all about the future. There are too many benefits for the present as well. AN next chapter, Edo 10. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Patil Sarvesh, 8 OKSB, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Reggie, Agent Boyne, Nilo, Phil, Damien, Mads, Arun, Blanket, Sharmak, and Surnote for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Nishant for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 643, Edo Tensei. Chapter 649 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin, in Kakashi's disguise, disappeared from Konoha along with the scroll storing Kabuto's body. He appeared in an empty underground base 73 kilometers away from Konoha. It was one of the bases Fujin had created outside Konoha. Fujin had created around a dozen of them, each one being over 100 meters underground, around 60 to 100 kilometers from Konoha, and on routes where Konoha ninjas didn't usually travel. Needless to say, these were even more hidden with his seals. However, unlike his house, Fujin didn't go all out here and only used the minimum amount of seals needed to ensure that the bases stayed hidden and safe. If he overdid it, then Fuinjutsu Grandmasters passing close to the area would be able to detect the existence of so many seals. Fujin walked towards a smaller room and dispelled the transformation jutsu while thinking, Kabuto's entire body is with me, and I also cleaned up all his blood and flesh that were in that area. So, Orochimaru shouldn't be able to revive him with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Unless he already has some of Kabuto's DNA, that is. If Orochimaru manages to revive Kabuto, then he'll think that Kakashi killed him, not me. Of course, that will be very suspicious as well. However, even if he realized that it wasn't Kakashi, he wouldn't be able to link it to me. So I have no reason to hand over Kabuto's dead body to Konoha. Another aspect I need to consider is that Kabuto's death will have a great impact on Orochimaru. He is his right hand, after all. After Hiruzen took away his arms, Kabuto was the one who looked after him. Unless he can revive Kabuto with Edo Tensei and maintain it for a long time, he'll be severely handicapped. It'll have an impact on the future as well. The good thing is that it isn't bad for me either. If Sasuke still goes to him, Kabuto's absence would make it easier for him to kill Orochimaru, as Orochimaru will likely be a bit weaker without his assistance. If he doesn't, then I won't need to worry about Orochimaru having a strong ally when I go to hunt him down and eliminate his main body before he can mess with future events. Fujin entered a small room with a table at its center. He opened the scroll and summoned Kabuto's body on top of it. At the same time, a few shadow clones appeared next to him. They began checking Kabuto's body to see if there were any seals on him that could alert Orochimaru of his location. As for Fujin, He placed his hand on Kabuto's head and invaded his brain with his yin chakra while muttering, "Now let me see whether you know the Edo Tensei Jutsu or not." While Fujin read Kabuto's memories, the village had become quite eventful as well. Several ninjas were rushing towards the area where Fujin's clone and Orochimaru clashed. A few who were close by saw a glimpse of Orochimaru before he escaped. Was that the legendary Sannin Orochimaru? He was. I was in his division in the Third Great Ninja War. I'll never forget his face. But why is he here? Incredible. Suzuki Fujin forced him to retreat. No, he forced Orochimaru to retreat twice. This is crazy. I was a little suspicious earlier, but there is no doubt now. Fujin can force a legendary Sannin to retreat. Ha ha ha, we have another ninja who can fight against other Kages. We don't need to worry about facing multiple enemies in the future. That's right. With Lord Hokage, Master Jiraiya, Lady Tsunade, and young Fujin, we can fight all 4 enemy Kage at the same time. And don't forget that we still have the Copy Ninja Kashi. The ninjas who witnessed Orochimaru escaping immediately began discussing among themselves. As more arrived, they heard their talks and became even more excited. Kakashi appeared next to Fujin and asked, "Did Orochimaru also come here for Sasuke?" Fujin's clone replied, "Yes, though I'm not sure whether he intended to make a move or not. I felt a bit odd after you left and followed your trail. When I reached here, I saw Orochimaru staring at Sasuke's room. Anyway, who were you fighting inside the room? And how did he manage to escape from you?" Kakashi answered, "It was Yakushi Kabuto." Fujin's clone eyes widened in surprise. He asked, "That Jinin who forfeited? He felt a bit suspicious, but is he that strong?" Kakashi nodded with a solemn expression and said, "Yeah, the kid is amazing. He killed the 4 Anbu I deployed to look after Sasuke. He surgically altered one of their faces to make it resemble his own and used the Dead Soul Jutsu to temporarily restore his heartbeat and manipulate him. He even erased the dead body's odor so that I wouldn't suspect him. And he stilled his own heartbeat and disguised himself as one of the dead Anbu ninjas to allow his escape." Fujin's clone became serious and said, "Such skill? Seeing that Orochimaru was watching, it should mean that Kabuto is his subordinate, or more accurately, a spy placed by him. This is troublesome." Kakashi nodded while thinking, his skills would put any Anbu squad to shame. Even the Anbu guards wouldn't be his match. If such a talented person is working under Orochimaru, then, at this rate, I'll be obsolete soon. After Minato's death, Orochimaru's betrayal, and the Sannin's withdrawal from active duty, Kakashi was the one who became the ninja who took the most difficult missions for Konoha. Over the last decade, he had become the ninja everyone in Konoha looked at as their next leader. Yet, in the last few days, his stature had decreased considerably. First Fujin, someone who was 10 years younger than him, defeated Orochimaru and forced him to retreat not just once, but twice, and then Kabuto displayed that he could compete against him. He thought, "I can't keep slacking. I need to pick up on my training once again." As they talked, a few other ninjas stepped closer to them. One of the senior ninjas asked, "Kakashi, Fujin, what happened here? Why did Orochimaru show up here?" Kakashi answered, "Hard to say for sure. We'll need to discuss it with Lord Hokage." The senior ninja and the others nodded. One of them asked, "Should we establish a perimeter to see whether Orochimaru is still around?" Fujin's clone replied, "No, he has escaped far away. I doubt he'd return here. Instead, we need to focus on ensuring that our village walls are more secure. After all, this is the second time in less than a week that he has infiltrated our village." Everyone nodded solemnly. Someone like Orochimaru showing up so frequently posed a grave danger to the village. He could cause hundreds or even thousands of deaths with sudden attacks, and could retreat before Fujin or Hiruzen could confront him. Kakashi asked a few Anbu squads to stay behind and secure the building while everyone else dispersed. Fujin's clone and Kakashi returned to Sasuke's room. Fujin's clone looked at the dead bodies inside. He muttered, 4 Anbu ninjas died. Such a terrible loss." Kakashi nodded and said, "Yeah, that's a pity." Fujin's clone checked the Anbu whose face had been surgically modified and asked, "What exactly was Kabuto doing here? Was he really here for Sasuke? Couldn't he have killed or kidnapped him in the time it took to do all this? Orochimaru said that he wanted Sasuke's Sharingans, so Kabuto could have even stolen them during that time." A frown appeared on Kakashi's face as he realized, "Yeah, that is strange. I didn't consider that earlier." He thought for a bit before answering, "I'm afraid I can't make any sense of what Orochimaru is planning. We need to report it to Lord Hokage, as he might have a better idea." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "That's true. His mind is so messed up that it is difficult for us to comprehend his thoughts." Kakashi involuntarily nodded when he suddenly realized something. He looked at Fujin's clone with a peculiar expression and wondered, is he implying that Hokage's mind is also messed up? Fujin's clone noticed his expression and asked, "What is it?" Kakashi thought, "I guess he only said so because Third taught Orochimaru." Kakashi replied, "I was wondering whether you'd be willing to guide Naruto for a month. All 3 of my students qualified for the finals." He turned his gaze towards the sleeping Sasuke and continued, "And considering Sasuke's situation, I'll have to put my entire focus on him. Otherwise, Orochimaru might end up digging his claws into him." Fujin's clone raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know 1,000 jutsus. Can't you teach the 3 of them by yourself?" Now that I think about it, Naruto only knows the Great Breakthrough Jutsu, while Sakura didn't display any jutsu other than the basic academy jutsus. What exactly is your training plan with those 3? And hey guys, I'll be taking a break for a few days. The chapters will continue at usual schedule, 16 GMT, from Sunday onwards. Have a nice week. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 644, Just Beat Them Up. Chapter 650 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. What exactly is your training plan with those 3? Fujin asked Kakashi. He was truly curious about why Kakashi had trained them in such a manner. Kakashi answered, "I could normally, but the training I intend to put Sasuke through will require all my focus. I won't be able to guide Naruto or Sakura at the same time. As for my training plan, it's rather straightforward. I want their basics to be rock solid before they move up to more advanced stuff. Hence, my focus was more on teamwork and formations rather than their individual strength." A weird expression appeared on his face as he continued. "To be honest, I didn't expect that all 3 of them would end up reaching the finals. I just wanted them to gain some experience, and I planned to start their ninjutsu and genjutsu training after the Chunin exams. However, this year's batch of genins was quite weak, with a few exceptions. So they are a bit unprepared for the real event. Anyway, you don't need to keep that in mind. Just focus on raising Naruto's strength as much as you can without teaching him any new forbidden jutsus." "So will you train him?" Instead of answering him, Fujin's clone replied, "Teamwork over individual strength, huh?" Kakashi asked, "You don't agree?" Fujin's clone answered, "Not entirely. Though teamwork is essential, how useful will the teamwork between 3 genins be against a Junin or even an elite Chunin? I would have gone with personal strength as the main focus while ensuring that their teamwork stays acceptable." Kakashi shook his head and said, "You are wrong. For any squad, teamwork is the most essential aspect. Without it, no matter how strong the squad is, it has no future." Fujin's clone raised an eyebrow and asked, "It's true that without teamwork any squad is dead, but they are ninjas. They should understand its importance as well, and would work together at least when circumstances demand so. If they can't even do that, then it's better to just make them quit as ninjas. Besides, why does individual strength have to be sacrificed for teamwork? On the contrary, stronger individuals would be able to work better together as they'll have more ways of cooperating and using combination jutsus. Not to mention..." Fujin's clone paused, looked into his eyes, and added, "A couple of your students have some amazing potential. Sasuke's talent is extraordinary, while Naruto's potential seems as limitless as his chakra. Had you focused on increasing their strength and jutsu arsenal, both would have likely already been strong enough to go up against any Chunin. They might have even been able to resist a Junin for a short time. Once they faced off against stronger opponents, their teamwork would have automatically improved." His words made Kakashi think for a bit. However, he still shook his head and said, "No, trying to make them improve their teamwork at that stage would have been too difficult. It's best to teach it to them when they are still Jenny." Before Kakashi could complete his sentence, Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "What's so difficult about it? Just make them fight as a team against you and beat them up until you feel their teamwork is acceptable. Even if they are complete blockheads, they would eventually figure it out." Kakashi was speechless as he looked at Fujin's clone. His right eye twitched as he wondered, just beat them up until they work together? Who put such weird ideas in this kid's head? However, that just might be effective when dealing with Naruto and Sasuke. Fujin's clone smirked at Kakashi's expression and said, "Anyway, they are your students, so it's none of my business. Considering the recent events, I'll be busy as well. However, I should still be able to handle Naruto, so I'll prepare him for the finals." Kakashi nodded, thinking, "That's true. Now that he has displayed the ability to restrain Orochimaru, he'll become far more busy." I'm missing something. Kakashi's eyes turned towards Fujin's clone again. Fujin's clone said, "Anyway, I'll take my leave and inform Lord Hokage about it. With 4 Anbu squads and you, it's unlikely for Kabuto to return here." Kakashi nodded as Fujin's clone flickered away. He continued looking at the spot where Fujin's clone was standing in confusion and wondered, his power shouldn't have increased in the blink of an eye. Even though I wasn't aware of it, Lord Third should be aware of his prowess. So why has he sent Fujin on missions so rarely? From what Naruto said, he has gone on only 2 or 3 missions in the last 6-odd months. That's very strange. Kakashi and his father had both been the leading active ninja in the village at some point, and both had been given missions constantly without any break. Both rarely spent any time inside the village. So Kakashi couldn't comprehend why Fujin was rarely sent on missions. He stopped thinking about it and thought about his words as he wondered, was I really mistaken in putting so much emphasis on teamwork? As Fujin's clone rushed back to the tower in the Forest of Death, he thought, as I expected, Kakashi dumped Naruto on me instead of Ebisu. That's understandable considering that Naruto's basics are much better, and he is close to me. I wonder if he'll dump Sakura on Ebisu now. Or would he ask someone like Kurenai or someone from that Kurama clan to train her in Genjutsu like he expects me to train Naruto in Wind Release? Though I suppose it depends on the matchups. He might directly ask her to quit if she is paired against Gaara or Neji. That said, even in that case, not arranging for her training would be unfair. Oh well, it's not my concern. I'll just train Naruto for a day or 2 before Jiraiya shows up with some excuse. Then I'll turn my focus to completing that seal and mastering the important techniques I will learn from Kabuto's memories. Even without considering the forbidden techniques, just his knowledge about medical ninjutsu and studying corpses and their abilities would be extremely useful for me. And if he knows how to perform even the basic Edo Tensei, I can revive the bishop who did the ceremony for Zankoku and learn blood manipulation with little effort. That would allow me to improve my power to another level. I might be able to fight against the likes of Hiruzen, Ai, and Onoki without needing to rely on Flying Thunder God Jutsu. And that'll just be the start. With those thoughts, he reached the tower. Hiruzen was done with his long speech, and the genins were about to leave. He glanced at his other clone, who dispelled himself and sent the memories to him. He looked at Sakura with a weird expression and thought, poor girl. Kakashi will likely just ask her to quit and stay peacefully. Renjiro noticed him and asked, is everything all right? Fujin's clone answered, not really, though there is no immediate danger. Orochimaru appeared again, and we had an elite Junin-level spy among our ranks. Renjiro and Hoka's eyes widened as he continued, come with me. I need to report it to the old man. He disappeared and appeared next to Hiruzen and said softly, I need to report something. Hiruzen nodded. He immediately left along with his Anbu guards and met with Fujin's clone at the top floor, where Fujin's clone informed him about the events. Hiruzen's expression became serious on learning that Kabuto was a spy and how strong he was. Of course, what alerted him the most was that Kakashi could have been killed had Orochimaru no intended to do so and if Fujin wasn't present there. He muttered, this is a problem. Orochimaru knows the village too well. Even if I modify the barrier, I don't think that'll stop him from entering without alerting us. And as long as he can enter, he can threaten the lives of nearly every ninja. Kabuto is troublesome as well. I didn't think that someone of his level would hide inside Konoha as a genin. It seems like too many spies have infiltrated our ranks. We need to clear them out as well. Hiruzen's tone was extremely serious as he said it. Renjiro chuckled and asked, "Time for another massacre, eh?" Hiruzen didn't say anything and massaged his forehead. He said, "I'll discuss it with Shikaku first. Since Orochimaru is involved, it'll have a lot of complications." Everyone nodded. Shikaku was the best one to handle such complicated tasks. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's clone and said, "You did a great job again, Fujin. I'll leave for now to start making the arrangements. Meet me tomorrow evening. I have something for you. Renjiro, have Hiromasa start preparing the Senju clan for a war, but ensure that others don't catch a whiff of it. Hoka, pass the same order to Hiashi. The coming times might not be as peaceful as I would have liked." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "All right, I'll be there." Renjiro replied, "I'll take care of it, old man." Hoka said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Hokage. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. link.patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh8 at OKSP. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Nikhil, John, Serektiami, Nicholas, Alexander, Cole, Scotty Boy, Coleman, Michael, Ilehi, Brad, Surya, Fire Guy, B, Teddy, Khan, Bluebell, MSSC, Shamal, Jalix, Seth, A Unlimited, Swifty Z, and Babong Shu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.